should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better. Don't even
This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Hey y'all, happy Saturday. Thank you so much for being here. Chow, thank you so much for the super sticker. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. That was so sweet before we even got here. Chow, throwing out the super stickers. Thank you so much for the support. I greatly appreciate it. It's good to see you. Cindy from sunny South Florida. Hello, good to see you. Hannah UK and Shelby was dancing. Good to see y'all. Thank you for being here. Donna Lee, Sam Brown, Snarky Pants, Bella Rose. Good to see you. Anne, good to see you. I highlighted that comment. We're going to talk about it. Mustang, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Mrs. North, Dandelioness, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. So glad to see y'all this Saturday. Allie X and Lori Ann, good to see you, love. Thank you so much for being here. I greatly appreciate it. Bingo. She said bingo. If I missed anybody, please let me know. I was trying to find that comment I just highlighted. Hopefully everyone's having a good day. Dandy said, everything about Lily and Jack has been sus from get-go. Daniel is a huge red flag. You know, I had compassion for Daniel, and I believed his story for quite a while. And we're going to talk about that and why. Yes, Shelby said, everybody hit the thumbs up. Twinkle, twinkle, baby.
Come on, players. Stop hating. Stop hating. Start participating. Start participating, Star. Come on, twinkle, twinkle, baby. Twinkle, twinkle.
I love that. Mrs. North said, I said right from day one, if anyone did something, it was Daniel. He's got two distinct sides, like a Jekyll and Hyde thing. Nonsense is good. Her husband helps on a ranch that raises mini cows. I want one of those mini cows so bad. I really do. I see them all the time. Hey, Kelly and Scratch, good to see you. Good to see you. Anna, good to see you. Good to see you. Bellis is here. She's been here every day. She might not be here right now. Sometimes she has to get some rest, but she has been in chat every day pretty much. She was here yesterday and the day before, I think. You've seen the Jekyll and Hyde thing before, and you can spot it a mile away. Interesting. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about why I have believed him for so long, where I get my information from, because everybody is curious as to where I'm getting the information about the lie detector test. So we're going to talk about that too. Before we get started, like really into everything, I did want to show you something. So there's a couple of things I wanted to share with y'all this morning. Curious Christine, good to see you, love. Thank you for being here. All right, so first we're going to talk about the Titanic movie. I wanted to share something with y'all that I found kind of interesting on my news feed this morning. It's just a short little video. So it says the Titanic test proved that Jack couldn't survive. Now, you know, everybody that's seen the movie Titanic, everybody was like, Rose, why didn't you just scoot over and let him on there so he could have lived? Basil's eating paper. I apologize. Kat, good to see you, love. Thank you for being here. We were all so very mad. Kim Gettle has entered the chat. Thank you so much, love. Good to see you. We were all so very daggone mad that Rose wouldn't scoot her ass over and let Jack onto the door that they were floating on so he could survive. Well, evidently they did a test. We do need more green in chat. Thank you so much again for this super sticker, Chow. So they did a test, and we've got a minute video on it. I figured we'd watch it. Basil. Shh. He's looking at me like, you realize I'm a rabbit, right?
Jack's situation. And it's pretty interesting. What we saw was that he got up on there and he immediately went into the really strong shaking, shivering, right?
The two big factors, still having enough dexterity and power in their limbs to get onto the raft.
Right.
And still being warm enough to actually shiver intensely.
Oh, we got to add probably. No. Kim, I have not checked. I was going to say, I'm not sure. I haven't checked my email in a couple of days, and I need to do that. And I will check it and see what it says. I'll see if I can check it while we're live. Sometimes you have to tell me to check my email so I'll know that there's something there. And we have been so busy lately that I haven't checked it. Basil, honey, you got like 5 pieces of paper ripped out from the notebook. Here, stop it. Stop it. Hey. Woohoo. Come over here. Get your paper right here. Right here. There you go. You're so cute. Child, thank you so much for gifting 5 Speculation Station memberships. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. And I greatly appreciate it so very much. You are amazing. Thank you so much for that. My love, I have missed y'all. I'm so happy that our speculating family is here today. Those memberships that child just gifted went to Ginger Snaps, Rose Thorn, Nini Nut, Voices of Silence, and Kazi43. Voices of Silence said, ma'am, I wish you'd just be silent once in a while. I'm just kidding. Thank you so much, Chow, for gifting those memberships. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the constant support. I have so much love for you and the Bible verses and all the things. Thank you so very much. I'm going to grab the haunted train to pick our new members up. If I just mentioned your name, you were gifted from Chow. Please don't forget to Chow. Thank you. And I hope you like the videos you now have access to. Thank you again so very much, Chow. Indie girl, good to see you. We're going to start this video, because I'm going to, Mrs. North said at least he doesn't, hold on, let me highlight it. Well, at least Basil isn't chewing cards. My bunnies used to love cinnamon cider hardwood sticks to chew on. That sounds good. Basil is so spoiled in a bad way. Like, Basil, he's like my child, okay? So, like, if we eat dinner, like, if I make mashed potatoes or something, he gets some. And it's to the point that, like, he will attack my feet if I haven't put his plate down quick enough, his little plate with his food on it. And when he was little, he would eat all that stuff. And, like, I would get the little rabbit treat sticks. And I just got him this, like, salad mix for rabbits. He won't touch that. And it's because I've spoiled him. He eats his rabbit food. He'll like pick the treats out of it and eat it, and he won't eat anything else. But like he likes cheese and crackers and paper. And that's about it. He is something. He's like my child. Yes. I fed him. I've had Basil since he was 6 hours old. The mother was trying to eat all of her babies. So I took him, and there was 6 total, and it was my first time trying to save rabbits. Unfortunately, all of them passed. He is the only one that survived, and he almost didn't. They were on a heating pad, and I had walked outside to smoke a cigarette, and my daughter went in there, and I think she stepped on the cord or something. But anyway, the heating pad got turned up to high, and I came back in, and his skin was red, and he was like, probably a day old or something at this time. So I held him like in front of the AC unit, and it cooled him down real quick, and thank God he survived. But I fed him from like a little syringe with a nipple on it. So like he knows nobody else, and he acts like my child too, the most spoiled one out of all of them. We are supportive. We are supportive here. I'm giving them out this Halloween along with candy. What are you giving out? My Halloween Chick Tracks arrived. Anyone remember Chick Tracks? What is Chick Tracks? No, I don't even know what that is. Oh, is it like the little papers? No, maybe like the little Lord have mercy, where is my brain? Like cartoons, anime kind of stuff. Oh, about the gospel. Let's see. The Demon's Nightmare. Hold on. Oh, they're like 10 minutes.
A Demon's Nightmare, written by Jack T. Chick.
Oh,
Attention
yeah,
units 12,
okay.
2865, and 266. Enemy sighted.
That's
Stand by
cool,
for action.
Chow.
Gloop.
Hey, Lou, good to
Here
see you.
comes
Hey,
nothing
Karen,
but
good to see
trouble.
you.
What could he be up to now? Hi, mind if I sit down here? Yes, we mind. Tell that old goat to keep moving.
I'm kind of
Say,
interested.
did you ever hear the story about the time God was murdered by man?
Okay, so
No, I haven't.
they're
When did
Christian
this?
little drawings. Okay, I'm gonna check that out later. I'm gonna leave that up so I can look at it. That's super cool, Chow. Super cool. Um, okay. So I'm gonna start the video over about the Titanic. Shelby said, "Oh, so cute." Misha, my tortie, lives better than I do. Yep, they usually do. Basil lives better than I do. I wish I could just lay in front of the AC on my bed all day. Mrs. North said, "You could try some homemade bunny food. You are his mama. That's an unbreakable bond." It is. It is. I know. I'm going to check them out. That's super cool. Southern Cats, good to see you if I didn't say hey to you. All right, so I'm going to try. We're going to talk about real quick before we get started. You know how, for those of you who weren't here, we all watched the movie Titanic probably as children who were too young to see that scene where he draws her Rose in the nude. But we were always so mad with her. Like, what, Rose, why didn't you scoot over on that door so Jack could get out of that water and survive and live? Why couldn't you just scoot your ass over a little bit and let Jack get up there with you, you know? And so evidently they did a test to see if that was possible and if Jack would have survived. So it's only about a minute video. We're gonna see what they found out. Hold on. I said pause 3 times. Is that the magic number of clicks today? You were 18 when it came out. I fed our pommies filet mignon. Really, Bella Rose? But we love them, so much. They get spoiled. All right. So let's see what they had to say about this test to see if Jack would have survived. So here we have Rose and then Jack. It says the Jack's situation. James Cameron tested the fan theory that both Rose and Jack could have fit on the door in Titanic.
The Jack's situation. And it's pretty interesting. What we saw was that he got up on there and he immediately went into the really strong shaking, shivering, right?
The two big factors, still having enough dexterity and power in their limbs to get onto the raft.
Right.
And still being warm enough to actually shiver intensely.
Spectrum Fiber powered
This
internet.
is on my my computer news feed, so it does commercials. When we get into the YouTube videos, it won't do that anymore because I pay for free premium. Hold on just a minute.
Him shivering like that and saw that he was in worse shape than her. She might get the idea to give him the life jacket as an insulator. Wouldn't you try to help her?
Right.
For sure.
He had a dramatic decrease initially after the swim, and since he's been up here shivering aggressively like this, he's stabilized somewhat. He's still coming down, but...
So this is probably our most accurate line for what our characters were supposed to have experienced. He got into a place where if we projected that out, he just might have made it until the lifeboat got there.
Hey, Amelia.
Final verdict, Jack might have lived.
Oh. So it's interesting. I didn't expect that or think about the fact that once he got out of the water and the wind blowing in the air would have made him shiver so bad. But they're saying that there is a slight possibility that he could have survived. Psychic Amelia, good to see you, love. Indie Girl said, I saw this post that an infant was born on the Titanic. She survived and is still alive today. How interesting. I did not know that. That's so cool. Alex said, I wonder if Basil knows this. They spray lettuce with pesticides. I get him. He's weird because, like, if I get him greens from the store, I can wash them with baking soda and vinegar even, and he won't eat them. But if I go out in the yard and pick him like dandelion leaves, he loves it. He's very picky, but like I said, he's spoiled to death. Hold on just a minute. Okay, sorry about that. And we've got 2 other videos to look at, but we're gonna go ahead, that's for afterwards. We'll see if we have time to look at them. We're going to go ahead and talk about Jack and Lilly Sullivan. Now, I'm gonna play the video that I put out last night. And we're going to talk about it because I got a lot of comments asking why it is that I think he passed a lie detector test when he's the one that said that he passed a lie detector test. And we're going to go over that article where it shows that he said it, but it was also in the court documents that the CBC got from the courts. So I'm going to show you guys proof of that, and we're going to talk about it. So let's get into that. Do you have to go to the vet for his teeth to be cut down? No, he chews on stuff around here. I've never taken him to the vet, but there's a couple of reasons for that. I don't want him to have vaccinations. He's not outside. He's not around other animals. I know I should do it, but like honestly, if I'm being frank, the thought of them poking him with a needle and it hurting him like breaks my heart. I would probably cry. I'm going to change the background so you can tell the difference. So I mean, he's okay. If something happens to him, I will go to the vet. I look at it like I saved him. He wasn't going to live otherwise, and so I have him here. I don't do much with the vet. I don't want to have him neutered. I don't want nobody messing with him. I don't like for people to mess with him. Yeah. I don't think he passed a lie detector test. They don't arrest you just because you fell. Yeah, I think he passed. Well, some of the questions were asked like 3 times each, and he passed. I don't know. We're gonna find out. Was homeschooled and hasn't logged on our homeschool program since then. She's 9 years old. Melody Buzzard missing in Santa Barbara, last seen October 2024. No, I haven't. We're gonna look into it. Melodee. Melodee. Okay, I'll look into it and see what I can find. Okay, we're going to talk about Jack and Lilly Sullivan. So I'm going to play this article because it reads the article that I went over yesterday, and it's just easier for me to play the video. And then we're going to talk about why I believe he passed the lie detector test, what all this can mean. You guys are free to share your thoughts, opinions, and speculations on this situation. I am just blown away. All right, y'all, breaking news. We need to talk about this right daggum now. We have an article on Jack and Lilly Sullivan from the CBC titled Witnesses Describe Hearing Vehicle the Night Before Nova Scotia Children Reported Missing. New details of witness statements and investigative avenues released in court document from an hour ago. 2 people who lived near the home of 2 Nova Scotia children who disappeared more than 5 months ago told police they heard a vehicle coming and going in the middle of the night just hours before Jack and Lilly Sullivan were reported missing. Court documents show. The new details from witnesses are laid out in redacted records that were previously released in August at the request of CBC News and other news agencies. On Friday, new details of the case were released after CBC News fought to have some of the redactions lifted. The documents contain court applications filed by investigators for permission to conduct searches for phone records, banking records, and videos related to the case. They include unproven statements made by police. Lilly, 6, and Jack, 4, were reported missing on the morning of May 2nd when police received a 911 call from their mother, Malehya Brooks Murray. She told police that they had wandered away from their home in Lansdowne Station, a sparsely populated community about 140 kilometers northeast of Halifax. The siblings lived on the property with their mother, their stepfather, Daniel Martel, the couple's 1-year-old daughter, and Martel's mother. On May 9th, 2 constables had a conversation with Brad Wong, who lives near the home. He told them he heard a, quote, loud vehicle, unquote, coming and going from that area in the early morning hours of May 2nd. Quote, he said his residence is at an elevated position from Daniel's residence and he could see vehicle lights over the treetops, unquote, said RCMP member Corporal Curl in her written request to the court. Quote, he said the vehicle left 3 or 4 times after midnight and into the early hours
Blue
of
Jay.
the morning. He said the vehicle would drive off in the distance and he could hear it stop and then return. He said it remained in earshot the entire time, unquote. On May 17th, a constable took a statement from Justin Smith, who also lives in the area. He said that he was awake
Blue
and
Jay,
on
I'm
Facebook
sorry.
during the early morning hours of May 2nd. Around 1:30 a.m., he heard a car on Highway 289 turn around by the railroad tracks near the area of Gerlach Road and Lansdowne Station Road. The intersection is near the home where the children went missing. Quote, it made noise, then went quiet. The vehicle was quiet for about 2 minutes, then drove toward Larrig Road, unquote, the RCMP member wrote. Quote, Justin Smith later spoke with Brad Wong, who informed him Daniel's vehicle came and went 5 or 6 times that night. Wong said the car Smith heard was Daniel.
What the fuck is going on here?
Y'all, that's exactly how I felt in that moment. And we're going to hear more from Daniel's, basically what he told police and what Malehya said that night that make me question even more. I don't understand how he passed the polygraph because we're going to hear about how he says that he didn't leave that night. He went to sleep. But the neighbors are saying it was him. What was he doing? I mean, honestly, I don't know if it has anything to do with Lily and Jack, and I'll make a poll as I continue playing the video, but he went somewhere and he lied about it. Why? And I'm wondering if that's true, if the RCMP already know it, because I'm questioning, like, does he have a dope man or something that lives like right up the road? And so he was going to see the dope man and then going back home. And if he told I was thinking if he told the RCMP, like, look, I don't want to get arrested, but yes, I was out that night. I was going to my friend's house. I was getting substances and I was coming back home and I was, using it in whatever way he uses it. And the RCMP said, okay. And they looked into that and checked it and talked to the dope man up the road and found out that that was indeed what was happening. They wouldn't release it to the news. They're not going to release it. They're not going to say, well, Daniel left several times that night and we know about it, because that would just make things look more suspicious. And in Canada, they're more tight-lipped about it anyway. And if they didn't ask him that question specifically on the lie detector test, then he could have passed. But later in this article, we're going to hear about how he told the RCMP he went to bed early. What? Scratch said, I thought on the papers it said he passed his polygraph. It did. A lot of people have questions about that, and so I brought it back up so we could talk about it. Somebody also pointed out that Ted Bundy, and I think somebody else, possibly Ed Gaines, but I don't know if they had it back then, also passed polygraph test. No, it was the BTK, also passed polygraphs with flying colors. But Daniel's no serial killer. You know what I mean? Addie B, good to see you. Going to eat and after the stream take a nap, leaving for the airport at 3 a.m. UK time. Will you be safe, love? You get you a nap and be safe on that flight. Let us know that you've landed and you're okay. Addie B said Wong was awake working on his car in the early morning hours. That's what substance users do, and Wong has a record for theft to support the habit. And that's interesting. The other guy being awake at 1:30 in the morning, scrolling through Facebook on a freaking Thursday night makes me question that too. And they haven't taken lie detector tests that I know of, so could they be lying? Like, I'm so confused right now. Do you have the second part of? Yes, I do. We're going to continue that, Lori Ann, after we talk about Jack and Lilly. Pathology liars believe they're in their own lies. And that's a possibility. But is he that smart? Like, deep down, he would know that he's lying. Is he smart enough to pass a lie detector test like that, Justin Smith said he heard one vehicle not agreeing with Wong. Okay. That makes sense. Maybe it wasn't Daniel's. Maybe Malehya was driving Daniel's truck or grandma. Well, she says that she went to bed early and she passed her lie detector test. How do they know if it was him if they only saw lights? Well, they said it was a loud vehicle. The one guy that's claiming that it was Daniel. And if you live in an area where there's like a loud car and you know whose car it is, you know the different sounds, because most of the time it's because of an aftermarket muffler, and they're usually stick shift cars. So you learn the sound of the car after being there for so long, like how they shift gears, how it sounds every time they leave, because usually it's so loud you hear them when they leave and come. And you can tell by listening, and getting used to the sound for so long, like how far away they're going and where they go to. And if it's coming from the same direction and you know whose car it is, then it's pretty easy to try to figure it out. Psychopaths can often pass polygraphs. Their brain doesn't work like ours do. They have no empathy or guilt feelings. So you think he doesn't feel empathy or guilt, therefore he passed. But could he straight up lie like that? You know what I mean? I've heard that too, that his vehicle was not working. I think that's what his dad said. But did he tell his dad that to get money? In my opinion, I think the kids wandered off Thursday night, since Jack had wandered off 2 years earlier living at Grandma Patty's. I think Malehya Brooks was extremely afraid to report. She tried to call her mother, Cindy, at 8:28 a.m. Very possible. I've always wondered if they wandered off as well and they just haven't been found in the woods, because the lady who's led the search team for over 25 years said that she thinks that they're still in the woods and they just haven't been located yet. Snarky says, so if the neighbors were all up on substances and making up lies about these cars coming and going, why are they going to put themselves in the middle of this investigation? And another great point. I don't know that they were necessarily lying about cars coming and going in the middle of the night. If they were on substance, the only reason, again, just because somebody's up in the middle of the night doesn't mean that they are on substances. I'm just speculating and saying that it could be a possibility, and not just because they were up all night, because I know I have a very, very close friend from Nova Scotia, and I've heard people talk about the area and the ports being in that area, like the ports from the ships, where the ships come and bring in goods. A lot of times in those areas, it has more substances than as opposed to other areas. I've heard that area is very poverty stricken, and there is a lot of substance use in that area as opposed to other areas. I don't think that everybody in that area is on substances, but when you add the fact that it's an area that has a high amount of substances in a generalized population, and they're all up at 1 o'clock in the morning, and they're going somewhere that's like a little bit up the street, stopping, turning around, and coming back. I mean, all of these things added together makes me think that, Seems like most of them want to avoid the cops, not to join into the biggest thing that ever happened in Nova Scotia in years, right? I could see that. Hardly anybody lives out there in the middle of the night. If you hear a loud car coming or going, you're going to know where it's coming from and where it's going, especially a short distance, right? Wong didn't want RCMP searching his property Friday, May 2nd. So you think that's why he didn't say anything? I can tell my neighbor's boys which one that comes in and out by the sound of their truck. See, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So like once you hear it over and over and they're close by, you can know which one's coming and going, how they switch gears and all the things. Nova Scotia is on my bucket list ever since reading Anne of Green Gables. That's so sweet, Kat. All over, but I've heard that it was more prevalent in that area. I absolutely could be wrong. I absolutely could be misinformed. Please don't run with that. That's just something I remember hearing. And that's why I was thinking, if they're up that late, could be. They have loud mufflers and each one sounds different. See, yeah, you know what I'm saying. You can see it just by these people's yard and trailer that they lived in. They did not care about these children or what environment they had them in. They may have all been on substances, in my opinion. It's possible. Edith, good to see you, love. He did appear to be trying to fix the fence in the area, but I mean, it seemed like it was kind of put on the back burner. And we're going to hear more about it. I'm going to continue to play this video. Good to see you, Edith. Thank you for being here, love. Cannot even. How did he pass the lie detector test, y'all? I would like
The
to go to
article
Canada.
continues.
The records detail Martel's account of the evening before the children were reported missing. He told police he went to bed, quote, fairly early, unquote, and didn't wake up until it was light the next morning. The document said Brooks Murray told police she put Lily and Jack to bed first, then their 1-year-old daughter, and then went to bed herself around 9 p.m. She said Martel stayed up and was going to clean the house for her, but it wasn't clean when she got up. She, quote, doesn't know what he did, unquote. Okay, now that part right there, she said Martel stayed up and was going to clean the house for her, but it wasn't clean when she got up and she doesn't know what he did. Why was Daniel Martel staying up all freaking night and going to clean the house? Like, what does that sound like to y'all? I know what it sounds like to me. You know what I mean? I know what I used to do in the middle of the night when I was doing substances that were the opposite type that kept me awake, and that was why I like to do them. I cleaned my house. That's what I did. 3 o'clock in the morning, in there vacuuming the fucking linoleum floor. You know what I mean? Vacuuming the fucking roof. You know what I mean? Like, come on. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't, to me, it tells me that Daniel was high and he was going to clean the house for her while she laid down with the kids. Why wasn't he laying down with her? Them kids get up early. They're rambunctious. They want something to eat. You're helping her watch them. You need to be up watching them too. But he'd rather stay up all night when they're asleep and then probably go to bed all day while they're up and she's dealing with the kids by herself. In my opinion, allegedly speculating. And then you hear that he's coming and going all hours of the night. I mean, all of these things, when you connect the dots, build a map of what I think was going on. Yep, Speedy Gonzalez. He was on a good one that night. Addict behavior, exactly, Dandelionness. And said, this has me worried. Sounds like they were giving the kids to somebody or something. Hopefully not bodies, but live kids. Yeah, it's weird. And like, I don't know. Let me play it because we're going to hear something else. Quote, Malehya said she was not woken up throughout the night and does not know when Daniel came to bed, unquote, the document said. In a phone interview Friday, Martel said no one from the family left the property that night and they did not have any visitors. He said the RCMP never asked him about the vehicle coming and going. Quote, I know the investigators work hard, unquote, said Martel. Quote, they're exploring every lead, unquote. Brooks Murray has not responded to interview requests. And okay, so again, in a phone interview Friday, Martel said no one from the family left from the property that night and he did not have any visitors. So did somebody get the days confused? Like, what's going on here? Malehya said that he was supposed to be up all night cleaning the kitchen, but the kitchen wasn't clean. The kids are supposedly in bed, unless Jack and Lily stayed up while he cleaned the kitchen and they got their schedules mixed up and were staying up all night because they weren't going to school the next day. But the main thing is that we got 2 neighbors saying that somebody was coming and going from that house all hours of the motherfucking night, and Daniel says nobody left. But yet he passed a lie detector test. Yeah, I said vacuuming the roof. I wanted to show you real quick that video. There's a video. That's what I was thinking of when I said that. Hold on. This is it. This was Daniel that night. You know what I mean? That might not have been it. That was legit. Like he's trying to get the mess up. This was it. That was Daniel that night. You know what I mean?
Here's some dude vacuuming his roof. Fuck.
But yet nobody came and went from the house all night. But we hear the neighbors who have a house that kind of looks down, said he saw the headlights coming and going. Wong, who lives at a property that's at an elevated viewpoint to Daniel's property, said he saw headlights. Right. The one I said could have been legit. He might have been like, it looked like they were redoing the roof and maybe they were trying to get debris up or something, but I don't know why you wouldn't just sweep it off unless there's wet cement down below or something. For me, I polished and untangled jewelry. Yep. See, everybody has their thing. Has the RCMP confirmed he passed? I do not believe him. Yep, I've got an article on that. Yeah, that was not Daniel's house. The math ain't mathin'. The math was mathin' for him that night. Let me freaking tell you. So, what the hell? So, I'm going to play this and I'm going to do a poll real quick. An investigator's comment in the same document said that as of July 16th, the children's disappearance was not believed to be criminal in nature. The RCMP declined a request for an interview on Friday. The records also show that police interviewed one of Brooks Murray's relatives, Darren Geddes. Geddes is believed to have appeared on a YouTube true crime show under the pseudonym Durwood O'Grady, where he put forward a theory of Malehya putting the children in a vehicle and sending them away before reporting them missing. It says Geddes noted his comments, quote, could be wrong, could be speculation, unquote. Quote, Darren Geddes has suggested in social media posts that Malehya may have been involved in their disappearance, but this is his theory. He also suggests he might know the location of the children, unquote, an RCMP investigator wrote. On May 30th, 2 RCMP members met with Geddes, who told them he spoke with Martel a few weeks after the kids went missing and also spoke with Pearson about the investigation. Quote, the constable said Geddes was confrontational and evasive to questions asked of him and wanted police to provide him with information about the investigation, unquote, the document said. Quote, now that Durwood guy has always seemed very weird to me. He said, from what rumor has it, I'm not positive, but from what I remember hearing, one of the theories was Malehya took the children down to New York and they were somewhere in New York. The other theory that I got a real big problem with was he said that Malehya took the kids to the reservation. And like I've said several times before, her cousin being the chief is known, okay, but she's not going to put the jeopardy of the whole tribe at risk just to hide 2 children that did not have to be hidden. Daniel had no rights to those children. They were not biologically his. Malehya had full custody. So why would Malehya feel the need to take the children and hide them? Like that whole scenario makes absolutely no freaking sense whatsoever. If Meadow was missing, and thank God she's not, but if it had been Meadow, I'd be more apt to believe that maybe Malehya could have taken her to the reservation after Durwood said that. But still, I don't think that the chief is going to risk the tribe as a whole and getting in trouble with the freaking FBI over children. I mean, I think that she would end up, even though Malehya is her cousin allegedly, I think that she would end up saying, look, you got to figure something out because I'm not going to risk my whole tribe because of your situation. You know, I love you and all, but that's a bit much. None of it made sense to me. Why was he asking for information? Like, why was he digging for more information? And they're suspicious of him too. Probably at many days, and that's why sleeping in Friday morning, probably. It would not surprise me. Especially when Daniel is on his favorite new show, which I believe he's going to be on tonight. I think that it has the first name as him. DT are some initials. In my opinion, watch for Duper's Delight. What's the name of the channel? You can mention it. Scratch the Paint said that's one to get rid of the sticks and leaves. That is one way to clean up your yard. They tell your dang opinion on where they are. Then tell your dang opinion on where they are. Wait, you talking about me? What my opinion is? Daniel said he thought the kids were safe with someone. Really? When did he say that? If you know, let me know. That's why Daniel checked on Lily and Jack at midnight and turned the light off and on to see where they were in bed to get them and take them out of bed. Possibly. Please remember to state your opinions and thoughts as such. Thank you. I'm going out on a limb here. Malehya's family has those kids. But why would they have them and why would they feel like they need to hide them, Lori? Because Malehya has full rights to them. So what is your theory on that? Oh, the guy said it. Okay. Hey, Joe. Good to see you. Hey, now. The hidden children story is just another one. Daniel has agreed to and then thrown out there to mix things up. Who does that and what innocent stepfather does that? I agree. Good questions, good points. And then he throws the sweaters out there. Like 2 of my sweaters are missing. If those kids are found with sweaters and he don't go to jail after all this too, I'm going to have a big problem with the RCMP. There are a lot of things we don't understand yet. He was interviewed for a couple of hours on a podcast. He said it then. Interesting. I'd like to go over that interview sometime. Kim French, good to see you. Wade is who Cindy's boyfriend stated Daniel beat Malehya and both kids. Yeah, I remember that interview. And as well, and he stated they had a trailer there 3 months prior wanting to back up. And Malehya said, no, I changed my mind. What the Oh, yeah, but that was because he was going to move her out of there. So, yeah, Kim French, good to see you. That story, because we watched the interview where the guy's walking around trying to buy the horse trailer from Malehya's dad. Malehya's dad says that Daniel beat the fuck out of Malehya and he would beat the kids and abuse them. So they go to pick Malehya up and get Malehya and the kids out of there. And Malehya says, no, I'm going to stay with him. And that was 3 months ahead of time. But then, we know for a fact that the kids were last seen May 1st. So I don't think that she would have said, I want to stay here because something was done with the kids and she wanted to make sure he didn't tell or whatever. Because then we wouldn't have seen them on May 1st. You know what I mean? Drunk Turkey. Okay. I haven't watched them much, but I know who you're talking about. He loves Daniel. Really? He loves Daniel. Well, let me hush my mouth and play this video. He became upset when his questions were not answered, unquote. On June 26, Brooks Murray gave police a video recording of a phone conversation between her grandmother, Patty Pearson, and Geddes, who is Pearson's first cousin. The conversation was recorded on the evening of June 21st, and it is not clear if Geddes knew he was being recorded, but there appeared to be an expectation of privacy, the document said. It is not clear from the records exactly what Pearson and Geddes said during the conversation. CBC News interviewed Darren Geddes on July 4th, and he shared similar theories. However, the information could not be verified. The children's disappearance in May sparked an extensive grid search that spanned about 8.5 square kilometers of mostly dense woods and involved about 160 ground search and rescue volunteers, service dogs, drones, and helicopters. Addie said Malehya's car was the only one running, and it's the newer 4Runner automatic no loud exhaust. Kent from the area said Wong could not see over his 40-foot trees to see headlights. I know who you're talking about because that guy Kenton has come into some previous live streams of mine. And I do remember them saying Daniel's vehicle didn't work. However, I don't know exactly where Wong lives, but Daniel's property is kind of in like a down place, like where there's lots of hills and trees around it. Depending on the elevation, he might would have been able to see it. And, sometimes you can see trees, like you can see reflections of lights over the trees. Think about the Sebastian Rogers case where we saw the flashlight videos and everybody swore up and down it's 2 flashlights. I still think it is 2 flashlights, but that's just my speculation. And then the sheriff's office came out and said, no, it's the reflection of headlights on the trees. Let's say that he is doing a lot of math at night. You see a bunch of flashlights. That's the first thing you're going to go look at. You're going to be like, who the hell's on my property? And then if he figures out that it's reflecting and he could see the lights reflecting off the trees, he might know. You know what I mean? I'm more apt to believe him because he's actually lives there and he lives there and knows Daniel personally, but he could be lying. We don't know, Daniel would have pointed the finger at Malehya if she wasn't sleeping the whole time. You think so? Probably after this point, too, because they've broken up. I could see that. Hey, Kalisa, good to see you, love. In my opinion, Daniel and Malehya have been fighting because the money situation, so he went outside and she went to bed. The kids were often sleeping in the clothes that they wore. It's so sad, and they neglected them badly. Yeah. There was a lot going on there that I don't think those kids should have been involved in. Wade also stated when Daniel's daughter, was there at his trailer spending the night, Daniel locked her in a room. I don't know, but CPS is all over the case. Yeah, I've heard about some things. I don't know their names, but I've heard that somebody say some things about how he treated his kids as well. CPS was involved in the case because Jack had several black eyes that didn't seem like they could have been caused by a toy. Some of them did, some of them didn't. The problem is the area is so poverty stricken. I don't know what CPS did, but if CPS was investigating them at that time period, and even at the time period that the kids disappeared, then the RCMP needs to be doing more, in my opinion. She left the house because she was kicked out by Daniel's mother after the argument, and the argument allegedly was about meth use. Hey, Tammy, good to see you. Neighbors make up stories like the one they had a big party a day or two before. That was posted by somebody on Facebook as an anonymous user. I have it somewhere on my computer, but like that person, they even said they live about 500 feet from me. Like they're trying too hard to present themselves as coming from the area. I don't think that was a real comment. I think that could have been made by somebody out in California for all we know. His car probably just ran not that good after he did what he had done. He disabled it, in my opinion. That's a possibility. Lastly, yeah, that's kind of what it's alluding to, the neighbor throwing shade because Wong wouldn't even let the RCMP search the property. And that's interesting. Why wouldn't he let him search the property? Does he know more than he's saying? And would he be trying to throw shade because of that? Mysterious nature of the case, fueled by a lack of answers, has garnered international attention. Last week, RCMP announced that cadaver dogs did not find human remains in searches conducted around the property and in areas of high probability in the community. In an interview, Staff Sergeant Rob McCammon reiterated that the case is still being investigated under the Missing Persons Act and is not a criminal case. Unquote.
Hey, Brenda.
Oh my Lord, y'all. I cannot believe this.
Now what the fuck is going on?
How did he pass the lie detector test if his car was coming and going all hours of the daggum night? Y'all, what? Okay. So, a lot of people, like I said, have asked me why I think he passed the lie detector test. So far on the poll, 78% of you said that you think he did do something with the children that night. 19% said that you think he was going to get more math. And then 3% of you said no. You don't think he did anything with the kids last night. Now, what the fuck is going on? Whatever happened to those children where Malehya and Daniel's fall and they need to answer for the children being missing? They should get some kind of something, even if the children ran off into the woods. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know that they necessarily did anything, but I don't know that they didn't. So, and then after hearing this, I'm just more speculative. It's a drunk turkey show, and Daniel is very stand-up dude. He goes by facts and analytics rather than emotions, and that's what rubs people wrong. Like I said, I haven't seen it very much. I've heard some things, but I'm definitely going to check it out, especially if he's on there. I'd like to see that that interview that he does with him. I would love to see that. So I'll definitely check it out. Like I said, I don't know much about it. Okay, we're going to talk about Daniel saying he passed first, and then we'll talk about what the RCMP said. Even when Malehya lived with Cody in his mom's basement, she moved out. There was 130 diapers found. Gross. Yeah, there was. And then that means Grandma lied, saying she heard the kids in the morning. True. But I don't know that she would lie. But then again, she didn't have to take a lie detector test. RCMP might have just told Daniel he passed to keep him talking, in my opinion. Well, we're going to talk about that because it's in court documents. Daniel was 100% sure they wouldn't find the kids in the woods. And that comes back into play, Southern Cats, now, after hearing this about the car. Brenda, thank you so much for becoming a member. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate it. So very sweet. I hope you like the videos you now have access to, and thank you so much for the support. I will grab the haunted train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much, love. I'm going to actually try to find where he says it himself. And then we're going to talk about the documents. I know I've got it on a playlist. We're going to jump over to YouTube. And I'm going to try to find it that way. Oh, it shows up like this. Oh, drunk turkey is pissing on Daniel's leg and telling him it's raining. You think so? Oh, da 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 da. The CBC put it out, and I've got it. That's the interview I'm looking for, but that's somebody else's. I think it's the CBC. Let's try that. Oh my gosh, so much has come out since then. Lord have mercy. Okay, we'll just read it. If the children got out and walked away, they were only 12 minutes ahead of the search. How could they not have found them, 2 little children, in 12 minutes? Well, because they talked about the searcher that had been doing it for 25 years, talked about how much debris and stuff there was in the area, and how they could be under something. They could have crawled in a hole or something to that effect. I did not believe those children could still be out there until I heard her say it herself. With 25 years of experience, just with the layout of the woods and how dense it is, how they could be under there. They could have been out there digging a hole or something and then like laid a bunch of pine straw over it, and it could look like part of the ground. You don't know. I mean, she said that, and it makes me believe it to some extent, but I'm leaning more toward maybe Daniel did do something after hearing this about the car leaving all hours of the night, and them saying it could specifically be Daniel's. But either way, there has been talk of somebody leaving all hours of the night and coming and going and coming and going. Daniel said he was going to clean the kitchen, and he didn't. He wasn't in bed, and he told the news that he went to bed early. Like Malehya even said he wasn't in bed. So I'm more suspicious. In my opinion, Daniel likes games and is trying to play them on the public. Even this new girlfriend of his, all games. Like really, this case has a lot of drama circling Daniel. It does. Hey, everybody coming in. All right, so this is going to go over what Daniel said. I just tried to locate the interview, but I'm not able to. So this is from the CBC. Polygraphs, a blanket, and a boot print. New details of investigation into missing Nova Scotia children revealed. Now, this is what Daniel said, okay? Quote, did you kill Lily and Jack? That was the first question Daniel Martel says he was asked during a polygraph test in the case of 2 missing Nova Scotia children. Quote, I was extremely nervous, said Martel, the stepfather of Lily and Jack Sullivan, who vanished nearly 7 weeks ago at the time this article came out. Quote, it's like your stress level is just astronomically through the roof and your body doesn't know what to do because it's not every day that you're hooked up to machines in an interrogation room when someone asks you questions like that. This was June 19th. I'm going to try one more search for it. I should have found it beforehand, but I was really busy this morning. I found this and wasn't thinking. It might have been that other news station.
I know the truth.
There it is.
I didn't kill Lily and Jack.
It's been 6 weeks now since you've seen Lily and Jack. I just want to ask, how are you holding up?
It's been a long 6 weeks. I know that everybody basically in the world at this point is always wanted to know what happened. It's been from sadness to anger at this point. And I know the RCMP and major crimes are working around the clock trying to piece everything together, and I'm grateful for that. But it always leaves the question, 6 weeks has gone by, and we know at this point they're not in the woods. And where are they?
Did you feel in
So looking back at this interview with more speculation on him now, the way he pauses and like blinks for dramatic effect, I'm starting to notice more. Kim French said there are 4 or 5 abandoned mine shafts far out of that on that property. You can see on Google Maps, and it's outside the radius they search. Abellis has been trying to find out if there had been abandoned mine shafts, so it's very possible. And then, like, if the kids think they're playing hide and seek, they might have heard the people calling for them and thought they were going to get in trouble or anything and, like, went to hide. You know what I mean? Stepdad had to do with stay at home. He put himself front and center, volunteering for interviews. Nobody's forcing him. He's putting on a big show and he enjoys it. I don't know why he's out here doing interviews like that. Like, if you're legit not involved, I get wanting to clear your name, but it's not a good idea to be on YouTube talking about it. If one were taking math, would it cause memory loss? Not to that extent, in my opinion. I don't think to that extent, or you wouldn't remember doing something with the kids. They have no clue when it happened. That's why Malehya tried to get Cindy at 828 to ask what to do. I believe that too. I think it's entirely possible that they could have wandered off and she had no clue what to do. Hey, Sassy Goji. And they might have had, hey, Beach Brum. They might have had, math in the house, and so they got rid of it before they called the police. On the dispatch, it says the last time they saw them was at 8 a.m., and they didn't call until 9:40 or 10 to 10. The night before. You think it was the night before, and that's possible.
the beginning that they suspected you?
Of course. The stepfather was always a prime suspect right off the beginning.
You felt that from the beginning?
Did. Yeah.
But you don't feel that now?
No, I don't feel that at all. I asked for the lie detector exam, the polygraph exam. I gave them my phone. I told them I, do drug tests because there's a lot of rumors online about a drug party. Mm-hmm. I know the person that said those rumors, and it was just to take the heat off themselves.
Was there any kind of party?
So, and he says there was no party the night before, but the comment says Wednesday, not Thursday. Now he's saying, I know the person who said that, and they're just trying to take the heat off themselves. If he's referencing the Wong guy, which he very well could be, he could be referencing the Wong guy and saying he's just trying to take heat off himself. And then him saying that, I saw Daniel's car come in all hours of the night. I know it was Daniel's car. Could be another way of him trying to take the heat off himself. In his defense. Devil's advocate, how confident can we be that this new information is accurate for the night in question? We can't. Both neighbors could be lying. One neighbor says that he knows it was Daniel's car, but he could be lying. It really stood out to me that he was talking about he knows who said that there was a party the night before and that he's trying to take heat off himself. It makes me think that maybe it was the same people. Because that comment said, I live 500 feet from them, The kids left Thursday, in my opinion, and they had to clean up all the math and get everything in order to be searched to get the story straight and also come down off the math a little bit. Possibly. Makes sense. Or it could be stuck in a sinkhole or mine shaft. Little bodies can get stuck in tiny places and are hard to find. Yep. Oh, Lord, I read that wrong. I thought you said I still stay mathed up. I was like, Brenda, Lord have mercy. You think they were mathed up. Okay. In my opinion, says Kim French, two neighbors wouldn't lie. Cindy feels hinky when vehicle described doesn't make all that noise, in my opinion. Yeah. Unless it stopped running. Like, it's not that hard to make your vehicle stop running. So if you use that vehicle to commit a crime of some sort, and then you're going to have to call the police in the morning, you could easily make that vehicle not work anymore. But the police would be able to see tire tracks and tell that it had recently been used and all of the things. So I don't know how well that would work.
No.
Was there any kind of gathering that
No.
someone might have thought was a party?
No.
There were no people at the house?
No. Not the night
That's
before.
true.
Okay, you mentioned you offered to take a polygraph test.
Yeah.
Did the RCMP take you up on that?
Yes, it did.
And how did that unfold?
That unfolded in my favor. They obviously know I wasn't lying about anything.
So they said, yep, great, thank you, come in
Yeah.
for a polygraph test.
Yeah, it took a little while to set up, and
When did you do that test?
I don't know the exact date, but that would be at least 3 weeks ago, probably.
So roughly 3 weeks after the disappearance.
Yeah.
And I think most Canadians wouldn't have any idea what's involved with that. Can you describe the process? You go in and just tell us right from the start.
We go in, sit down in a big comfy chair, and they have multiple sensory pads. You have them underneath your forearms, you have them underneath your butt, and you have them underneath your feet with your shoes off. You have a sweat gland on one finger. You have a measuring instrument for blood flow that goes in and out of your hand, and you have a cuff on your arm for blood pressure to measure your pulse.
Were you nervous?
Yeah, I was extremely nervous. Especially with the first question they asked you, did you kill Lilly and Jack?
That was the first question they asked you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So allegedly he did have another girlfriend, Tammy, and allegedly she's standing in the driveway with him when they interviewed Janie, his mother. You can see people standing in the driveway, and we speculated whether that was the new girlfriend. I don't know if she has kids, but evidently they broke up, and she said some things as well, like that, alleging that he plays games, head games, and things like that. In my opinion, Daniel feels guilty for neglect, and because he knows they waited a long time to call because they weren't paying attention to the kids at all. And that's a possibility too. All of these are possible. That's why Janie was raking to cover up the tracks and the other tracks, in my opinion. Yes, she talked about raking for that pool, but I've also seen Mr. Speculating poured concrete for like 25 years. So when we got our pool that we used to have, and he was setting it up, like he was out there raking and digging and like using like a stick with string to make sure it was level all the way around, like setting it up perfectly. She could have been set doing that, or she could have been raking the driveway. I don't know. That's kind of weird for me, but I could see it happening where you want to put the pool because I've seen it done before, but I don't know. It's an odd thing. I haven't seen that picture of Daniel and his brother on the ATV, but people are saying there were cement buckets on the back of it. I have that picture. I'll see what I can find. I'll pull it up. Mariska, good to see you. Enough with the black eyes. When kids are hyper and run, they get black eyes and bumps on their heads. And these teachers know that. I don't know if you're behind, but I'll type in chat my response.
What went through your mind when someone's asking you that question so point blank like that?
Your mind has a massive release of chemicals, I guess you would call them. It's like your stress levels just astronomically through the roof, and your body doesn't know what to do because it's not every day the way you're hooked up to machines in an interrogation room where someone asks you questions like that.
What other kinds of questions did they ask you?
All the questions pertain to the death of Lilly and Jack. Are you accessory to the murder of Lilly and Jack? They were all.
So all of the questions assumed that the children are no longer alive?
Yeah.
There were no questions at all about, did you take them somewhere? Could
No.
they be somewhere?
Mariska said the RCMP would have checked the geolocations and phones to prove that neighbor's report. Yeah, probably. And they would know if it's true or not. But, I mean, thinking about the RCMP in this case, they didn't even look at trail cams until 2 weeks later. They just brought cadaver dogs up, and it's been, what, six months now? So I question a lot of things with the RCMP. So are you caught up with us right now? Because the only reason I asked is because you were talking about the black eyes, and we had been talking about that previously. I didn't want you to think I was like ignoring you, and I wanted you to know, be part of the conversation. Believing any woman in his life for 5 minutes makes me think it was just for her and for her own notoriety. Maybe, but I think he was with her for a little bit. Yeah, I don't think that you're caught up. I do believe someone took the kids or they are in the woods, she says. When you get caught up with us here, look at your screen and see if the red line is behind. Well, I don't know. Maybe just low dental care.
No.
The police have done a number of polygraph tests. They've done 53 formal interviews. Do you know who these people are?
Yeah.
That's a lot of interviews.
It is a lot of interviews. A lot of them are my family, people who live in the area. And those interviews, typically, my interview was 4 hours. And a lot of the interviews from my family were 1-2 hours. So there's a lot of time taken up and they ask detailed questions.
Do you know who else actually took a polygraph test?
I mean, I do, but I'm not going to say anything that's going to impede the investigation.
Okay. When did you find out the result of your test?
Immediately right after.
What did they say to you?
You did a good job, you passed.
And how did that feel?
Good.
So that's where he says, you did a good job, you passed. And a lot of people have said, well, why do you think he passed a lie detector test just because he said it? I don't believe anything he says that comes out of his mouth. Well, he said that. And then we had this report that came out April 22nd. And we can go back to that video if you guys want to continue talking about that one. Excuse me, specifically. This article is titled RCMP Scrutiny of Missing Nova Scotia Children Mother Stepfather Suggests No Criminal Involvement. And it says details of mother's police statement and timelines released in new documents. This is one of a couple that talk about what I want to talk about specifically about Daniel. It reads, newly released court documents are shedding fresh light on the search for 2 missing Nova Scotia children and how police subsequently combed through bank records, phone data, and GPS information to track the movements of their mother and stepfather leading up to their disappearance in May. I want to pause right there and talk about, if you want to talk about the geolocation for the neighbors, when they did all of that, I would think they would have gotten that stuff from the neighbors and checked it. But if Mr. Wong won't even let them search the property, then he might not have given his phone over. I mean, if he's not wanting them to search property for nefarious reasons, he's going to say no when they ask for the phone and tell them they have to get a court order. And that's a possibility. The problem, and I'll have to look through my pictures, because I have the one with the guy on the 4-wheeler, the brother on the 4-wheeler with the clean boots. And I have one with Jack's black eye. I don't know if it's in these or not, or if it was like during a previous search. I'm scrolling through to get way back here. Okay, so we're in the area. Okay, we'll come back to that because I'm going to read this article first, and then we'll come back to those pictures. CPS, but see, there's allegations that CPS was involved at the time that the kids went missing, and they had been called over and over again. Some of them black eyes that Jack had, the one that was in the photo, looked questionable. I've got 4 kids myself that are very rambunctious and would give each other black eyes playing with toys and things, but they never had the black eye where like the eyelid and the whole eye is black, unless one of them like hit each other in the face when they were fighting and when they were very little, and that didn't happen very often. And it's awful how a big old pile of wood was strategically placed right under the swing so the kids could not use the swing set. Well, I mean, that could be because it's not the best swing set. That swing set was put there for his kids before, and maybe it deteriorated over time. I don't know. Also, he didn't even know that Jack and Lily lived with Daniel when his kids go to school with Jack and Lily. Really? Wong didn't know that. Wong has kids, so that makes me less suspicious of him. I think so too. I really feel sad for her. I think she really does care, and her frustration and fear for the children comes across badly to some of the public. All right, I could see that. You talking about Janie? The time is skewed. they were not gone for only 20 minutes. I agree with you there. Was Wong paid for the interview? Good question, and I don't know. I believe Junkyard Janie did all that on purpose so the kids could not use the swing set. She could not stand them, in my opinion. I mean, and that's possible, but I hope not. Well, they said in the dispatch call, which I have, that the last time they were heard was in the bedroom at 8 o'clock. But I still think you're behind. All right, let me continue reading this. The redacted records, which were released at the request of CBC News, the Globe and Mail, and the Canadian Press, include 12 record access orders filed by the RCMP and revealed that as of July 16th, investigators did not believe the case was criminal in nature. Lilly Sullivan 6 and Jack Sullivan 4 were reported missing on the morning of May 2nd when police received a 911 call at 10:01 a.m. And again, per the dispatch call, the children were last seen playing in their room around 8 a.m. Yet they called 911 at 10:01, saying that they were sleeping, that Lily was poking her head in and out of the bedroom. Meadow was asleep in the bed with Malehya and Daniel, and Jack is in the kitchen playing. The last time they were actually seen was 8:01. So they could have been missing from 8:01 to, they could have left right after they were checked on, and then 911 wasn't called until 10, giving them a long time to go missing. There's also an account of a woman pulled over on the side of the road with a gold sedan and the back door open, like she's kind of coaxing kids in there, is what it sounded like. And there's two children, a boy and a girl, that match Lily and Jack's description, walking down the road toward the woman with the door open to the vehicle. Now, they said that they could have been a little bit older in age, but the woman was just judging by their body size. I genuinely agree that there's some credit to be had with that, and we talked about that in a previous video as well. Hey, Abel, it's good to see you. Okay, continuing with the article. Lily Sullivan 6 and Jack Sullivan 4 were reported missing on the morning of May 2nd when police received a 911 call at 10:01 a.m. from their mother, Malehya Brooks Murray, saying they had wandered away from their home in Lansdowne Station, about 140 kilometers northeast of Halifax. RCMP arrived 26 minutes later at 10:27 a.m. The mysterious disappearance sparked an extensive grid search that spanned 8.5 square kilometers of mostly dense woods around the home and included wells, mine shafts, and waterways. The case has gripped people across Canada and around the world, prompting 740 tips to police, more than 9,300 videos, which RCMP said are being evaluated and prioritized by major crime investigators. In a statement to CBC News this week, RCMP spokesperson Alison Gerard said the disappearance remains a very active investigation. The Nova Scotia RCMP is using every available resource to help locate Jack and Lily and determine the circumstances of their disappearance, she said. When asked whether the investigation has turned criminal in recent weeks, Jared said that only that a tremendous amount of careful, deliberate investigative work is going on. The Major Crime Unit continues to investigate Jack and Lily's disappearance under the Missing Persons Act, and a team remains committed to exploring all possible scenarios, she said. In the early weeks of the investigation, RCMP sought to access all the electronic devices and data used by the Hold on a minute. Hey, Mark, good to see you. Chewing up, AS noted, and causing chaos in the background. Oh, yeah, Basil was. He wouldn't go on theories unless there is evidence. He will be on today. You talking about Daniel? Daniel has something to do with the big drug use out there. They are in the middle of nowhere, and they are not used to people in their business. And I think the RCMP is involved in the drug. Oh, Lord, Ashton. I hope not. When Daniel checked on them at midnight, could he have been when he realized they were missing? That's why car going back and forth, he could have been looking for them. Blue Jay, that's a good theory. That's a real good theory. Very possible if it was his car and all that, you know. Anything is possible but evidence. People love crazy pure theories. Well, we speculate over here. So, I mean, everybody's open to their thoughts, opinions, and speculations, but they are just that, thoughts, opinions, and speculations. Unfortunately, nobody knows what happened with the children, even as much as I wish that we did. It took the RCMP so long that people and their brains just went into overdrive, which is understandable wanting answers. Right. I agree. Good to see you, Mark. Okay. Continuing. In the early weeks of the investigation, RCMP sought to access all electronic devices and data used by Brooks Murray and her then boyfriend, Daniel Martel, during the period between May 1st at 2:25 p.m. and May 2nd at 10:27 a.m. when the police arrived. Location data from various sources, including global positioning systems, cell phone tower locations, and bio metadata, can tell investigators the historical location of the device, said the RCMP member Corporal Curl in her written request to the court. Quote, logs such as call logs, chat logs, email logs will show investigators who Malehya and Daniel were in contact with prior to Jack and Lilly going missing and verify the information that they have provided to the police. Officers also accessed their bank records using their transaction histories to cross-reference timelines previously provided to the police by Martel and Brooks Murray. Quote, I'm completely open and transparent with everything on the case. They know my life inside and out, and I was happy to share it with them, Martel said this week in reaction to the release of court records. It is important for me because Jack and Lilly were my stepkids, and there's 2 innocent children that are missing. RCMP also accessed Brooks Murray's Text Plus account, a phone app she used for Wi-Fi calling. By the time police sought the records in early July, the court records said Brooks Murray had, quote, deleted that app because she doesn't need it anymore, unquote. Regardless, RCMP was able to access her account. You can't even find evidence without speculation of where to look to begin with. I agree with that. The vehicle, again, I don't know if you've caught up with us yet, but the vehicle is on the property and allegedly disabled. But, I was thinking that maybe he could have made the vehicle unable to be driven after he used it that night to go back and forth. But, I mean, and that's just speculation, obviously. Even with that, though, I would think the RCMP or the police would be able to tell by the tire tracks and all of that, looking at the wheels and the rocks and debris. I mean, there's several ways to tell if a vehicle has recently been used. And if they check that, then they would know. A lot of people think that it could have been the ATV. You know what I'm thinking, though? They talk about Malehya's car not being loud, but remember, he said he jumped in the car and searched all the culverts in the area, and then he got on the ATV and searched those as well before the cops got there. So if he used one of those vehicles the night before, the cops wouldn't have been as suspicious about those because he had said that he just used them to look for the children. And that was before the cops got there, but after 911 was called. Yeah, RCMP just brought out cadaver dogs last week, which don't make no sense. All right, continuing. On May 12th, Martel and Brooks Murray did separate polygraph tests with different officers. According to court documents filed by the RCMP, both passed. So, I mean, if we got a court document from the RCMP saying that both passed, it's more than just Daniel's word saying that he passed. But again, if we're not even going to count the car, okay, if we're going to count the car completely out, when both of them talk about that night, Malehya says Daniel was going to stay up and clean the kitchen for her that night, and she don't know what time he came to bed. Daniel says he went to bed early and never got out of bed. Like, even those two stories don't add up. Yet they both passed the polygraph test? Hey, Rubber, good to see you. Hold on, my mouse was being crazy. Good to see you, good to see you. Kalisa Katz, I don't know a lot about RCMP, but it seems like they were behind the ball. I believe that there's a history of terrible investigations. And unfortunately, good to see you, Rachel. I have to say that's right on point with what I've heard as well.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Hold on just a minute. I know, Mark, right? Why did they wait 6 freaking months to bring out cadaver dogs? There. Hold on. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think. How did he pass the polygraph test? I mean, even with just Malehya saying that he stayed up all night and cleaned the kitchen and him saying that he came to bed and went to bed early, one of them's got to be lying, but both of them passed the polygraph test per court documents. Mariska, can you hear me talking right now? What did Lori say? Lori? Okay. I'm going to save that comment. Let me know when, if y'all see, tell me when you're caught up. Okay, Martel has told the CBC he asked RCMP to do a polygraph test. He said all of the questions were focused on whether he killed Lily and Jack. Malehya, quote, Malehya willingly agreed to undergo a polygraph examination in relation to this investigation in an effort to eliminate her as a suspect in causing her children's disappearance and possible homicide, unquote, Curl wrote in a May 16th court application. As investigators comment, and investigators' comment is included in a document stating, quote, I do not have reasonable grounds to believe a criminal offense has occurred because Jack and Lily are still missing. Polygraph examinations were conducted with the intention of ruling out that possibility, unquote. The documents also show Janie McKenzie, Martel's mother, did a polygraph test on June 10th. Her physiology was not suitable for analysis and no opinion was rendered. Now, we've talked about that before. I think that just because she's such an animated person and high anxiety in general, that she would not be a good candidate to have a polygraph either. Hey, Lala. The passing polygraph statement comes from law enforcement, from court documents. Yes, ma'am. I'll go back up. According to court documents filed by the RCMP, both passed the polygraph test. And it's interesting that you say that about his brother. While we're talking about that, somebody said that there were cement buckets on the back of the ATV, and I've got the pictures pulled up. Okay. I see what you're talking about, but I don't think it's cement buckets. I'm going to pull this up real quick and we'll go back to the article in a minute. So there was in that video, I do believe the video I just put out, they say that the people who lived on the property was Malehya Brooks, Daniel, Lily and Jack's stepdad, the 1-year-old child, which would be Meadow, and Daniel's mother. But the brother was living there at the time, and there's no mention of him after this day. Abellis sent me this photo showing me that, his boots were absolutely 100% clean, even though he was supposed to be out searching. This on the back is not cement buckets. Oh, this is, though. Looks like it anyway. I see what I was confused. That does look like things of cement. Maybe for the pool? Yeah, he was suspicious to me as well, but why is he never mentioned again? Did he just disappear that day? You don't think they never ever went to bed? There is nothing said about the brother. Oh, you're caught up. Okay, good. You had said, where is the 5-speed car at the dad's? All I know about his car is that the dad said that it wasn't working. I don't know where it's located at. I would think if for the dad to say it's not working, it would maybe have to be at his house. I don't see it in the yard. But I don't know that he didn't disable the car after he used it that night. But again, if the RCMP, they would have ways to check and see when the last time that car was used, I would think. So Kate said, I don't know what's up with him. I've heard it wasn't true that he lived there, so I don't know. I've heard that too. Good to see you, Kate K. I've heard that too, but like clearly he's here, and it was said in the beginning of the investigation that he did live there, but he's never mentioned again. It looks pink. It could possibly be red and like a little sun faded. But I mean, and again, the ATV seems to be clean, and he says that he took that vehicle out that morning to search. Now, I don't know if Malehya's car is loud. People are saying it's not. But he took the car out after they called 911 and before the police got there. So there's an excuse for the ATV and the car to have recently been used that morning, and the police wouldn't necessarily be checking them as much. So if it was the ATV leaving all hours of the night, the ATV would have also just been used to search for Jack and Lilly while they were waiting for the cops to get there. So they wouldn't be able to tell anything from that either. And unless they took some kind of forensics out there to test the ATV, which I mean, it took them what a month to get the trail cams from the area. Like I don't know. I question that. It took us a long time to hear about the woman standing on the side of the road with the gold sedan with her door open, appearing to be coaxing two children that resembled Jack and Lilly in description into the vehicle, or saying, getting them to try to come to the vehicle, even though she said they looked a bit older. Not everyone can tell ages. It's good to see you, Abellis. Thank you for being here. I think he could have been in the kitchen, but not cleaning the kitchen, but cleaning his glass pot. It's possible. I hope not. It's red and sun faded. That's what I'm thinking. I wonder if Daniel didn't convince Malehya to give kids to someone for money, thinking they'd issue an Amber Alert and get the kids back. I doubt it. She was getting a lot of money from the state or the area for having the kids. She got some kind of benefits that somebody spoke about. So I don't think it would have. I don't know. That's a bit much, and I would think they would fail the polygraph. We're going to go this way to talk about the black eye. I don't know if I have a picture of it on here, though. That's from the Victoria Martens case we're going to talk about later. Hold on. I don't think I have one on here because these are all different cases. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I don't think I have any on here because these are all different cases. Dang. I mean, I don't know about the black eye. The black eye looks suspicious because it appeared to be all the way around his eye instead of like a scratch underneath, like Daniel said that it was from the Tonka toy. And it didn't appear to be that way to me. My kids have had black eyes. They're very rambunctious, but none the way that one was. I mean, like his whole eye appeared to be black, like he got smacked in the face or something, and it was just a little odd to me. I've always said the brother had something to do with it. Nobody wants to do a deep dive into the brother. There's nothing that can be found on the brother, really. And it is interesting and questionable. Daniel also said he was running through the woods looking for them. He doesn't look very dirty or wet. No, he doesn't. Yeah. But he did have the scratches on his fingers, and we talked about that. Hold on. Hold on. That's the comment from the about the party. They live 500 feet from me, eh? I didn't even know kids lived there at all. I thought it was a drug house. There's always cars there, and it's so odd to me, but I can't remember clearly if it was Wednesday or Thursday. But there was so many cars there on that particular day that the driveway was full, and a car was even seen parked on the side of the main road. It was like 2 p.m. at the latest. I remember driving past, judging them, thinking how they were probably in there sharing a crack pipe or whatever, LOL. And then boom, Friday, this all comes out from an anonymous post. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think that was a lie. I might not have it. Yeah, that's the last one. Well, you can look at the interviews where he's holding the phone, and you can see that his phone is clearly, I mean, his hand is clearly scratched up. Hey, Max. They passed the polygraph test because they could have honestly said they did not kill the children. Need different polygraphs with different questions about what time the kid went. Yeah, that's a good point. They were asked specifically about the homicide of Jack and Lilly Sullivan, and he even said that in the beginning of that interview that we just saw right here, as a matter of fact. And he did say all of the questions that he was asked pertain to the homicide of Jack and Lilly. So maybe they weren't asking the right questions. But do you think he'd still be a little bit nervous enough for the polygraph to pick it up? Okay, the article continues. On June 12th, Cody Sullivan, the children's biological father, also did a polygraph and was determined to be truthful. Cindy Brooks Murray, the children's maternal grandmother, and her boyfriend, Wade Paris, both passed polygraph tests on July 2nd. Some details of the 6 polygraph tests, including questions asked and officers' notes, are redacted in the documents. Since the children disappeared 3.5 months ago at the time of the article, their mother has avoided making public statements. The newly released documents provide summaries of 5 statements Malehya Brooks provided to the RCMP. In her first police interview, she described Martel as, quote, an involved parent who would help her, especially when she was overwhelmed, unquote. She said he wasn't aggressive with the children, but, quote, he had a voice they would listen to, unquote. Brooks Murray told RCMP there was never any physical discipline. In other sections where police summarized her account of the relationship, the document is heavily redacted. The pair haven't spoken since May 3rd. Brooks Murray did, however, call RCMP at 12:45 a.m. on May 3rd to report that the children's biological father might have picked them up and taken them to New Brunswick. RCMP showed up at Cody Sullivan's house at 2:50 a.m. Cody said he had not seen Jack and Lilly in 3 years and confirmed they were not with him, Curl said in her court application. On May 7th, RCMP spoke to Sullivan again because a tip said that he had been seen by a hotel employee in New Brunswick. Police confirmed once again he was at home in Nova Scotia. Later that month, RCMP requested all camera footage at the Cobbett Pass, the location of a toll plaza on the Trans-Canadian Highway in northern Nova Scotia, about 70 kilometers from the New Brunswick border, between May 1st at 2:25 p.m. and May 3rd at 3 a.m. The children were on video surveillance at the Dollarama in New Glasgow, a town about 20 kilometers northeast of Lansdowne Station, at 12:25 p.m. on Thursday before their disappearance. Quote, this time frame will encompass the time frame between when they were last seen and when Cody Sullivan was confirmed to be in Nova Scotia. Footage from this timeline will assist investigators with independently verifying Cody Sullivan's statement to police and confirm Jack and Lilly did not leave Nova Scotia, unquote, wrote Curl in her application. It's not clear from the documents what the camera footage did or did not confirm. Martel said he had no idea Brooks Murray called the RCMP the first night to report Sullivan might have taken the children. Quote, I was so exhausted on the night of May 2nd, I went to bed. I still remember that I sat on the bed, I gave Malehya a hug and everything, and then I literally passed out cold because I was so tired from searching all day. I fell asleep at 9:09, unquote, he said. Now that would be the day after they had been missing. I think they did. Which house, Mariska? To be sure, they searched his house. Oh, you're talking about Wong's house? They might not have. Because if he told them they couldn't search the area and they couldn't get a good enough reason to believe that they needed to search it through, like to get a judge to sign off on it, they might not have searched that house. My thoughts, I think someone has the kids. Why, I don't know. It's possible. I don't know what to think. I think that either somebody has them or they wandered off and they're still in them woods and haven't been found yet. Cody's house? Well, if they located him and knew where he was the whole entire time from when the kids were last seen on the Dollarama until they went to his house at 3 o'clock in the morning, they wouldn't have a reason to search it. But I would hope they still did just for good measure. You know? That's sus. How do you know the exact time you fell asleep? Good question. I couldn't tell you the exact time I fell asleep last night. But I don't know, maybe being in shock and trauma, I don't know, the trauma of the whole day. I'm like 4 minutes behind, but maybe they were considered to have passed the polygraph because they passed on the questions about the kids, but could have failed on other questions like were you cleaning the kitchen on the night of, etc. That's true. And it seems like they were asked questions about the homicide of them. If they didn't homicide them, then maybe that's why. Right? It's still possible because there are adults that go missing in woods and aren't found for years, and the woods look pretty bad. But it would be odd, I think, given everything we know now. Yeah, it's possible, but I don't know. Who says I fell asleep at 9:09, right? Like, why not say about 9:10? Per way, Malehya was losing all her benefits and had back pay like 36,000. That's the financial stress I was talking about. I remember him saying that. But, well, they checked bank records, but that doesn't mean it wasn't a cash transaction. Unless they didn't talk to anybody about it on a phone, on an email, or nothing, just strictly in person and got cash. But I hope not. Quote, you think she would have told me that the next day, but nothing, unquote, talking about that she thought that maybe the Cody taking the kids. Brooks Murray told police she was awake for most of the first night the children were gone. She slept between 3 and 6 a.m. The documents describe in detail how the family spent the days leading up to the disappearance running errands. On Wednesday, April 30th, all five, including Jack and Lily's baby sister, went to Brooks Murray's grandmother's house to do laundry at 2 p.m. More than an hour later, Brooks Murray took the baby with her to go get a license plate for her car, while Martel stayed at her grandmother's house with Jack and Lilly. According to the documents, they went to the Old Rama in Millbrook to get gas, and she stopped to get a vape for Daniel at High Grade. The entire family later went for groceries and eventually arrived back home at 10:19 p.m. On May 1st, Jack and Lily didn't go to school. The entire family went to New Glasgow in the afternoon and were home for the evening. Brooks Murray initially said she put Jack and Lily to bed at 9, then changed that time to 10 in a later statement to police. That's not good. She changed the time from 9 to 10, but I could see it maybe, just saying it initially because you're in shock and not remembering exactly what time they went to sleep. But as time went on, you remembered things a little bit better and realized that no, it was about 10 o'clock that they went to bed. I mean, you got a point, Lorian. Excuse me. I find it super weird too that the lie detector test was all about homicide, yet it's not classified as a criminal case. Yep. Great point, Shelby.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Great point. You're absolutely not in the woods. They're absolutely not in the woods. You don't think so? Well, the one lady that does the searches and has been doing it for 25 years said they could absolutely still be out in the woods. That's the only reason I think that. If she had not said that and had that amount of experience, I would say absolutely not. They're not in those woods as much as everybody has checked. But with her saying that, I don't know. It made me kind of question it a little bit more. It makes it look bad why the cops wouldn't ask you, did you give the kids to somebody? It's almost as if they knew. Well, I don't think any cop would come out and think that automatically. I would think maybe they had been asked that because, as we can tell by the documents, a lot of what they asked them has been redacted. I would think that if they thought that, they would ask them that. But I don't like the rules of the Amber Alert system. Malehya was talking about Amber Alerts, and I think if they'd have been able to issue one, if the kids had been taken, if they'd have closed all the ports, then they might have been found. A hurricane and no clear out afterwards. Only a couple of roads, no traffic. Yeah. Karen said, I don't believe they were ever in the woods. Remember, Grandma had to carry Jack out because he couldn't go over some of the limbs. Yep. And she said he absolutely wouldn't go out there by himself. And she also said that Lily would also say, come on, Jackie, come on, Jackie, come on, Jackie, to get him to go with her. And she didn't hear that morning. When you report kids missing, they automatically jump to the parent did something bad to the child. It happened to me. I'm so sorry, Kim. That's awful. A lot of times it's thought, and a lot of times unfortunately it happens because when you're talking about children, the one that's in contact with them most would be the parents, and unfortunately it turns out to be the case quite a bit. But I'm sorry that happened to you. Okay, let me see. I gave them all the information they needed to find my kids, and it took them some time. So while they were looking, they were accusing me. I'm so sorry that happened, but I'm glad they found them. How did they not find a boot or a jacket or a backpack or a snack wrapper or a treat or anything in the woods? That's why I don't, Snarky Pants, now that you say that, they talk about Jack wearing the pamper. The pamper would have been loaded that morning, and the pamper, to the extent that when the child walked, it would have literally fell down his little legs, and he'd be out there stark naked. So where is the pamper at? It wasn't in the trash. It wasn't in the yard. It wasn't in the woods. The dogs would have smelled that. Where's the pamper? Somebody said at one point that they should have looked in the trash cans that were out by the road and checked them for a pamper. Mariska said they ruled out the criminal aspect once they looked at the evidence, from what I can gather. Yeah, and I see that, but my only concern is the fact that it took them so long to get the trail cams and etc. But if they gave them a polygraph and they passed the polygraphs, then they feel like there's no criminal aspect to it. And if they're saying that, they're probably right. I mean, they got more training than all of us do, Rachel said, it's still possible that they are in the woods. I live near a national forest and people are found years later that go missing hunting or hiking. Yep. Remember, they just found Travis Decker after searching that area for so long. Okay. Okay. According to Brooks Murray, Martel stayed up and she didn't know what time he came to bed. She said she heard the kids giggling, laughing, and talking to each other in their shared bedroom in the early hours on May 2nd, Friday. She was fading in and out of sleep, but when she heard silence, she told Martel, and they started checking inside and outside of their home before Brooks Murray called 911. In the chaotic hours that followed, an extensive search ensued with more than 100 trained volunteers combing the woods, accompanied by air support from helicopters and drones. Loved ones from all sides of Jack and Lily's family frantically looked for signs of the children. Around 4 p.m., relatives of Brooke Murray came out of the woods saying they had found a pink blanket down the road from the children's home. The blanket was seized by the RCMP and photographs were taken. According to the documents, a police dog walked for about 1 kilometer in the area and did not pick up a scent. Another piece of the blanket was seized from a garbage bag in a bin at the end of the family's driveway. Martel tells the CBC it was the same blanket, but it had been ripped apart. Brooks Murray told police it was Lily's LOL doll blanket that she had sometimes dragged around with her, but had decided she no longer wanted. Martel had been using it to stop a draft around a door, according to her statements. Quote, Malehya took the blanket from the door because the weather was getting nicer about a week before she threw it into the garbage. Unquote, the document said. Quote, there was already a piece missing from it when she did that because Daniel ripped it off when he put it up. RCMP had previously said a pink blanket that was seized on Lansdowne Road early on in the search is being forensically examined. An impression casting of a boot print found in the nearby woods was also taken to the lab for testing. An investigator's comment states in a July 16th document that, quote, because Lily's boot print was confirmed to be a size 11, it is consistent with the boot print located on the pipeline trail of the search area, unquote. Multiple loved ones, including Martel, his mother, and the children's paternal grandmother, Belinda Gray, have all told CBC they do not believe the children are in the woods. Ashton said, because they're not in the fucking woods. Rachel said, I'm sure they have an idea when they went missing. It's obvious those kids were neglected. And I say slightly neglected. I think they should have been keeping a better eye on them. I don't know. It's all very questionable. I don't know what to make of all of it. I wish that they would be found. The detective looked at me in the eye and said, I think you did something to your kids. I said, absolutely not. And an hour later, someone came in and whispered in Dude's ear as they were all leaving. They said, we found your kids. I said, I told you I didn't do anything to them. I'm sorry you had to go through that. They have to lie. I mean, they have the ability to lie to try to get you to confess. And that could have been what happened, but that's got to be scary to go through regardless, you know? I'm sorry, though. They cannot base their decision on just the lie detector test. They have to look at the forensics analysis, such as bank transactions, geolocations, phone records, texts, as well as laptops. Yeah, about the only way they could get away with getting rid of the kids for some kind of financial gain would be to talk to somebody in person, never on a cell phone, and get cash for it. But I don't think that happened. I really don't. I'm not sure they have an idea when they went missing. It's obvious. Yep. I wonder if they even made it home that night. They had a bunch of stuff to do the day before. Who knows if something happened to them? And that's one thing, we can't prove that they made it home that night. And everybody's just kind of stuck in thinking that they went missing that night. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm glad that they were found, though. Yeah. Daniel, his brother, and Janice are the ones that should be looked at. I believe Malehya knew. Oh, shouldn't be looked at. I believe Malehya knew what is going on. But then how did she pass the lie detector test again? Maybe because they were questioned specifically about the homicides? And after they got bruises, they said the ones from before, they smiled, no bruises, sad faces. Yeah. I mean, in the pictures we have, they seem to be doing crafts and they're smiling and happy. I think, like, looking at Malehya, even how beautiful she is when she first got with Daniel and then afterwards, I think there was substance abuse. And I think they could have been neglected. I do. Oh yeah, that's right. The school did supply them with coats in the winter and warm clothes to wear. And they were reported, but CPS never took them, so why did they never take them? I don't know. I want to know whose damn car was coming and going all hours of the night. I want to know if they asked them about that when they gave them the lie detector test. You know? They used the bank transactions to track the size of Lily's boot. The purchase receipt was then used to see where and when the boots were purchased. That's how they know the size, boot size and brand. Oh yeah, I think that, I mean, they said they checked all that and the like records and all of that. I believe that. I just, if he did something, it might not have went through the bank or been through a text message and all of that, you know? It was smart thinking. The blanket has nothing to, yeah, they said they used it to stop the draft. Hey, wait, what? Good to see you. Only 120 folks live in the community. Daniel grew up there, and Earl owns 100 plus acres. This is going to cost them all, in my honest opinion. It will be forever remembered for this, especially if they don't find them. Yeah, A lot of people have said if they make themselves believe their own lies, they will pass. But could he truly believe his own lies to the extent he has no physical reaction when he lies? Is it true Malehya left all the clean clothes at her grandma's? If that's true, maybe she did have a plan of some kind. I've heard that, but I've not been able to verify it. That's why it takes so long to gather evidence and make a determination. But 6 months and they're just bringing cadaver dogs in? I don't know. I'm a little disappointed. But there's a lot we don't know. CPS was very reluctant to take Native children from their parents because of the past, dealing with how they used to take Native children and put them in the schools. Yeah, they weren't put on, they didn't have their registration though until after they went missing, from what I know. Or what I've heard. Sorry, not what I know, what I've heard. I don't know what to think, y'all. I don't. I'm concerned. I'm worried about this car situation. I don't know. I know that since y'all told me that the drunk turkey is talking to him tonight, supposed to be anyway, I'm definitely going to check that out and see what's said, because hopefully they've gotten this out and like are going to talk about it. That's true too, Tammy. She might be suffering from postpartum depression and not necessarily drug use. That's very true. It's very possible. They both came into it, I believe, due to residue or somehow a touch. That's why both are gone, and that's why it's being covered up. Oh, you think they got a hold of the substances? It is odd for somebody to kidnap 2 children at one time, especially when allegedly Lily screamed the way she did. My daggum chat jumps. Hezzy McNeely, good to see you and nice to meet you. The sticker they found on the trail could be from the blood lab where Malehya gave blood a couple of days before. Well, the sticker they found was down by the bridge, and it was a child sticker, if I remember correctly. I don't think it was that type of sticker, but I could be wrong. People pass if a question is asked in such a way, only listening the way it's asked you could pass, and that's another good point. Sadly, we probably only know about 20% of the facts. Of course, I pray that they are somewhere safe. I do too. We don't know all the facts, that's for damn sure. Didn't it take them like a year or something to find the Slater kid's missing boy, and they searched for him so much? I don't know. I just hope whatever happened they are found soon. Yeah. The one that was in the chimney you're talking about? Daniel grew up there, makes him look even worse. He knows all the good hiding spot. He knows the deep fishing holes. He knows everywhere around there. I mean, you know, to your credit, we used to talk about the Augie hole where you could throw somebody and they would never be found. You know, places like that everywhere. Mr. Speculating knows about somewhere we're about to move to. So if I go missing, just know it's him. I'm just kidding. In the ditch, good to see you. Both Daniel and Malehya's pupils are telltale signs of drug abuse, in my opinion. Could be. Snarky Pants, I'll be honest with you. I went in there and I talked and she kind of ignored me. Not that I, expect to go somewhere and like talk and they be like, oh my God. It wasn't that at all. Like I asked questions and she would read every single chat and like skip mine. It seemed purposely, like because she would read every chat above mine and every chat below my chat. So I think she doesn't really like me very much. I don't know why. But I haven't been over there in a while. I'll definitely check her out and see what she has to say. I better behave, right? All right, so I'm going to move on. Yeah, see, I don't know, man. Because I'm very much about open opinions and speculations and listening to everybody's point of view and not being rude about it, you know? There wasn't evidence enough to prove physical abuse. Neglect was evident as the house was messy, but when you look at the baby's pictures, they're happy, well-clothed, and clean. I'd see that too. Hey, Bree, sorry. Where are the now pics of baby Meadow? The most recent one I've ever seen is on Facebook, and I think that's the only one I've ever seen, and I'll pull that one up real quick before we go to Victoria Martens' case. Oh, there's one. October 5th at 10:54. And it seems like that, again, they could be in the building where he's getting visitation. Sorry if I've been hot. No, you're good. Very passionate. I feel for these children so much. Breaks my heart. No, you're good. You're fine, sweetheart. You can keep talking. I think that's why Haley backtracked on her accusations of Daniels using meth. Maybe. It's a crime and shame. I watch Gavin Fish. Really appreciate that. I got treated like crap. I'm sorry. That's horrible. I hate when people do that. I still wonder about the gold sedan. If a nice looking stranger offered the kids a ride and a snack, even Daniel and Malehya said the kids would go with anyone. That stuff is really weird to me. I really feel like it's related to. I'm going to go ahead and take this down because I don't want to be like putting her pictures up. Oh, look at this one. Look at her little hat. Look, how precious. That's not okay. She doesn't really read anything of mine, but I really don't post much, and she really doesn't read many comments. Oh, really? Well, maybe I just took it wrong. Thank you for letting me know. Isn't she adorable with her little hat? Look at her. Aw. Well, I mean, like I said, I didn't expect her to be like, oh my God, allegedly speculating, but I didn't, I was like, well, you don't got to ignore me and like read every other chat. Okay. She is growing. She's getting big. What facility are they always in though? You know what I mean? Like that's, well, they said that CPS got involved after the kids left or went missing. So she's so dang cute. That was the last one I had seen of her. Oh, so precious. I'm glad that he's in her life and doing what he's got to do to get her back. You know what I mean? She does look happy with her daddy. They're a little weird community that you should see on a horror movie. Oh, Lord. Meadow is a cutie. If you look back at photos of them when she just got taken away, she was so tiny and small. She was very small, but it's also been 6 months and babies grow quickly. I sent, but Jay Slater went on. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay. With friends to a party and messed up on drugs and fell off a cliff and took them forever to find his body and what happened to him. Wow. That's interesting that it took him so long when he fell off a cliff and they knew the area that he was at. You think so? She does, regardless of whether he was abusing substances, still is abusing substances. His daughter looks happy with him. And I genuinely don't think, I don't know. I didn't think he did anything, but the car situation has me second guessing myself. I have to say, I think Daniel and Malehya are guilty, but the kids always look taken care of in photos. It's weird that the school said they had to provide them with winter clothes, but I don't. The house looked a little messy, but I don't think they intentionally neglected them. They were at the dollar store with them the day before. I mean, maybe they were taking them to get some kind of toy or something. Her hair is longer. Oh, yeah, no problem, Mariska. Daniel just gives me too many non-important details, not enough details where it counts. I see that. I can see that. I think they're all lying. Something bad happened to Jack and Lilly on Thursday. It's possible. That's what I'm hearing in chat, Ashton, that he's going to be interviewed on the Drunk Turkey tonight. And I'm going to watch it and see what I can learn. See if I can get educated on my perspective. All right. So we have an hour and 30-minute interview. Well, it was 3.5 hour interview, but we have about an hour and a half left of the interview of Michele Martens. Michele Martens is the mother of Victoria Martens. This is a very triggering case. If you are triggered, please feel free to leave. We're going to go ahead and finish her plea deal hearing interview. She had just started getting into the details of the night of Victoria Martens' homicide, her 10th birthday, where she was essayed, homicided, and found decapitated in the bathtub. Okay, Blue Jay, have a good day, love. Daniel's bio kid said he abused Jack and Lilly from his own. Oh, yeah. That's what allegedly his two older children did say he hurt Jack and Lilly. So I don't know. He has been on once already. Y'all should go watch the first one. We're gonna have to look at it, yeah. I have it, but I haven't got it out yet. I'm gonna get it out tomorrow. I'm gonna do everything I can to get it out tomorrow. That one's only about an hour long. But yes, I do have it. Martens was released on the 14th. Yep. Hold on a minute. Kalisa said, we also need to remember many people can't afford dental care and also have medical conditions that drastically affect their teeth. We can't just assume they are doing substances. Right. And that's kind of where I wanted to go with that. Like, yeah, I didn't want to, say, I don't know that necessarily just because of somebody's teeth, it means that they're doing substances. But, yeah, I mean, I agree with you on that. I'm 100% there with you. 5:05 p.m. tonight. Let me see. What is that, Eastern? Let's see. This was from a week ago. No, that's not an interview of him, though. Oh, suspicious neighbor involves himself. So they are going to talk about that tonight. It's at 8:05 for me. I'll share the link. Excuse my geese. All right, there is the link for the Drunk Turkey show tonight. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, I'll definitely see you there. Well, I mean, to some people they do. I know to you they don't. It depends on your perspective. Canada is slowly implementing universal or free dental care similar to our healthcare system. That's good to know, Abellis. My teeth are terrible. I don't drink milk. Yeah, I didn't drink milk and mine weren't that great either. In Texas, so I think it's central. Okay, thank you. You think they look small and malnourished? I certainly hope not. And I'll leave that at that. All right, we're going to switch to finishing the interview with Michele Martens' plea deal. And then tomorrow I should be able to get out the hour interview they do after lunch. We're going to pick up where we left off yesterday.
No. Nothing like that? No. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just asking.
No, it's okay.
I understand.
How did you guys get along? So she moves in, it's this lady. What was she like?
She seemed like a normal person. We were getting along.
So right now she's talking about when Jessica Kelly moves in. Kate said, I always felt the neighbor was weird in my opinion. Like they really don't like Daniel and his family, but that doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it's from what I'm hearing, it seems that way. Oh yeah, of course. Of course. I'm definitely going to be there. Some kids are rough and tough country kids versus, yeah, my kids are pretty rough. My kids are very skinny because their metabolism is so high. Oh my God. Like, trust me, they eat. Lord have mercy, do they eat? They never stop eating, but they're very skinny, very skinny. And it's just because they have high metabolism. I try to be careful when we talk about kids looking or presenting a certain way because, there's several reasons for that. I don't know what happened there. That's what I do know. I don't know what happened there. And until they're found, nobody knows what happened. Unless Daniel or Malehya do, but I don't think they do because they passed the polygraph test. A lot of shit just don't add up to me. Ashton's having a fit. When did Daniel get his degree in immunology? They said he missed all those school days before they have very low immune systems. Because they have very low immune systems. I don't know. All right, let me play this.
All of us, and we were talking, we were laughing, and everything seemed
awesome.
normal.
Okay.
Okay. And you said that she gave you some clothing. What'd she give you?
She gave me a couple pair of shorts and a shirt, like a couple of shirt dresses, whatever they were.
Okay.
But that they didn't fit her, so she gave them to me and asked me if I wanted them.
Okay.
Because I know we were different in size a little bit, so.
Yeah. So just besides the plastic bins, did you see her bring anything else, luggage or normal stuff when people come, anything like that, do you recall?
No, I only remember seeing the plastic bin.
Where would Jessica keep those bins?
In Matthew's closet.
Okay, okay.
And she had some clothes hanging up in there, because one time I went into Matthew's room to bring him a change of clothes to bring to school because he had soiled himself.
Okay.
So I went to go get him some clothes and I saw that she had some of her clothes hung up in his closet on the hangers, the empty hangers that I had in there.
Okay, remember what type of clothes were hanging up? Do you recall?
Like maybe shirts and pants.
Just things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did she bring anything else, bedding, or when she would sleep in Matthew's bed when he wasn't there?
Not that I could recall.
So she's using your bedding when
Yes.
you're sleeping. So
Yes.
the towels, the blankets, the bedding, when she's going back and forth from living room to Matthew's bedroom, is all things that you provided that were already there?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Yes. And she wasn't going to be there for that long, so that's why I told her don't bring no bedding because you're not going to be here for long. It's only temporary.
Okay.
So.
How long do you think, did you guys have an arrangement on how long she was going to stay or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
No. Like maybe towards the end I told Fabian because that's when I started seeing like her behavior and stuff like that. So I was like, she's got to go. I was like, I can't take this. I was like, I'm stressed enough with my son's father. I was like.
So in the ditch, and Ashton, how do you think that, I'm asking you because I want your perspective. How do you think they were able to pass the polygraphs? Do you think they weren't asking the correct questions? Do you think he's some kind of sociopath who doesn't care? Like what's your thought process on that? Just because, I'm curious. Oh, look, a squirrel. Good to see you. In the ditch, doctors will tell you to protect your child's health if they have issues, or, there's also the whole, they get sick way more than other kids, but parents will know. Yeah, I mean, and the school wasn't very big. They're not around a lot of kids. They're not around a lot of other people very much. They could get more sick. I mean, kids stay sick that are in public school systems from what I understand. Hey, Mama Jax, good to see you. Oh, I'm glad you were gifted, squirrel. My girls would come in looking like they were in a knife fight. The boy would cry over a splinter. So funny.
I don't need her stressing us even more.
Okay. What if Fabian, how did Fabian respond?
He's like, okay, I'll tell her to go.
Okay. So it was, if I'm understanding correctly, it was once things began to change, it was understood between you and Fabian that Jessica was going to have to go?
Yes, because he was starting to get frustrated with her too.
Tell me about that.
And he was just like tired of like her lies and stuff, and she would just like be manipulative to him. And
what did you mean, Ashton?
What you heard?
I really didn't hear that much. I can just go based off of what Fabian told me because when they were in my presence, they seemed fine.
Okay.
They seemed fine, but when I.
So you think they were lying to keep them out of school, or lying because they sorry, brain fart. You think that they kept them out of school or were lying because they had done something to them the night before? Or, I mean, I think that about the low immune system, if he said they had a low immune system, he would be just guessing because they got sick a lot. I don't think he meant it like as to be etched in stone, you know what I mean? But I don't know. I mean, I'm not him. Even if they weren't fed, well, why do they have the black eyes? Well, they say from playing with each other, but some of them do look suspicious, in my opinion. I sort of wonder about the school saying they provided coats. Did they provide coats or have a hand-me-down closet? Not the same thing. Good question. They made it seem like the teachers bought them coats, like personally, but I don't know.
I wasn't there, and then Fabian would tell me this, and he was
don't
like,
think they got sick
she
a lot?
said that she wasn't going to be here for long, that she's going to be leaving,
Maybe
she's
not.
going to call for a ride in the morning, and I'm like, well, she better, because I can't take her here anymore.
Okay. As long as we're on the point, let's just tell me how she changed. You said she kind of started out, it was all normal?
Yes.
How long did it take before things began to change?
I would say maybe a day.
Okay. Do you associate anything that happened to make her begin to change? Do you know what I'm asking? Does
No,
that make sense?
I just saw it in like her behavior. She wasn't acting like the normal person she was when we were together. She would like start talking to herself, and like I would go.
Okay, this completely contradicts what we've heard before. Do you guys remember Fabian talked about the money that Jessica was giving them to stay there, and she had already paid for a month. She was like $50 a week or $50 a month. She was giving that money to Fabian in order for her to stay there, and she had already paid that. But Michele is saying that she was just staying there, and then Michele didn't want her to be there, so she said she had to leave in the morning. She had to get the hell out because she changed right after she got there. She came, I mean, pretty much directly from prison within the first couple of days of getting out of prison and went to their house. Changing after day one, saying she's talking to herself and all that is probably because we know they were on meth. But I know low immune system is real. Yeah, he could have been, assuming, like, not a doctor, like, check it out. But, if they're getting sick most of the time when they go to school, they probably have a low immune system. I feel like I remember an article stating that the teacher used their personal money. That's what I remember, but I could be wrong. I think whatever happened to Jack and Lilly happened to them on Thursday, and that's possible. Could cause black eyes? I don't know. I don't like scrutinizing parents and missing children. Yeah. Yeah. I think Fabian was pocketing the money too.
Out to the balcony, and she would go like into the front and talk privately with Fabian so I wouldn't hear. And she would just like start doing her own little thing. And I come to notice they would buy me food for staying at my house. And I asked Fabian, I was like, how did she get the money for the food? I was like, Fabian said, well, she got her food stamps. I'm like, oh really? I was like, well, I need some food and I'm gonna use my food stamp card to go get it. I called my food stamp card and I only had $3.82 on it. So she was using my food stamps to buy her food.
Walk me through that. How could that have happened?
She got a hold of my food stamp card somehow, because every night I leave my phone on the nightstand next to me.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if she came in there, and I don't know how she got a hold of my food stamp card, because I have one of those phone wallet things with the cards in there,
Yes.
and then the phone there. So my food stamp card was in there, my debit card was in there, and my Medicaid card, I believe, was in there.
Okay.
And I always keep it in there to have it with me at all times. And
On your food stamp card, does it require a PIN number?
yes,
How would she be able to use it without a PIN
I have
number?
no clue, because I never told her about my PIN number.
Did you ever tell anybody else?
No. Fabian's never used it. I'm the only one that used it.
But all of a sudden,
I don't believe that Durwood person. I don't know who Logan and Haley are.
and after she shows up in the picture, you have a balance that's getting smaller?
Yes.
Did you talk to Fabian or Jessica about that?
Especially considering
I
what
asked
they did to her
Jessica
child.
about it, and she was like, no, I've been using my own. I'm like, well, then where'd all my money go? Because I get like $400 a month. I said, where'd all the money go? And she was like, well, I use my own food stamp card to buy all this food.
Okay.
And then Fabian told me different.
What did Fabian tell you?
Fabian told me that she used my card. So right then and there, that's when I knew that Jessica was like, no. I was like, she's lying. She's out of my house.
Okay.
I was like, we need to have her go, because if she's going to start lying like that and stealing from me, no.
Okay. On any other credit cards or anything, did you see any charges that you didn't make? Do you know of any?
Not that I could recall. I haven't used my bank card for a while, as far as I know.
Okay. So your EBT card from the state of New Mexico, that's the one you saw the balance. How do you check your balance?
I call the number.
So yes, English is her first language, but she doesn't seem to be the brightest. I don't know what's going on with her. If you don't know the story briefly, her daughter, Victoria Martens, was homicided on her 10th birthday. She had been SA'd and then she was decapitated in a bathtub. She had an STD. She had been being SA'd for some time. Jessica Kelly is Fabian, the guy you see in the picture's cousin. She was fresh out of prison for sexual contact with a minor. had been staying there for about 7 days. Fabian is the boyfriend that Michele got off of Plenty of Fish, and he had been there for about 4 weeks. The first original interrogation of Michele, she says that she met men on Plenty of Fish, let them come and hurt Victoria in sexual ways, and she watched because she got pleasure out of it. But it's later found out to be a false confession. They say that Michele was a people pleaser, so she falsely confessed because she thought that's what the officers wanted to hear. She ends up getting 12 years in prison, and she just got out on Tuesday. Fabian took his to trial, got 37.5 years. Jessica Kelly got 44.5 years. And we're trying to figure out if we can find out what really happened that night to Victoria, because Victoria did have unknown male DNA on her and Jessica Kelly's DNA, and that's it. She does look like a corpse. Why did she throw that fish hook? She needed, why didn't she throw that fish back? She needed to. Okay, but if we're going to say that again in the ditch, like I said earlier about that, why they can't be on the reservation? Like, that makes no sense whatsoever. Because, number one, Malehya had full custody of Jack and Lilly. There's no reason she couldn't just walk out that door with Jack and Lilly, despite what Daniel had to say, not giving a fuck, because he has no rights to those children whatsoever. If we were talking about Meadow being missing, then I would say maybe. But then even at that, okay, her cousin is the chief. Her cousin's going to risk the safety of the entire tribe to help Malehya hide kids on the reservation that she didn't need to hide in the first place? Like, that makes no sense to me. There's no reason for Malehya to even need to hide the kids because they were hers. She had custody. You know what I mean? That's why I don't believe Durwood, whatever his actual name is in that video I just put out. Didn't mean to dox him, but it says what his name was per the court records.
That's on the back of the card, and they walk you through it. They said enter your card number, so you enter that whole card number, and then once you do that, and then they tell you the balance on there and how much is left, how long it'll last, and when it'll refill. And
Okay.
so that's how I found out, because I constantly call that number just to see how much is on there.
Okay. So that's how you figured out that your balance was down to, what did you say,
382 around there, something like that, three something.
Okay, and there should have been how much in there?
400.
So a big, huge amount.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you remember when that was, when you started figuring out that your money was disappearing?
Okay, Bellas.
Okay. How soon before the incident do you think that happened?
Maybe about a week,
Okay.
week and a half, around there somewhere.
Okay.
You said she was talking to herself. Did you see any other weird behaviors from her?
She was just like talking crazy, like she was watching the news and like she was saying, Fabian, they're gonna come get me and this and that, they want to kill me. I'm like, I asked Fabian, I was like, is she okay? And he was like, oh, just leave her, she'll get out of it. And I was like, okay, whatever. And then she just like kept pacing back and forth in my apartment, in the living room, just watching the TV and thinking that the TV's gonna come out and get her. And
she wasn't like.
So, talking about this with Jessica Kelly, we know that she was on the math, okay? And allegedly, Fabian would use the math too from time to time. I'm wondering if they were both using it together, but her being so out of her freaking head made Fabian come down or whatever, and trying to keep Michele calm because because Jessica's tweaking out of her fucking head. And he's taking advantage of Michele, because I don't think for a second he moved into that house and was sleeping with Michele because he really liked her. I mean, we hear about him taking Michelle's car and going places while Michelle's at work and doing this, that, and the third. And then we also hear about him being in constant contact with his ex, his baby mama, to the point that his baby mama gave him the black eye at the damn barbecue that he has. I said yesterday I thought it could have been Jessica Kelly, but when she's talking about Fabian, it made me remember that. I apologize. It's been a while since we had been over this case. But the baby mama gave him the black eye at the barbecue that he was at. with Jessica, and then they go pick Michelle up from work, and he goes back home. In my opinion, Daniel is trying to deflect. It doesn't track with it. It had been a while since she used it, and it didn't know the chick got it. Either you know or you don't. Since she used it. You talking about the food stamps card? This doesn't make much sense because they were only there a few weeks and you only get food stamps once a month, I believe. Right. And Jessica, if she had only been there for a week, she wouldn't have gotten her food stamp card, though, that quickly. Like, if Michelle got food stamps right after Jessica arrived and Fabian was using the food stamps card, but you, again, like y'all are saying, you only get it once a month unless she gave the card to Fabian to use with the pen. And then Jessica used it to buy all the food. I don't know. They never fully go over what happened on Thursday. No, we read an article that kind of went more into detail, but we don't know exactly what happened on Thursday. We don't know if they came back from the Dollarama with both children. But I would think that they would be able to geolocate them in the vehicle. I don't know. Oh, she didn't know how much money she had, but she checks it all the time. Yeah. A lot of things in her story don't make sense. I'm noticing. You talking about Janie with the pool?
Like that the whole time?
No.
Okay. So does that start suddenly or did it progress?
It started suddenly. I just knew it like she was fine the day before and then like the next day.
Okay. And she was saying they were
They, yeah. And I was like, what?
Did she ever say who they is or anything?
Mhm.
Did you ever hear her say any names of who they could be?
She did. She said her husband or something. I forgot his name. She said, I forgot his name. It's like right there at the tip of my tongue, but I forgot it. She said her husband is going to get her or something.
Right?
Was it a nickname or like a full name?
I believe it was a nickname, I believe.
If I said it, would it refresh your memory?
Probably.
Okay, and don't let me put words in your mouth.
I know.
Do you remember somebody called Sinner?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, no,
I
you're
thought
it was
you're fine.
Yes,
You're fine.
yes.
Okay, so you heard Jessica talking about. You think it's her ex-husband?
Well, she said it was her husband.
Her husband.
She said my husband's gonna come get me, or they're gonna come get me and kill me if they know where I'm at. And I was just looking at her like, Fabian, what is she talking about?
Okay.
And he was like, don't worry, just let her go. She's just rambling on. I was like, okay.
How long does that behavior go on?
I would say for about a couple of days. It's like right before when she was supposed to leave my house.
Okay. Okay, but you don't know what starts that, and that wasn't the normal behavior you'd seen in the days before?
No, because the days before, like, she would put makeup on my daughter's face, and Jessica was asking my daughter what does she want for her birthday and stuff, because I was planning her birthday party and everything. And Victoria wanted Jessica and Fabian to go, and she's like, are you gonna come to my birthday party? And Jessica's like, yeah, we'll be there, and like all normal, everything's all normal.
Hey, Tilly Bird or T-Bird, nice to meet you. I like your picture. T-Bird said, I've always wondered about Michelle's false statements, yet Jessica had a sad something was going on. I know that Jessica had just gotten out of prison for sexual contact with a minor. I've always wondered about her false statements too, and what made the police believe or know that she made those statements that were false, because none of her stories ever add up. We're partially a little bit, let's see, a little bit less than halfway through, right at about halfway through this first plea deal hearing with the DA. And we're still just constantly asking questions. Like, that doesn't make sense. And this doesn't make sense. And this doesn't make sense. I think she was being manipulated by Fabian. I think Fabian and Jessica, I know Jessica was using, I think Fabian could have been using with Jessica and trying to get Michelle to calm down because Jessica was tweaking and tripping. But, I mean, the food stamps card situation doesn't make sense either, because there's no way that they would have got your food stamps card and been able to use it unless they knew the PIN number. I think she gave the food stamps card to Fabian and let him use the PIN number. But hell, he had only been there for 4 weeks. but she's very easily manipulated. So I don't know. Hey, Heathen, good to see you. STD. Oh, okay. Jessica had a STD, so something. Oh, Victoria did? Yeah. Yep. And see, that's the other thing that doesn't make sense because Victoria had an STD per the autopsy and she had been being SA'd for some time. But Fabian's DNA was not on her. An unknown male's DNA was on her, and she was more than likely SA'd that night. Who had been doing it beforehand? If it was the ex-boyfriend, David Hernandez, then why, if Michelle took her to the doctor, to the pediatrician to be checked out, make sure nothing was going on, why didn't the doctor find that at that time? There had to be some type of evidence, especially if she's got the full-on STD, which is HPV. I'm not saying that there might not have been anything that you could see with the naked eye as far as markings of an STD, but you should have been able to see with the naked eye that things did not look like a child's area, if you get what I'm saying. Like, I'm not understanding how you didn't notice that things looked different down there, not as in like, an obvious STD, but the other way at a pediatrician's office when she took her to get checked. But she was SA'd before for some period of time and had an STD, and Michelle, her next boyfriend, from my understanding, after David, was Fabian. I don't think Fabian SA'd her. Was it ever proven that Jessica knew about the SA? I don't think Jessica ever admitted to it. Right, the doctor would know, but he said she wasn't. In the ditch, are you with us right now? And that's a good question. If you are, I'll type it in chat. I don't know. I wish they could pinpoint what Jack and Lily were wearing that day, but they probably got up and dressed themselves and all the things. Where is Jack's little pamper that he was walking around in? The STD was something from before. Something from that day wouldn't have developed so fast. Right. So if it was something from before, why didn't the doctor pick up on it when she took her to the doctor after David Hernandez to see if she was SA'd? You don't believe she took her to the doctor. I wonder if they have proof of that, because you could be absolutely right.
And they were
It's
just having a
normal,
whole time.
and now you've got this talking about the husband sinner, they're coming to get me, she's pacing, and was it, don't let me put words in your mouth, was it kind of like two different people?
I would say like maybe two different personalities.
Okay.
Because it's like she'll be normal one time, and then it's just that night I was like, I've never seen her like that.
Okay.
And it's like, even though I didn't know her that well, but I was like, I have never seen that attitude or the way she's acting before.
Okay. Do you know, did Jessica ever bring anybody to your apartment?
As far as her kids, that's all I know about.
Just her kids?
Yes.
Okay, nobody else?
Not that I know.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. There is a Victoria Martens playlist if you want to check it out. Oh, yeah. Oh, this case was absolutely insane. This is a case from 2016 that I did a while back, but this case is absolutely horrific. Absolutely horrible. But I do have a playlist on this case if you want to check that out. I was just finally able to get the plea deal hearings from the DA. Yeah, you definitely need a trigger warning. The doctor would have to report the SA, and we wouldn't have heard anything about CPS being involved or anything, so I don't think she went to a doctor. Well, she said that she called CPS on herself after David Hernandez got caught kissing Victoria, and then it was referred over to the police department for them to investigate, and then nothing ever happened, from what I remember. Team Clue and Cletus, the truth will be spoken.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Let me stop. Yes, if they were beaten up in jail. If yes, were they beaten up in jail? You talking about, I might have missed your first question. I don't see it. Are you talking about these two on your screen? No, he was punched in the eye by his baby mama at a barbecue think the day before the homicide of Michele Martens' daughter happened. Michele Martens was hit in the face by Fabian's cousin Jessica when she came in on All the Math and said, "Do you believe in God?" and smacked her in the face with an iron. Possibly not. A lot of things around that. Oh no. Yeah, we did Jack and Lilly Sullivan's case in the beginning in the first half of this. No, you're fine. You're fine. We're talking about the Victoria Martens case right now. But we talked about Jack and Lilly Sullivan in the beginning. I've got a lot of questions about that case, but no, they're not in jail that I know of anyway. I like your name. These two are, yeah. It is very sad.
When Fabian got back from the barbecue and picked you up, and then he took his glasses off, I think he told me you saw the black eye. And then you go, if I remember correctly, you'll get Victoria and Matthew, bring them home.
Yes.
And you said Victoria has some contact. Do you remember Victoria talking to him, Fabian, about his black eye?
Not about his black eye, no. I remember Fabian saying that he got a surprise for me and my daughter in the house. And I was like, really? I'm like, what surprise? And we went up there and he said that he bought a kitten for my daughter. So I was like, a kitten? I was like, that's extra rent. I was like, I don't have $20 extra to be paying for. He's like, well, I'll give you the $20. And I was like, well, how? When you're not working, as far as I know. He's like, I'll get it. And I was like, you sure? Because if I get caught with this rent, then I can't pay it. The cat's gone.
Okay.
But my daughter loved the cat, and she would like spend her whole time around it. And since it was light brown, dark brown, and white, my daughter named her Reese's. So, so she liked the cat, and at first I was upset, but then I got attached to it like so quick.
Okay.
So, but other than that.
Do you remember Victoria? We've talked to somebody that remembered Victoria maybe helped Fabian clean up his black eye and his cuts. Do you remember that? Anything like that?
I have a playlist on my channel about this case. The Victoria Martens was killed on her 10th birthday. She was essayed, killed, and decapitated in the bathtub. And her mother, in the first interrogation, confessed to a bunch of really heinous shit, like letting men come and hurt her daughter while she watched because she got pleasure out of her daughter's suffering. It's like the most graphic interrogation you would ever hear. And we all heard it, you know, back when the case dropped, like, you know, what she said, the interrogation had been put out by one of the channels like EWU or something. And you hear that, and then you find out that she only got 12 years in prison for this. And you're like, how in the hell does that happen? And so that made me pull all the files and look up everything on it. And what happened is they say that Michele Martens has a cognitive issue, and she falsely confessed because she's a people pleaser and she wanted to make the police happy because of the way they were interrogating her. They thought that those were the things they wanted her to say. This interview, I've gotten Jessica Kelly's side had never been heard. Jessica Kelly is Fabian's cousin who was on meth, fresh out of prison for sexual contact with a minor who had been staying there for about a week. You find out like it's a lot, but I've got a playlist if you want to check it out. But it's so triggering. It's real bad, like the worst case I've ever heard of. See, everybody likes their name. I got to be careful what I say, but I like your name, and I'll leave it at that. I don't do drama over here. I don't want to upset anybody. But yeah, I think they need some justice. Not Victoria Martens. I think it's bullshit that they had to spend money on an attorney for some bullshit. Let me hush my mouth. But I've got a playlist if you want to check it out. Kim said, "Oh my God, DoorDash makes me so mad." Girl, me too. I've never got DoorDash, but I think it'd make me mad too.
After the barbecue, nothing like that. Okay.
Oh no, that's horrible.
Okay, so now we've kind of moved into
right.
Jessica's acting strange, and she's talking about her husband named Sinner, and she's pacing back and forth. Is there anything else? Is she doing anything else in the apartment that you can remember?
No.
Okay.
Just smoking cigarettes.
Okay.
As far as I
And
know.
so she's watching TV?
Yes.
Okay.
Standing there watching TV, like standing there, and like I would see her like something on like this or like this.
So she's kind of rocking back and forth?
Yeah.
Is she...
Yeah, that was some bullshit.
Again, don't put words in your
Completely.
mouth. Is she talking to TV? Is the TV talking back to... I mean, I'm just trying to figure out...
And then you find out that that document was filed, and then the person came on trying to get them to go at her so she would have more evidence for court. But her dumbass didn't show up to court when she was supposed to finish talking about the damn file. So the file would have been... It's just so much. It's like, you can't fix stupid. But money on a lawyer should have never had to happen. And let me hush my mouth before I get my ass in some trouble with my chat and people get upset. Not y'all, but, you know, people... I don't talk about drama, so let me stop.
She wasn't like talking to the TV. She was just telling Fabian like she's worried that they're gonna come out and get her. Like the TV's gonna come out and get her or something. And the news was on. And I don't know if she meant like if the news anchor was out to get her, but she was just strange.
Okay. And how... You said it goes on for like 2 days?
Yes.
Okay. How's Jessica sleeping at this point? While you're there, I realize there's some work and some other stuff going on, but how's she sleeping at that point?
I'm not sure because when I was sleeping, I didn't know what was going on. I don't know if she was up or if she was sleeping, but I know when I got up the next morning, she was up before me, and I got up at 6:30.
Okay.
Because I started making cupcakes for my daughter.
Okay.
When you were at work, do you know what she would be doing those days when she was in your house?
No.
Did
Like
she...
her and Fabian were together with my car. I have no idea what they would do. I have no clue.
Did she have a key to the house too, like
No.
Fabian did?
Just Fabian.
Just Fabian.
As far as I know, unless he got another one duplicated, I don't know.
Okay. Do you ever remember occasion to where Jessica was stranded, and this is right around this time period, to where you and Fabian had to go pick her up at somebody's house?
Yes, she called Fabian asking to pick her up from this person's house, wherever she was. And I was like, no. I was like, you're mad at her anyway for the barbecue thing with the black guy. And he was like, I'm not gonna have her here. And then all of a sudden she's like at my house. So I'm guessing he went to go pick her up.
So you didn't go?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you a picture of a man. I'll
Hey,
mark
Mr.
this
King.
number A. To see if you...
Left with her kids after only knowing him for a month, and Jessica fresh out of prison for a week for sexual contact with a minor. Did Fabian know that? Like, there's no way he didn't know that that's what she just got out of prison for. Michelle might not have, but she shouldn't be leaving her kids alone. And, like, if we got to worry about shit like that, why weren't they with grandma all the time? I don't know, man. She was able to get the certificate in medical coding and billing, but has no common sense like that. Make it make sense, please. Miss King, if anything, good to see you. I think that Jessica and Fabian were talking in code and her dumbass just couldn't catch on. Probably. I have no doubt that that happened as well. I agree with you 100% on that. I feel like I missed a whole lot and ain't mad about it at all. Me, no like drama llamas. You're good. I know. We don't talk about it over here, so I need to be hushing my mouth. Betty Crocker over here started baking cupcakes. Lord have mercy. Actually, they did make tacos when the child was in the bathtub. I just can't
recognize this man at all. Put number A here in the bottom right corner.
You have? So on my channel, I have Jessica Kelly's side, which is basically her plea agreement with the district attorney's office. And that's why she got to plead to 44 or 50 years, if you want to hear that. And this is unreleased. That has been unreleased and it's nowhere but on my channel. And so are the Michele Martens plea deal hearings, because I knew that they had done the plea deal. So I FOIA requested the district attorney's office and was able to get these. This is the morning session and it's 3.5 hours. So this is Michelle's interview that basically where she told what happened. Thank you. Will you put it in the refrigerator for me? Please and thank you. What? Oh, well, we'll talk about it. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. So we knew that she had a plea deal, and I wanted to know what was said during the plea deal hearings. These are basically derivative immunity interviews. So you can't find them anywhere else. Sorry, I should have muted. I apologize. Remember that Fabian told detectives that him and Jessica were doing math in the bathroom and Michelle didn't know anything. Yes, I do. And I believe she didn't know anything because she wasn't cognitively there. She's not street smart and like doesn't have any common sense. Do you know people like that like you have to question how they made it this far in life? Like they could freaking build you a computer, but like couldn't, I don't know, there's just no common sense there at all. You're welcome, sweetheart. Maybe some brown. I think I might need some. You remember when it happened? Yeah. What's unfortunate for Fabian is that these detectives focused in on him and wanted to put all the blame on him. Right. And no DNA of his was found on Victoria at all. And I think that's why he wanted to take it to trial, because he knew he was innocent. Yes, a boy. His name was Matthew. Allegedly, he was SA'd too. I have the documents. I haven't read through them because I can't handle reading it, and I will never put that out because that little boy was about 8 years old when this happened, and I would never put his interview on the internet. If y'all are interested in that, you can FOIA it and look at it yourself, but I wouldn't put it out. But allegedly, he had, what Michelle said was that he was SA'd as well. I don't know if that was verified or not. She said his dad was doing it, but his dad had custody, and by everything that's been said, his dad takes very good care of him and would never hurt him and never has. So that was found to be another lie. But he could have, whoever was SA'ing Victoria before Fabian and Jessica came into the picture could have SA'd him as well. I don't know. I saw where Jessica's sister was mean mugging Michelle. Yes, she was. And then blew a kiss at the camera. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, like, yeah, you look at him and you're like, yeah, who the fuck is tying your shoelaces? Because how are you even making it this far? Yeah, it's a very deep case. Very deep. Yeah, if anybody is curious or wants to know, there is the playlist on my channel that's got everything. Like, even, like I said, stuff that's been unreleased. I've also got Fabian's baby's mama's interview, which is interesting.
Recognize that man at all?
That is David Hernandez.
That is David Hernandez?
No.
Me too.
It looked like him for a minute.
Yeah.
No, that's somebody different.
Okay. So you don't recognize him?
No, I don't.
Okay. So I want to clarify. So when...
Quickly, but he got convicted of reckless child endangerment, which I agree with. I don't think he should have gotten that sentence, but he knew or had to know that Jessica just got out of prison for sexual contact with a minor, and he moved her right up in Michelle's house because he knew he could take advantage of Michelle. Like, come on. You knew that you were... I don't think he knew what was going to happen, but you set the scene for there to be a real bad thing that happened, which did end up happening. But I don't think it required 37 and a half years of his life.
When Jessica stranded at somebody's house, you do or do not go with Fabian to pick her up?
I did not.
Did not?
No.
It is.
Okay, but do you remember Fabian driving her back to the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Describe what's going on when they get back to the apartment.
It is.
I was cleaning.
Okay.
I was cleaning like I normally do.
Okay.
And
yes, he was.
Me and my daughter were just hanging out, and she was just playing with her toys, playing with her Kindle.
Okay. So nothing really out of the ordinary. How was Jessica acting when she returned?
She was acting pretty normal at that time.
Okay. Does it change after that?
Yes.
That's when it changes. After she's stranded.
That night.
That night it changes?
Yes.
Okay.
That night when she came to my house.
Okay. That's when it changes. After she's stranded, Fabian brings her back to the apartment. That's when the behavior begins to change?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I caught you.
No, I forgot.
No, I've said
Yes.
See, I've said about 100 times. You didn't catch me.
No, I didn't.
So I caught you on the first time, didn't I?
Yes.
So, okay. And I see you just caught me again. So. Okay. So just to be clear, that's when, after she's stranded, Fabian picks her up. That's when the behavior seems to change that you remember. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Did Fabian tell you where he had to go to get Jessica?
No, and I didn't ask.
Okay. Did Jessica say about where she'd been or anything like that? Did Jessica bring anything with her after Fabian brought her back and her behavior changed?
I didn't see anything on her person except for a pack of Marlboros.
Pack of Marlboros. What type? Let's go through. Everyone pretty much smoked, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was your normal brand that you would smoke?
Oh, I would alternate between Newport, Marlboro Smooths, 100s, Marlboro Smooths regular.
Okay.
But it's very rare that I smoke like regular Marlboro.
Okay.
But if that's all I had, that's all I would.
She's too good.
Okay. How about Fabian?
Fabian, he would Marlboro, regular Marlboro.
Okay. And how about Jessica? I know she's only there for a short period of time, but did you get a sense of what she'd like to smoke or she would smoke?
She always had Marlboro on her.
Okay.
And then I would sometimes smoke the Camel Crush too.
Okay.
The one where you can make it menthol or regular.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember an incident around this whole time period to where you either went out or you had a pack of cigarettes for Jessica and you brought them back to the apartment and she became upset with you because of the wrong pack?
Yes. Yes.
Walk me through that. Tell me when that was and kind of just walk me through what that was about and what happened.
I don't remember exactly when it was, but I know I did. She sent me out to go get a pack of cigarettes for her. She told me Marlboro. So I said, okay. So I went to the gas station that was up the street from me. It was a Giant, I believe. And I got the cigarettes and I brought them back and they were regular Marlboro. And then she started yelling at me and I was like, why are you yelling at me? I was like, I bought you your cigarettes. They're the wrong ones. Go back and get them. No, I'm not going back to get you anymore. You want to go, you go walk up there and you go get it.
Okay.
Because I'm not going back over there.
Okay.
And she's like, well, I'll just smoke these and I'll have to deal with it.
Okay.
I was like, yes.
Tell me when that conversation goes on.
See, Jessica, it sounds like Jessica was bullying the crap out of her. But I mean, Jessica was also tweaking, so.
Where were both of you?
In the living room.
Okay.
In the living room.
Okay.
We were standing up.
Do you remember, are any of the children there?
I believe Victoria was there.
Okay. How was Victoria acting?
She was acting pretty normal, and then she seemed to bring out like a lot of money on her person, my daughter.
Victoria had a lot of money?
Yes. I was like, where'd you get that? And she's Jessica. I was like, why'd she give that to you? I said, go give it back to her, and she gave it back to Jessica. And then Fabian took her into the bathroom and said something to her. And
took who into the bathroom?
Victoria. And said something to her, and then she came back out.
And what happened when Victoria came back out of the bathroom?
And he said not to say anything to me, and she didn't, of course. So I don't know what was said during that time. They weren't in there for long.
Okay. Do you know how much money we're talking about?
I think it was like $80.
Okay, in cash?
Yeah.
Now, we had talked about yesterday, this was weird. I think Abraham and I agreed because what's weird about it is Fabian, when he recalls this event, taking Victoria to the gas station with the money Jessica had given her, he was extremely upset about Jessica having given Victoria this money and repeatedly asked her, why did Jessica give you this money? What did you do that made Jessica give you this money? What did you do for her? What did she ask you to do? What did she tell you to do? What did you do? How did you get this money? That tells me that he felt like something nefarious had happened, that Jessica had asked Victoria to do something that was not good, was not safe for her. And why would he think that? Has that happened before? Did he know, my speculation is maybe it's possible that the sexual contact with a minor case that Jessica was in prison for, with that child, did she say, I'll give you $80, I'll give you $60 if you let this man, hurt you in that type of way, if you let me hurt you in that type of way? And then Fabian, hearing about the case or knowing about the case, maybe he heard that or knew that or something. He knew maybe when they were kids, Jessica would do stuff like that. Who knows? But for some reason, he was extremely upset about Victoria having been given this money by Jessica and wanted to know over and over and over what Victoria did to get the money, and she wouldn't even tell him, which makes me feel like, was Jessica getting men over there to hurt Victoria in that type of way? I mean, she had to be at some point, because the day that Victoria dies, Fabian and Michelle are gone. Jessica's there with Victoria. They come back and Victoria's deceased. There's unknown male DNA on her and Jessica's DNA on her. And she had been SA'd. So a man came in, hurt Victoria, and Jessica probably got paid for it. I don't know. It's all very questionable, sad, and worrying. Please stay safe. I'm genuinely worried. That's all I say. Okay. I'm not going nowhere, so I'll be safe. You're happy for it? Something to remember, too, is that one of her attorneys were the ones who proposed that she lied and was coerced during her interview. The DA just accepted that fact at the line of questioning, that the line of questioning was the best. Right. You're talking about Michelle's interview? Yeah. I think she told the truth more than she lied in that interview. I think it's possible. You know what I mean? Yep. I think he suspected Jessica was up to no good because he wondered where she got all that money and how was her cheap ass giving the kids so much money. Right. Exactly. Wasn't the best. I apologize. Yeah. The DA just accepted that that line of questioning wasn't the best. I think she told the truth in some of it. To have gotten a college certificate, a certificate through a college for medical coding and billing, you can't be that ignorant to know that, like, obviously, if the police are interrogating you and you're lying, it's not helping. She does look genuinely confused at the end of that interrogation while she's eating the food about as to why she's going to jail. But I mean, that could be an act. I don't know. It's all so weird. Will we ever know the truth? The 100% truth.
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't that much, but for her, for a little girl.
Yeah, for a little girl.
Yes.
No, for me, it's a lot of money.
Yes. And I only remember that because my daughter said, "Mommy, here's $20 to go buy you cigarettes." I was like, "Victoria, thank you, but I'm not going to take it." I was like, "Go give it back."
Victoria was going to?
Yes. Because yes, she was looking out for me. She
That's special.
Yes.
Okay. So that happens all around the whole.
Oh, what happened to y'all all being so giggly? Michelle's giggly and feeling comfortable, and all you can say in a judging tone is that special. Where's your giggling at now, Mr. DA? We're going to giggle about the fact that the child's dead, but when the child's giving her mama money for cigarettes, that's special. The hell?
Time when there's the argument out of the cigarettes with Jessica?
Yes.
At that time, had she started, her behavior started to change?
It started.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all around the time that she's stranded. Fabian brings her back. Behavior's changing. There's the argument, or her chastising you for getting the wrong brand.
Yes.
And then Victoria has this money, and Victoria says she got the money from Jessica.
Yes.
Why would Jessica give Victoria that much money?
That's what I would like to know, and I never got a chance to ask Jessica. So,
okay.
Because she was mad with me in the beginning from the cigarettes, so it's like I just left her alone.
Okay, so it's all around this.
So again, I have to wonder if Jessica gave Victoria that much money because she was letting somebody hurt Victoria, and that was the way to keep Victoria quiet. I've often thought that. What if she was just a bad mom but had nothing to do with her daughter's death? Plus, she was attacked with an iron out of the blue. Can you imagine? Yeah. Yep. I don't know I mean, it's weird because some of the shit, like, again, if you have gone to college and gotten some kind of certificate for medical coding and billing, you can't be so ignorant to know that what you're telling the police that's really, really bad, you're not going to be charged for. Maybe, I don't know. But I don't think she genuinely, I don't know, man. I don't think that she was willingly letting Victoria get SA'd. I don't. I don't think she was doing the substances. I think that she was, like, Fabian found out that he could easily manipulate her, that it was overly easy. So he moved Jessica in, and Jessica hurt Victoria and paid her money to keep her quiet. And then Jessica got substances in exchange. Wendy McCleary, good to see you. You're fine, sweetheart. I love your picture with the little dog and the pumpkin. That's so cute. Billing and coding is hard. So how did she get it? Unless it was fake. Yep, you got here right when you were meant to be here, sweetheart.
This whole time period.
Yes.
Do you remember a time when just Fabian and Victoria went to a convenience store or a gas station?
Yes.
Okay.
He took it to the gas station so she can, like, to spend $5 to get her soda and candy.
Okay.
And then he came right back, and I timed it.
Okay.
Because I know how long it takes, so he went there and came right back.
Okay. In relation to the cigarette pack, the money, and the kind of the discussion where Jessica's upset about the cigarette pack, when's that in relation to Victoria and Fabian going to the gas station? Do you don't understand what I'm asking?
No.
Is it right at the same time? Is it all together kind of thing, or is it separated?
Oh, it's all together. It was like one thing went into another.
Okay, so it's all the same kind of date and time, it's just flowing into each other?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Did Jessica ever say where she got that amount of money?
No.
Did Fabian ever say where she got that kind of money?
No, and I never asked them.
Okay. Okay.
Because, yeah, again, how is Jessica making money to get the substances that she stayed on the whole time? And she probably did quite a bit to be that tweaked out, thinking the TV was talking to her and shit. Abraham said, I don't think she was part of the homicide, but something happened that they were able to convince her that it would be okay to hide her homicide. Are you saying that it wouldn't be okay? I don't know. Something happened, yeah. And did they think that they could manipulate her into not knowing or not doing anything about what was happening? Maybe she told them about David Hernandez and said, I don't want you to be alone with Victoria because my ex, tried some things. Maybe she shared too much in front of Jessica. I really don't think Fabian was hurting that girl in that type of way. I think that Jessica was. I do. And I think that she paid Victoria money to keep Victoria quiet. And considering what David Hernandez had allegedly done to Victoria beforehand, unfortunately, Victoria might have known all too well about keeping things quiet, and she might not have told Fabian or her mother because she knew that she needed to keep things quiet. But that's sad. I mean, Michelle should have never had custody of her. How many times had Victoria been hurt in her short life? It's sad to think about.
Did you see any conversation between Fabian and Jessica about the money?
Not that I know of. Not in front of me, at least.
Okay. Do you know what happened to all the money?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay.
You said earlier that whenever Fabian would smoke marijuana, you'd make him go outside. What were the rules about smoking in your house, like even cigarettes?
No smoking allowed in my house whatsoever.
Okay, so where
outside on the balcony or in the front porch.
Okay.
The front balcony or the back balcony.
Did you have like a ashtray or a?
I think it was like a plastic container with water in it or something, or maybe it was an ashtray to dip the cigarettes in.
Okay.
After you were done.
Would you keep that there permanently, or would you switch that out, or?
It was there for a while.
Okay. What about on the front porch when people went out there? Did you have anything out there?
I believe a neighbor of mine gave me a can. Okay. I can't remember. And I believe that was on the front porch, but that wasn't there for a while. I had just recently got that.
Yeah, Abellis, her rabbit's fine. We were talking about, I was telling them about how Basil will only eat like crackers and cheese and like paper. He doesn't eat like rabbit food anymore. He has like the rabbit food I give him, he'll eat certain parts of it, but like he doesn't eat the pellets or the hay because he's spoiled. I was talking about how spoiled Abellis was at the beginning of the live, and that's what she's talking about. Definitely going to have to watch a replay. Sorry. Oh, no, you're a good Mustang. Thank you for being here. That's so sweet. Michelle said she witnessed some of the dismemberment, right? I don't think so. Maybe in the original interview, but I'm not sure. Can't remember. I'll have to look it up.
Because we would mainly smoke in the back balcony.
What about in your car? Did you ever?
Not with my kids in the car, no.
Okay. But when there weren't kids in the car, would you smoke in the car?
I would.
Okay. And where'd you put cigarettes then?
I throw them up.
Toss them out. We're not here about littering. So.
I think we're okay on that.
I realized I just sit there in front of a cop.
It's one of the better things ever said in front of me, trust me. So we'll not worry about that a bit. Okay, so let's go back to the day. We're talking about a lot of stuff. And let me recap. And again, if I make a mistake, you jump on me right away, okay?
Yes.
Because I want to make sure I get this right. So it sounds to me like the same day that that Victoria, I'm sorry, I apologize, that Jessica's stranded. Fabian goes and gets her, brings her home. Things begin to change after that, her behavior.
Yes.
Is that correct? Do you remember, is that a day that you go to work or you're not working?
I believe I was off the next day.
The next day. So you work that day, but the next day you're off?
Yes.
Okay. The time when there's the...
Yo, I'm
where
trying to
Jessica's
type
upset
in
about
chat.
the brand
Hold
of
on.
cigarettes, there's the...
My computer done went crazy. Sorry about that. I was trying to type in chat and it just went crazy. Hold on. I'll back it up a little bit. It's probably way too much.
That was on the front porch, but that wasn't there for a while.
Sorry about
I
that.
just recently got that one there because we would mainly smoke in the back balcony.
What about in your car? Did you ever?
Not with my kids in the car, no.
Okay. But when there weren't kids in the car, would you smoke in the car?
I would.
Okay. And where'd you put cigarettes then?
I throw them out.
Toss them out. We're not here about littering. So.
I think we're okay on that. I think we're okay.
I realized I just sit there in front of a cop.
That's one of the better things ever said in front of me, trust me. So we'll not worry about that a bit. Okay, so let's go back to the day. We're talking about a lot of stuff. And let me recap. And again, if I make a mistake, you jump on me right away, okay?
Yes.
Because I want to make sure I get this right. So it sounds to me like the same day that Victoria, I'm sorry, I apologize, that Jessica's stranded. Fabian goes and gets her, brings her home. Things begin to change after that, her behavior.
Yes.
Is that correct? Do you remember, is that a day that you go to work or you're not working?
I believe I was off the next day.
The next day. So you work that day, but the next day you're off?
Yes.
Okay. The time when where Jessica's upset about the brand of cigarettes, there's the money that Victoria ends up.
Abraham said, I think Jessica forced Fabian and Michelle to go through with disposing of the body. When Michelle saw they were going to dismember the child, that's where she couldn't take it anymore, and Jessica attacked her and Fabian. That's a very plausible speculation. Because Jessica claims that she attacked Michelle with the iron because Michelle knew what happened to her daughter. And she said, if she's going to allow that to happen to her own daughter, she's not going to protect me when it comes to, somebody finding out or the police or whatever, or everything. But so she wanted to go ahead and take her and Fabian out as well. And that's very plausible because in order for her to think that Michelle didn't protect her own daughter, that would have to mean that Michelle knew what had happened and had seen what had happened and had been a part of what had happened. Very plausible. Sorry, not sorry. I don't know what your first chat said. I'll check it, but I'm not. Yeah, Lala, it's weird how she sounds like that she's having a great time. Like it's sick. I don't know, man. Let me see what she said. All I got is a sorry, not sorry, but I'm not sorry either. You know what I mean? I think that I think she should have got more time, honestly. No fights to go out. She'll even go out with snow everywhere. Oh, wow.
And Fabian takes Victoria to get a soda and was it candy?
Yeah,
Something like that?
Something like
okay,
that.
Something like that. Why did you do that? Do you remember?
Because she wanted to spend her $5 and I told her she wasn't going to.
Okay.
So.
Was that a $5 for just a gift or?
Yeah, Fabian had given it to her.
Okay.
I guess from the money that he had.
Okay.
The money I told her to give back.
Okay. So, and they end up at, we think, the Giant, and they come back. That's all right in the same, kind of flows in the same time period, but it has to be, if you're working that first day when she comes back, is the discussion about the brand of cigarettes, the gas station, the money and stuff, is that the following day? Do you know for sure?
I don't know for sure.
Okay. And in the progression of things, it's all pretty much flows that way?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now I can tell you I'm sure you know from the discovery, the paperwork and all the videos and stuff. I can tell you on the 23rd, which is a Tuesday, a little after 6 p.m., is we have the video of Fabian and Victoria at the giant gas station near your apartment.
Oh, wow.
I'm so glad that you were gifted, T-Bird. That's amazing. And yeah, I appreciate it, but you don't feel like you owe us anything. You just being here and hitting the thumbs up is support enough, my love. And you're already part of the speculating family, whether you're a member or not. If you're a member, you get access to more videos. So enjoy that, but don't feel like you got to pay anything for it. But I'm glad you were gifted. Heathen, you're funny.
So we know that that is the 23rd. I also know from your records that is your day off.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So I think I can tell you from all the interviews we've done and everything. So I'm just trying to help you with the time frame. Okay. And do not let me influence you in any way, okay? And if I do that, you reach over and you slap me, all right?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
I'm serious. Do not let me influence you in any way, okay?
Okay.
Just what you remember. If you don't remember, and you told me that several times, and that's a perfect answer.
Okay.
We know the barbecue's on the 21st.
Mm-hmm.
The 22nd is a Monday. We know from your records you do work that day.
Mm-hmm.
And the 23rd is the day that we know on video, a little after 6 p.m., that's when Fabian and Victoria go, and she does get the large soda and stuff. And we've talked to other people about the gift of money and things like that. Does that help recollect your memory?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So now we've kind of got it into the day of the 23rd. So this is going to get a little tough, and I understand that. If you want to take a break at any time, and if you want to stop, and this gets upsetting, we're going to take our time going through this, okay? This is the real important part we need to talk about, okay? Do you want to collect yourself for a couple minutes?
Please.
Okay. Why don't we do this? It's 10:29, and let's take a couple minute break. And
That's very possible too. Or she threatened Michelle with telling the police that she knew all along what she was doing to Victoria, even though Michelle didn't really know. I think that could have happened along with what we were talking about earlier.
And because I don't want to get into stuff and shock you and have you real upset. So I want you to prepare for what we're going to get into, okay? So again, it's about 10:29. Let's go ahead and take a few minute break. Okay. Again, it is Saturday, November 11th, 2017. The time now is 10:43 a.m. We're back speaking with Michele Martens, and it's the same people in the room here. Michelle, we're going to move into a difficult day. We're going to move into Tuesday, August 23rd. Okay? So what I'm going to do is we're going to work on like a timeline. We're going to walk through. So we're going to talk through when you got up all the way until the police were called. And this is going to go through nice and slow, and we'll take as much time as we want. Okay?
Tell us about that day, right?
Okay, so that day was her birthday.
Okay, which birthday?
10th birthday.
Okay, so how before we go there, what was she excited about?
She was just excited in general about bringing cupcakes to school because she was always into sharing.
Yeah.
So I told her, I was like, I don't know if I have the money to make the cupcakes, but I'll try to.
Okay.
So with the money that was left on my food stamp card, I went into Smith's and I bought the box of cake mix.
What flavor did she want?
Oh, I think it was vanilla or the funfetti one.
Ooh.
One of those. She likes all that colorful stuff.
Right.
And I told her, okay, I was like, well, we'll make the cupcakes and then you can take them to school and I'll let you ice them and everything. You can take them to school and bring my tray back.
Right.
And so she was all excited. We made them and then she was all excited to go to school and we made the cupcakes. We woke up that morning.
So when you woke up that morning, who was there in the apartment?
It was me. It was all of us. It was me, Jessica, and Fabian.
Okay.
And my daughter.
Was Matthew there that morning?
No, he was with his father. Okay. That was his day to be with his father. It was Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
So where was Jessica? Where did she sleep that night? Then was she?
That night was in Matthew's room.
So what time did you wake up?
Oh, I woke up at like 6:30.
Okay.
So that way I could do the cupcakes, make them, so that way by the time Victoria got up to go to school, she could ice the cakes and we'll put the aluminum foil.
Right.
Yep. Put the toothpicks
See, this brings it home that it was that child's 10th birthday, and it's so sad. Poor baby.
In there, so
It doesn't smush. Yeah.
Yeah.
What time did she normally get up?
She normally gets up about 7:30.
Okay. So you did the baking.
Yes.
And then she did the decorating.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And she was all excited. She was so happy.
Yeah.
And she got ready to go to school, so she got dressed, and I don't remember if I did her hair or not. I think I did because it was her birthday.
Did she have like a special outfit on, or was she dressing up?
She had an outfit that my grandmother bought for her. It was like denim shorts with a blue, and it was blue, and then it had green polka dots on it, and it went over the shoulder like that, and that was her favorite outfit. So she wore that, and I did her hair and made her look all cute for school.
Mm-hmm.
And she went to school, and she went on the bus. I took her to the bus.
And so she has like a pan of cupcakes. She's
Yeah.
carrying the
She
pan
had the whole pan, yeah, on the bus. And the pan was bigger than the aisle on the bus, so she's holding
it up.
And so I waited till she got on the bus, and of course I saw my ex there with Matthew because he drives all the way from his house at the time to drive Matthew to the bus stop to put him on the bus.
Is that Jason?
Yes.
Okay. And so little Matthew's at the bus stop.
Yes.
That morning. Okay.
Yes. And I try not to talk to Jason because we were having difficulties.
Just trying to keep it.
Yeah, trying to keep it good in front of the kids. So
what was going to be the birthday plan for the rest of the day?
Birthday plans, since she had school, I didn't plan anything for her birth, like the actual date.
Right.
So I planned it for the next day, which was Wednesday, because I had off on Wednesday.
Okay. And that's the half day at school?
Yes,
Got
that's
it.
the half day.
Okay.
So I was planning on for her to come
Yeah.
home from school, get changed,
Right.
put play clothes on, and I was going to take her either to the park, that new park that they just built up there in Rio Rancho.
The park above?
Yes, that park, and I was gonna take her there and just get like pizzas from
Right.
Little Caesars, and just have like a few of her friends there and just have her celebrate. I had already gotten the cake from Smith's. I was supposed to pick it up.
What kind of cake did you get her?
Oh my goodness, I wish I could have seen it. It was a rectangle cake, and it had pink and purple. I don't know what that stuff is called, where it hardens like candy. I forgot.
Like this, not sprinkles, but.
No, it's like an icing, but then it like hardens. It's like a shell on the outside of the cake.
Oh, okay.
I forgot what it's called.
I don't know if I've ever seen that. Sounds pretty cool.
But,
Okay.
but got that, and then like half of it was leopard because she loves leopard. She's like in love with leopards.
Yeah.
And her favorite colors were pink and purple, but she favored purple more. So the cake was half pink, half purple, had the leopards on it, and then I had 4 bow ties that were edible on each corner of the cake, and then in the middle, it was supposed to say "Happy 10th Birthday, Victoria."
Did you get like special candles, or did you do the 10?
I had the 10.
Okay.
I had the 10, and then I was gonna put 10 candles around that for extra.
Like double
Yeah.
candle action?
Yes.
That sounds
But,
awesome.
I never got to see the cake.
Right. Because you're supposed to pick it up the next day.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So
Who was she gonna invite to her party?
she had the friend that she went to the house with, like that lived in building 4 across from me,
Okay.
and then a couple of her friends from school. That
Okay.
was supposed to be there. So it was either gonna be a pool party or go to the park, but I was gonna go to the park because my dad talked me into it.
Okay.
So, and
It's probably.
So Abraham said there are 2 parts to this case: the unaliving and the essaying of the child by other men. The charges against them were surrounding the unaliving. That's why her sentencing was so light. So they never held accountable who essayed her. I mean, I guess because the only one they can definitively say would be David Hernandez, which Michelle admitted to, and then the unknown male DNA, which nobody knows to this day who that was. Oh no, I don't want them to be deceased either, Wendy. Had she been charged with essay by other men under her supervision, she would have received more time. Probably, yeah. And I think everybody wants to know what actually happened there. In order to get her to talk, they had to give her derivative immunity.
Easier to watch a bunch of kids at the park than in the pool.
it's a big park though.
That is true. That is true. You are going to be running around that park. That's a good point.
It's like some could be on that side and others on that side, and you're like, okay, where's my kid?
Yeah.
And but yeah, she got to school. She went to school that day on her birthday, and she went through the whole day. And I came back, and when I came back, Fabian said that he was gonna fix my window on my car because my window was broken. I think the motor or whatever it was called, I don't remember.
To roll the window up?
Yeah, up and down.
Okay.
And he fixed my window, and then I believe he said that we were gonna go to his uncle's house again. And we went over there, off of 5 Points and Guff, I think it is, around there. So we went there while the kids were at school, and then we came back because I told him, I was like, I have to go, because that's when that morning before we left, I told Jessica, I was like, can you please pick up Victoria from the bus stop if we're not back in time? And she didn't give me an answer, and I was like, please pick her up. I was like, because Fabian don't want to go by himself, and I go with him, and I'm pretty sure we'll be back, but I'm not sure. And she was like, okay, I'll pick her up. And so we went to his uncle's house, and we were there for most of the day.
Let me take you back just a little bit. That morning when you were baking cupcakes, what were Fabian and Jessica doing in the tent?
Jessica was still laying down
in Matthew's room.
Yes, and Fabian was up in the balcony having a cigarette.
Right. I agree. I know she was excited about her birthday too. She even went to the friend's house that she was playing with, and the friends were supposed to meet her at the park for her birthday party. And I wonder how long Jessica had been allowing men to do that, because I think she had.
And,
for some time.
Because he woke up about the same time I did.
Did you wake him up or just both?
No, we just both woke up. And so we went to his uncle's house, and we stayed there for a while, and then I text Jessica, don't forget to pick up my daughter from the bus stop. And she never texted me back. So I was like, okay. I was like, baby, and I was like, she's not answering me. I was like, we need to go. So we got up and left, and we drove. And I believe we left there. I don't know the exact time. But I know we were late from the bus picking.
Michelle, let me stop. Did you ask anybody else to go pick your daughter up?
Jessica.
I know that.
Oh, nobody else besides that, no.
Did you ever talk to your mom?
No.
Okay.
You said Fabian didn't want to go by himself?
Yes.
Okay. Was that?
Now that doesn't make sense, because her mother had said that she talked to her. I thought it was her mother who said she talked to her, and she told her mother that Jessica was picking her up from the bus stop, because it was her mother who usually picked Victoria up from the bus stop. Maybe Michelle said it in the original interview, but again, another questionable possible lie.
Typical of him, or?
No, not really.
Okay.
No, he always had somebody with him. Because usually when he went somewhere, Jessica was with him. Because I was working.
You were working.
Okay. You're saying he wants somebody to go with, where do you want to go?
His uncle's house.
His uncle's house?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a photograph of mark number B. Did you recognize number B, and if so, from where?
Yes, that was the one near his uncle's house. I think that's David.
Okay. That's David?
I believe so.
Okay.
He looks familiar.
Okay. What would happen how many times do you think you went to the uncle's house, Uncle David, or how he calls him?
I only went there a couple of times. I don't know how many times he went without me.
Okay. When you were there, the couple times you were there, did Victoria ever go with you?
Yes, she went with me once or twice.
Okay. And what would happen normally when you and Fabian were at the uncle's house?
I would basically mainly stay in the car with my daughter.
Okay.
Because I didn't trust the neighborhood.
Okay.
And I didn't trust the guys out there. And my daughter would mainly stay next to me.
Okay. On the occasion we're talking about this morning on the 23rd, when you said you stayed at Uncle David or David's house for a little while?
Yes.
What went on that occasion?
We were just hanging out and talking, smoking cigarettes, and
Yep. Daily Orange Pill. Yep. We were talking about that yesterday, how she had been released. Thank you for the information. I appreciate it. I would think she would leave Albuquerque. I didn't know that she was shopping in the area and had been seen. I would think she would want to leave there and get away from there, but that's interesting. We knew that she had been released last Tuesday, but I don't know. I would think she would want to get away from there, you know?
Fabian told me that he wanted to get some weed.
Okay.
So he went to the house, like, diagonal from his uncle's house.
Okay.
I don't know the exact address.
Okay. Was Fabian able to get some marijuana?
Yes, he did.
Okay. How much do you remember?
I don't.
Okay. Did you ever see it?
No.
Okay.
No.
Never saw it?
No.
Okay. Before that, before you go to Uncle David's house, you're talking about your car getting worked on.
Mhm.
The window?
I don't know. I'll
Did
check
you go
and see if
with
she's on
Fabian
probation.
anywhere to pick up any parts?
We went to Yukon and Pay.
Okay. Whereabouts is that located?
That's off of Broadway.
Okay.
And it's Leah, I believe.
Okay.
And the address is on Broadway.
Okay. So way far south?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me what happens when you get there. What goes on there?
At Yukon?
Mm-hmm.
We get there and we go in there and he paid, because you gotta pay to go in there.
Okay.
And you go in and then you tell them what year your car is or what kind of car you have, and then they lead you to the direction to where the cars are at that would be specific for your type of car.
Okay.
And you just go in there and you take off the pieces that you need.
Okay.
And bring them.
Okay. Did you go with Fabian to do that?
Yes.
Okay. So that's where you guys got the car part.
Yes.
So after the car part, after you get the car part, what happens next?
We got the car part and we were leaving. We went to go leave. And I didn't realize this, but he actually stole the part.
Okay.
Who's surprised that Fabian actually stole the part? And I think that's where Jessica was talking about that she met her friends in, I think she called it the Bottoms at the casino or something. Like they picked her up from over there or something. Michele Martens is not currently on probation. I think she served all of her time. It says Michele Martens is not currently on probation. She was released from prison on October 14th of 2025 and will serve 5 years supervised probation and 2 years of parole. So yeah, actually she probably can't leave the state of New Mexico yet. You're probably right. She might try to. I know her parents were originally from the Bronx. I don't know if they still have their house there. She'll stay there with them, you know. I know her son is in the area, so maybe she's staying there so she can see them. Oh my God, it is. I don't know if you're caught up with this, but yes, Fabian's trial was televised. It's on KOAT.com. We went over it a while back, Abraham. Yeah. They're pretty interesting.
And
who's he?
Fabian.
Fabian stole the
Yes.
part. Okay.
Yes. Because he put it down his pants because I separated from him once, like to go looking at other cars.
Okay.
So I'm not going to take any guesses because I don't know. But when we got into the car, he started taking the part out of his pants. And I'm like, what did you do? He was like, I got the part. I was like, well, didn't you pay for it? He said, no. He's like, a part like this is a lot of money. And I'm like, well, why'd you steal it? I was like, we're going to get caught. And I just let it go. And I felt guilty. I felt guilty.
Okay.
And right from that moment on, and I was like from that moment, I knew that he was a bad influence.
Okay.
So I was going to start separating myself. I was going to start to separate myself from him.
Okay, so you realize at that point this is not what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay.
Who paid to get into the
Fabian?
Fabian
Did either of you two have enough money to pay for a part like that?
I did in my bank account.
Okay.
If I would have known that we had to pay for the part, I didn't know how it was because I've never been there before. That was my first time there. I mean, like I would always pass it when I lived in Peralta. I would always pass it back and forth, but I've never actually went in there.
Okay.
So we went to a place, like they'll have places where you go to a scrap yard and they'll have cars and you can get parts off of it because let's say a car got in a wreck. Well, they might still have a good window motor, which is what they went there to get, a window motor. So just because the car was wrecked on the front and the head gasket's blown, that doesn't mean the window motor for the passenger seat in the back, for example, is bad. So you can go get parts off of these cars. It was a window motor for her car he allegedly stole, but Jessica talks about Fabian going there and stealing car parts and selling them. They also talk about him cutting catalytic converters and all of that. Oh my goodness. Go get that baby. Oh my gosh.
So after you end up with the part, what happens after you end up with the part? Where do you guys go next? Where do you and Fabian go next?
We start going back to my place, I believe.
Okay. And what happens when you go back to your apartment?
That's when he fixed the door.
Okay. And how long did that take? Do you remember?
Not exactly.
Okay. Who else is at the apartment while Fabian is fixing the door?
Jessica was upstairs.
Okay. Tell me how Jessica's acting at that time.
She seemed pretty normal to me.
Okay.
Like she was talking normal and she was getting along with my daughter and she was putting makeup on her eyes like to sparkle her eyes and stuff, so.
Okay. I'm a bit confused because if we're on the right day,
he's not.
That's going to be Tuesday the 23rd, which means Victoria would have had a full day at school.
Yes.
So is this the right occasion that Jessica's putting makeup on your daughter? Do you know what I'm asking? I'm a bit confused. Because if Victoria's at school...
No, that was the day before, I'm sorry.
Okay, so the day before...
Yes.
Okay, she's putting it. Why was Jessica putting makeup and things on your daughter? Just
because she wanted the makeup and Victoria asked me if she can have it. I said a little bit, not a lot.
Okay.
So
she's acting normal when she's putting makeup on?
Yes.
Okay. And again, if I'm saying something, I don't let me tell you what to say, okay?
Okay.
And you, like I said, you reach over and you punch me if I start doing that, okay?
Okay.
All right, so just to make it clear, so probably the day before or so is the makeup, where Jessica's acting normal?
Yes.
Okay. So when you come back from you pull it, and Fabian is fixing the car, about what time is that on, that's going to be the 23rd, the Tuesday?
Yes.
What time is that when Fabian's working on the car?
I don't remember.
Okay. Daytime or nighttime?
It was the daytime.
Okay. Is that before or after you go to Uncle David's or David's?
That was before.
Okay. Okay. How long do you think you're at the apartment while Fabian's working on the car and before you go to Uncle David's?
Maybe about an hour and a half.
Okay.
Because he had to take the whole door frame off and everything.
Okay.
So it took a while.
Are you down there watching all of it or upstairs with Jessica, or walk me
No, I
through
was
that?
downstairs with Fabian.
Okay. And where's Jessica at this point?
Upstairs.
And how's Jessica acting at that point?
I'm not sure because I didn't see her.
Okay.
Because I was downstairs with Fabian.
I understand now. Okay. So walk me through after, does the door eventually get fixed?
Yes.
Okay. It actually works?
Yes.
Okay.
I was all happy.
Okay.
Because I could roll my window down. And
Okay. And so walk me through after the door gets fixed, what happens next?
That's when I had told Jessica.
So all the stories lining up because Fabian and Michelle both say that they were in the car listening to music. It's what Fabian says. And that's when Jessica walks down the steps of the apartment holding Victoria in her arms in a blanket. We haven't got there yet, but I think that's what she's about to talk about.
Like, if she could pick up my daughter because we were going to go to his uncle's house.
Okay.
And we went. Because Fabian didn't want to go with Jessica because he didn't want to deal with her crap. Like, because he was starting to get frustrated with her and he didn't want to have.
So Abraham said, you see how they're being very careful about what they say. In the first interview, they kept feeding her answers and getting her to agree. And I do notice that. And even though they kept putting the blame on Fabian, she kept saying, no, he didn't. They thought she was protecting him. Yep. But then why still would Fabian get such an extensive, large sentence? If they genuinely knew that Fabian didn't do this because they're trying to figure out maybe who was SAing her before in between David and Fabian. I don't know.
To hear her nagging and everything. So he asked me to go with him and if Victoria can stay with Jessica.
Oh yeah, me too.
We were going to get weed and he didn't want Victoria around that. And I was like, okay, that's an understandable logic.
Now I understand. Okay.
So I left her with Jessica and she seemed normal, so that's the only reason why I left her with her. And we left and we went to his uncle's house and we spent a little time there. He got his weed, whatever, And
Do you think he smokes any weed at Uncle David's? Or
I'm
with
pretty
Uncle
sure
David's?
he does.
Okay. Why do you think that?
Because I can tell his attitude changes and I can smell it.
Okay.
I can smell it.
So you can smell the weed on it?
Yeah, when, like, if you just finish smoking a cigarette, like if you're smoking a cigarette and it lingers on you.
Yes.
He got into the car and my car smelled like weed.
Okay, but you never saw him, but you
I
can
never
smell
saw
it.
him, yes.
Okay. There's some text message you talked about that while
Oh
you
my
were at
God,
Uncle
it
David's, I
was.
think you said, you got some text messages.
It was. When I hear the text messages, unless the victims and family, I don't know if you're caught up with us and you're talking about this case, but yeah, they shouldn't have got plea deals. But Victoria Martens was the daughter of Michele Martens, whose plea interview this is right now. I think they're just trying to figure out what happened that night. Because, I mean, to this day, they still don't know who there's unknown male DNA on Victoria. But speaking of the autopsy, Victoria had an STD. There was no meth in her system. And Michele said that she died from taking the methamphetamine that was on the counter. It's a lot. It's a lot. If you haven't heard about this case, if you're caught up with us, then there's a whole playlist on my channel with a couple, including this video. There's 2 videos that are unreleased to the public. And there's going to be a third because I got to get the second half of this plea deal hearing out, hopefully tonight or in the morning. And I'm still like just trying to figure out exactly what happened that night. And I still don't know, It's sad all the way around. What I do know is that Victoria suffered way more than she ever should have. And the only thing that I can find solace is that she's not suffering anymore. I think you got to see.
Do you remember who you said that you'd asked Jessica to get your daughter? What time would Victoria normally get off the bus?
Well, she would get to the bus stop about 4:30.
Okay.
Because if the bus is running late, they'll get there about 4:30.
Okay. So, do you remember getting contacted by a neighbor?
Yes.
Okay, and how did the neighbor contact you?
The neighbor called me at first, but I didn't answer the phone because I didn't recognize the number.
Okay.
And then she texted me saying that this is such and such Victoria's friend in building 4. We have Victoria here, and right then and there, I was like, well, what happened? I was like, I told Jessica, well, she didn't know who she was, and I told Jessica to go pick her up from the bus stop. She's like, well, she never showed up at the bus stop, so she came here with, I forgot her daughter's name.
Okay.
And she was in the house with her daughter.
I'm going to show you, I think we're up to 4, I'm going to make these 4, 5, and 6. Okay. Take a look at these. These are just photographs of, and I think I've got them in the right order, text messages. And they've got dates and times on them.
Mm-hmm.
Take a look and see if you recognize this text conversation.
I do recognize them.
And tell me about that. What is that text conversation?
That was with the neighbor telling me that she has him there, and that's when I called her. I believe I called her, and I told her, can you keep her there until I get there? I'll be there, and I'll be there in a few. And she was like, I'll be there. She was like, okay, I'll hold her here. And then like 5 minutes later, she said that she has to go somewhere. So she let Victoria go. I don't know if she let her go to the office or to the apartment building where Jessica was at. And I was like, where is she now? She was like, I just let her go up into the apartment. She's knocking on the door, but she stayed on the phone with me the whole time while Victoria was out knocking at the door. And I was sitting there, and Victoria was knocking on the door, and nobody was answering at first, and then Victoria kept knocking, and then I guess eventually Jessica answered the door, and that's when her mom told me, okay, she's in the house.
Okay.
I was like, okay.
Okay.
You know, you're exactly right. Abraham said, regardless, I still think his sentence was too harsh. This is a good example of the disadvantage those without money has as it pertains to the justice system. Had he had money, it would have been different. And I mean, yep, because we just watched Daisy Link's trial and the prosecution wasn't even able to put up a prosecution. They weren't even able to present their freaking case because the judge kept leaning towards the defense so very much. Yeah, exactly. Yes, sir.
Boom, 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 bop, bam.
Again, the reckless endangerment charge would be because he knew why Jessica had just gotten out of prison, I think. But still, he shouldn't have gotten 37.5 years. It's like they pinned everything they wanted to pin as far as the years. He got the years they wanted to give to Michelle.
When all these text messages are going on, do you remember where you were when you started receiving those? You know
At his uncle's house.
Okay, so we're at Uncle David's.
Yes.
Okay. And above here, on this first one, we've marked number 4, there's a date and time. Can you tell me what that date and time is? Or the date?
August 23rd.
Okay. If we look at the calendar, that's going to be our Tuesday. So I think we're all on the right page. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And the first text comes in at what time?
4:35.
Okay. And it looks like the last conversation.
45.
So for about a 10-minute period or so, around 4:35 for about 10 minutes, does that refresh your memory of when you're finding out Victoria wasn't picked up by Jessica?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I think we established with your memory and now with some records that we have no reason to believe that they're inaccurate. It's somewhere around 4:35 or so when you start getting notified that, hey, Jessica hasn't picked up Victoria. Is that about correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. I think that helps. So as you're seeing these and you're figuring out that Jessica has not picked up Victoria, how are you feeling?
Upset.
Okay.
Let down.
Okay.
And I was just trying to get a hold of Jessica at the time.
Do you eventually get
Now, remember, at this time, Jessica claims that Michelle never asked her to pick Victoria up at the bus stop, but Jessica is tweaked out of her head. Remember, we have the phone call from Jessica's sister, where Jessica's sister calls her from prison and is talking to her on the phone, and you hear Jessica Kelly saying that the TV's talking to her, that Sinner is coming to get her, and then the sister's like, no, Sinner's in prison and not getting out, and she passes the phone around to all her friends, and they have a laugh at Jessica, who they know is obviously tweaking out of her mind. And per Jessica's story, she claims that's when she sees Victoria riding the little scooter outside in front of the apartment complex, and she calls her into the apartment and says, hey, where's your mom and Fabian at? And the little girl Victoria's like, I don't know. And Jessica's like, well, just stay in here with me, because she said Michelle never told her to pick up Victoria, and she said she was trying to keep Victoria safe. Personally, I feel like that it had more to do with methamphetamine, that she didn't remember that Michelle had asked her to pick Victoria up from the bus stop. And I think that she saw Victoria out there and knew Victoria might want to come in and out and wanted her inside, because she genuinely thought that Sinner was in the apartment complex and was going to try to talk to Victoria, take Victoria, whatever, side effects of being intoxicated on the substances. The last I heard about Matthew Martens, the orange pill, was that he was living with his father, who, despite what Michelle had said about his father maybe possibly having touched him in an inappropriate way, even though that was later found to be untrue, Michele Martens said that Matthew had walked in on his father watching adult movies, and that his father hurt him inappropriately. That was found to be false. The last I had heard about Matthew, he was happily living with his father. But that's all I've heard. Yeah, the fucking oh my God. I cannot even, I will go the hell off. I'm not even going to, yeah. Pardon my French, excuse me, and Bella's going to tell me it's not French, but all of these things, the drug use, Victoria Martens case, the fucking Daniel Martel, the fuckhead, and Malehya Brooks Murray, in my opinion, the fuckhead in Jack and Lily's case, fucking Jennifer Soto, fucking Stephen Stearns, all of them. Yep, this is.
What the fuck, y'all? God damn! God damn! God damn!
Forgive me. Try not to be cussing. Makes me so mad. This case is similar to what Jennifer Soto's case would be if she was charged. If you ever have a panel on this, I'll explain. It's too much to text. If you want to come up, I'll drop the link. You know, yeah, I could see that. But remember, Jennifer Soto got one of these interviews. We don't have all of it. Part of it was released, but it was heavily redacted, in my opinion. But I can't with Jennifer. I can't with Jennifer Soto either. That bitch needs to confess to what she did or rot in hell.
Before you get home?
She didn't answer me.
Okay.
And then that's because as soon as Jessica didn't answer me, I told Fabian, I was like, we need to go. I was like, she didn't pick up my daughter from the bus stop. I was like, we need to go.
Okay.
And he left right away.
Okay.
And then he was yelling on the way back. He was like, how dare she leave my mija like that? Da, 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 da.
Okay.
And he was just upset too, but he showed it more than I did. So.
Okay. How long does it take to get from Uncle David or David's house back to your apartment?
Depending on the traffic, I would say about maybe half an hour.
How long did it take that time?
I would say maybe 45 minutes. Because he was driving erratically. He was scaring me.
He's hustling, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
He was scaring me.
Okay. So tell me what happens when you finally get back to the apartment. What happens? What do you see and what happens?
Okay. We get back to the apartment and we pull in and I see Victoria, and she was all happy to see me. So I went upstairs with her, and we went to the back balcony because she was doing her homework back there. So Jessica wasn't. I didn't see Jessica anywhere.
So Victoria's in the apartment.
Yes.
Was the front door open, closed, locked? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay.
And so
Mrs. North said both Jessica and Fabian's interrogations are on here. Fabian ends when he finally starts telling the truth, and Jessica is her full testimony. She said the unknown DNA was cartel guy who essayed Victoria. Yeah. She said that a man came in asking about where Fabian was, asked where the girl was, and said that, I don't know, he was looking for Fabian, and then he comes out of the room. Jessica's out on the patio smoking a cigarette, and he tells her to clean that shit up. I have never found it anywhere else but on my channel. I don't know that anybody else has ever gotten it. Well, had it at the time that I went to see if anybody else had it before I typed unreleased. I had not seen it anywhere else. I think it's possible that the cartel guy hurt Victoria, but I think that she had a lot to do with it. I think she was getting paid so that he could hurt Victoria. Yes, I am. During Michelle's FBI interrogation, she stated David Hernandez essayed Matthew as well, unless she's claiming stupid on that too. She did claim that. So Matthew could have been, she said that it was Matthew's dad and David Hernandez. I don't know. I'll look at the paperwork and see what I can read on it, but I won't release it. I'll let you know, though. These parents M-word their children to hide, cover up, and abuse. They should be doing the M-word to the predator, not the victim. It doesn't make any sense. Lala, I found that in a lot of cases as well, like the Naziah Harris case and the Madeline Soto case. Why are we killing the children? Like, you would do less time for the SA than the homicide. Like, why do we got to kill them? I'll never understand it. And that's the perpetrator. We're not even talking about the parents in the case. Where are they at? Why are they allowing these things to happen? You know?
Went into the house, and I don't know where Jessica was. She could have been on the bathroom. I don't know, but my daughter was on the balcony by herself.
Thank you for
doing her
being
homework.
here.
Because I told her as soon as she gets home from school to do her homework.
Okay.
And I apologized. I was like, Victoria, I'm sorry for not being here. I was like, it'll never happen again. I was like, I'm sorry. She's like, it's okay, Mommy. She says, it's okay. I went to her friend's house, and She's like, they got me home. And I'm like, I know, but still, I was like, I'm sorry. And that was the last time I talked to her. And then my mom and dad had called her to wish her a happy birthday.
Okay.
So she spoke to my parents, they wished her a happy birthday.
On whose phone did your parents call?
Mine.
Your phone? Okay. Okay.
And so they finished talking, and then after that, me and Fabian, we went back to his uncle's house.
Okay, so after, let me take some notes because I'm going to make sure I get.
I forgot what I was about to say. I lost my train of thought. But yeah, thank you for being here, Orangeville. Oh my goodness, Abellis. Thank you for gifting 10 Speculation Station memberships. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I greatly appreciate that so very much. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that. Those memberships went to Little Linda, Shauna, Carol's Chaos, Jessie Baby, Lord Mommy, Bluesy, CC True Crime, Sincere, Turtle Talk, and CL Paxton. If you were gifted from Abellis and you are aware you were gifted, please tell Abellis thank you. Thank you so very much, Abellis. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. And I will grab the haunted train to pick our new members up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much, Abellis. Hey, Abraham, how are you?
Good, and yourself?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. So you said that if Jennifer Soto had been charged, this is what would have happened?
Yes, I think so because see, no matter how we feel about Jennifer Soto, I don't think that she knew what was going on with her daughter. I think that Jennifer Soto is like what I would call like the textbook definition of somebody who is stupid, some like an idiot, you know? Not that they are like mentally challenged, but they are just not as savvy as the normal person is. And she may know what to do in certain situations, but
Uh-oh, I lost you. Your signal went out. Oh
oh.
no. Hey, I could hear you now. You lost your signal.
Yeah,
It's
no,
kind of cutting in. Okay.
I had a call coming in. Hold on.
Okay.
I declined it. I forgot what I was saying. Where was I at?
You were saying
Yes, okay.
that Jennifer's like when you would call stupid.
Yeah, like some people, you know, they know what to say, they know what to do, but and they know what advice to give. But when things are happening in their own life, they fail to see that. And I think that's what happened with her daughter. She failed to see all the red flags that she would normally identify in somebody else's life, or if it was happening to someone else. She also thought that by being aware of what this man did, you know, that producer, I forget his name. You know how she used that example that what's the name of that
Weinstein?
producer? You know that producer that married his stepdaughter?
Oh, the Woody Allen
Woody Allen,
situation.
yes.
Yeah.
She thought that by being aware and saying and talking about what Woody Allen had done, that would have deterred him from ever doing anything with his daughter, which is just ridiculous. You know? See, so
Yeah.
she knew that situation and knew that case, but yet it was happening in her life and she failed to see that.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
You know?
I still have questions about the text messages by her saying I can't risk it anymore. And do you think that she just thought it was okay for them to have sleepovers together in Stefan's room?
She thought that they were not doing anything. She I know that deep inside she thought she should not have done that, but she couldn't face the fact that he also could take advantage of her daughter. You know, and I also think that
Yeah.
Stephen Stern came across to her as if he was like some immature little kid. That's how he portrayed himself to be. when he really wasn't. He was just fooling all these people around him. That's why she would always make excuses for him, like, oh, he's not capable of doing this, and he's always just playing games or whatever. Yeah, that's what he wanted you to believe. Meanwhile, he was doing all of this to your daughter.
Yeah, I could see that. What do you think about the fact that she talked about? Wait a minute. No, Stefan is the one that said about the Electra complex and that they oogled over him, and we don't know that Stefan was telling the truth. I was going to ask you about the where they talk about Jennifer saying that Madeline had an Electra complex when it came to Stefan, which the Electra complex was a Freudian theory that young girls will be attracted to their fathers until they reach a certain age. And but we heard that from Stefan, not from Jennifer Soto herself. The only thing we heard from Jennifer was about the Woody Allen situation, so we don't know for sure.
Yeah, I don't know about that Electro complex because I don't know much about it, but I mean, I don't think so. I don't think that's true. I think that he was just able to brainwash that child to accept things that, that are just horrible. And
Yeah.
even though, Jennifer Soto should have realized all this was going on, if she really didn't, then what can you convict her for being an idiot? You cannot convict someone for being an idiot. They can maybe convict or charge her for failing to protect her child, because this is just something that you don't do in a normal
Right.
in a normal household. But then again, it's not illegal to have your child go sleep with somebody else and watch TV if everything is so innocent.
I
So
mean, you're right.
how can you convince a jury to do that? And I think that's a lot of the times we, the public, feel a certain way, but it's because we're not idiots. We know what's going on. But in a court of law, you have to, prove your case. You can't prove your case on feelings and perception. You have to prove it with facts. And that is what's hard with, with Jennifer. There is no way to prove that she actually knew.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think that they're not prosecuting because they cannot prove that that she actually knew. And Stefan's already confessed to the crime and or pled or whatever. And so the state of Florida has their man. Well, Brenda said, I agree to disagree. Jennifer Soto was home during COVID collecting PPE loans and no way could not know what was happening. If she genuinely, I mean, I'm kind of running with the theory. If she genuinely would like go to bed and go to sleep at night and sent them up there and they did that while she was not there, like, then she would not have known. I think that they genuinely slept together way more than just 5 times.
Oh
I think it
yeah,
was
for
something that was
sure.
normal.
For sure. And she just thought that it was okay because she was probably under the assumption that if something was going on, her daughter would tell her about it.
Right.
That could also have been a sense of security. It's nothing's going on because my daughter would tell me.
Right.
And it's just wrong for her to have done that anyway. But I don't think there's enough to be, to convict her in a court of law with any of that, with any of it. And I can't remember. I remember I told you that, like, in another channel, somebody brought up a theory about the text messages that she said she's getting too old, and it had to do with the autocorrect, and it made complete sense. The word that I can't remember what it was, but the word that Jennifer Soto meant to use was autocorrected to something else, making it
Oh,
seem.
really?
Yes, and it made complete sense because the autocorrect does do that when you put, it just changes the word. And it made complete sense, but I can't remember what it was that person said in another channel. And I would have to go back to, like, I try to go back to, like, their old videos, but I couldn't remember which one. They've done so much on Jennifer Soto that it'll be, impossible for me to sit there and watch all those hours.
Right, right.
So in this case, I think, give me one second. I'll be right back. I
Oh,
have to
you're
go. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay.
okay. Yeah, you're good. I'll play the video. She turned on Stephen. That's why she's not in jail right now. She got immunity. I mean, and that's possible too. If we could get the immunity interview that I'm trying in the daytime with a flashlight to get, we'll know what she actually knew. Talking about, the PPE loans, if she did get them, I think that it was proven that that was a different Jennifer Soto because the name is so common. But if she did get the PPE loans, I mean, it's the same thing as this case. Michele Martens got her certificate from for medical coding and billing, yet she, allowed all this to happen. It's the same thing as like one of those people who have no common sense at all. I mean, because I don't know. If she genuinely thought that Stefan would never do that and that he was so immature that he was on her level and would not do that to her, and it was completely innocent. And I mean, Stefan had other girlfriends. I don't know. I'm going to marinate on it for a little bit because I think that she had to know. But the roommates didn't know either. They didn't agree with Maddie staying in the room with him and being in there, because the one roommate references calling and saying that doing too many things at once, that letting Jennifer know that Madeline was in the room, and then Jennifer just texts back and says thank you. That could be because Stefan was genuinely so immature that Jennifer knew that she was up there and just thought that they were legit playing video games, because the roommate did text and say that she was legit playing video games. Being a person who Deborah Stearns is upset with, mad at, and could have possibly done something, let me stop it, on the advice of my lawyer. I could see why Stefan would be scared of her and possibly say things that, say things that might not have been true, to take the blame off of himself and to keep Mama Bear happy and supportive is what's most important. So thinking about the jail calls where he's like, oh, they absolutely knew. There was arguments going on in the apartment and they would butt heads all the time. There's no way that the roommates didn't know what was going on. I genuinely don't think the roommates knew what was going on. If I'm remembering correctly, I could be misremembering, but I don't think the roommates knew what was going on. And of course, Stefan would say that to his mama, because his mama hated Jennifer. It's just easier to keep her happy and keep the support coming while he's in prison. If I'm looking at it from both sides. What do need to get those? I'll hold the flashlight and bring the breadsticks and the tape. I've asked, I've requested, I bought some documents from the state's attorney's office, and I just submitted another request, and so I don't know. I'm kind of just waiting. I'm just waiting at this point. They're still going through those documents. Wendy said, I'm in too. I'm going to play this interview, and then when Abraham gets back, we'll continue talking about the Jennifer Soto situation. Miss North said, I think there's quite a difference between the roommate and Jen in reference to what they knew. The roommate was working. Jen was there all the time, so you've got a point.
That's correct. So after the incident where Jessica doesn't pick up Victoria, you come home. You talk to Victoria, and she's doing her homework. Mm-hmm. Your parents call her, wish her happy birthday.
Yes.
Do you ever see Jessica during that time period?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And then you and Fabian leave again and go back to Uncle David's?
Yes.
Okay. How long after you talk to Victoria on the patio where she's doing her homework, how long are you there before you go back to Uncle David's or David's?
Maybe about 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And why are you going back to Uncle David's?
Because he wanted to get some more weed for Jessica.
You're saying more weed for Jessica?
Yes.
So Fabian wanted to get more weed for Jessica?
Yes.
Did Fabian, this time period where you're back, you're talking to Victoria, she's doing her homework, is Fabian making contact with Jessica? Do you know?
He might have been. I heard him talking, so I don't know if he was talking on the phone.
Okay. Where would he have been when you heard him talking?
He might have been in the bedroom, the master bedroom.
The master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. But
T-Bird said, I think as a woman, you zone in on those little touches or batting eyeballs. There's no way a 12-year-old has the finesse to hide all that. And I've talked about that too. You know that Madeline felt like she was, I think that he manipulated Madeline and groomed her to make her think that they were in a relationship. I genuinely do. And yeah, I feel like there was little innuendos and signs that he was doing something inappropriate with her between them. So I don't think that she had the ability to hide all that either, because even if you're in a house with a roommate and your roommate's sleeping with your boyfriend, you see the reactions between the two, and you can figure out eventually that something's going on. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Jennifer would have noticed that. If we're comparing her to Michele Martens, who has no common sense and doesn't pick up on things like that, if Jennifer did pick up on the little innuendos and things like that that suggested something might happen, maybe she wouldn't have been had the incident with the car lot dealer that gave her the PTSD that she claims on her disability. Keyword there for me is claims.
I agree. I agree with that.
You do?
Yeah,
I was
I think
reading what
that
you wrote.
I think that he convinced her to think that they were in a relationship together with Madeline. Stefan Stern, that is.
Yeah, and then he could have been, I'm sure he was telling Jennifer the whole time, I would never, even if they
Yep.
did talk about things like that. Oh my God, did you hear about this man who was hurting this child? How could he do that? Da 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 da. And
Yep.
you would think at the that would be the last person.
Yeah, that's exactly it. People who commit those, those horrible crimes against children, they're very conniving and deceitful, and they can convince you of things that, that the normal person looking from the outside in would never have believed it. But when you're in it, it's hard to, to say that you wouldn't have believed it if it was, happening in our lives.
Yeah, I've got some examples of that too that I could tell y'all that would blow your mind. I know exactly what you mean. Um, Mustang said, I wouldn't let I wouldn't let anyone sleep with my kids or any of my kids, anyone's kids, sleep with a grown ass male regardless. And we wouldn't. But if Jennifer Soto is in the relationship and thinks it's completely okay for whatever reason, she might have thought it was okay. But yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, please do not let anybody's children, your children, those children, my children, his children, her children, not sleeping with grown ass men. Absolutely not.
I agree. Do not. I mean, it doesn't even matter what
Or women.
relationship they have to the child. It's
Right.
just not something you do. You don't want your child to get used to think. You don't want to make it okay in the eyes of a child.
Right. Or in that sentence, I misread it. I wouldn't let anyone sleep with anyone with a grown male. Oh, yeah, or a woman in that. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it from both ways. If we're gonna like again compare it like, the Michele Martens case, maybe, but I mean I think about her being there during COVID. I mean, but if Maddie was not telling her anything, then she might not think anything. I don't know. He was very immature, and maybe she thought that he was just that immature, but
That's the
he
thing,
wasn't.
when you're dealing with somebody who is that immature, you probably think, oh, they would never, that's not what they're thinking of, or they would never do any of that. He's just into video games. Look at that. Little does she know.
Yeah. But he wasn't sleeping with her, but I mean, I think she was under the impression he had another girlfriend through Disney. So maybe.
And it's always hard to believe that anyway. It's like, yeah, we find it odd because this happens like so rare. Like cases make it so big on the news that when this happens, and we're like, oh yeah, of course this is what's going on. Because that's because we know what was going on after the fact. If we
Yeah.
didn't know all the details, we wouldn't be as sure of what happened. If all those pictures were not found in his phone,
Yeah.
he would have still look at that. If none of those pictures would have been on his phone, the public would have thought that, he would have killed her, but maybe he wasn't doing anything, nefarious with her. It was those
Right.
pictures that, that we became aware of what got us to know for sure.
Right. You're absolutely right. And she definitely, well, some people think she was helping create the pictures, but I don't think she knew about those pictures. And if she didn't
No.
pictures, then then she might not have known about what was going on.
If there was proof of that, they would have charged her a long time ago.
Yeah, I agree. And it is like it's hard in those situations. The person who groomed me, would he abuse substances, different substances from me. And I remember being pregnant, very pregnant, heavily pregnant, and getting up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. And he's in the bathroom smoking. And I'm like, I told you, you got to stop doing that before the baby's born. And he's like, he didn't say anything because he was high at the time. And the next morning, I was like, why were you doing that? I thought you were supposed to stop. And he was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, I saw you smoking in the bathroom last night. And he was like, no, I didn't. What are you talking about? And he convinced me I dreamed it. Like, looking back now, I'm like, the hell? What the hell? You know what I mean? Maybe.
Yeah.
I know
They
damn well
get
I did not
they
dream seeing
gaslight
him.
you till there's no tomorrow.
Yeah.
In this case too, with I forget her name, Victoria. The Fabian said that he was doing drugs in the bathroom with Jessica, and Michelle didn't know anything about it, and I believe that.
Yeah.
And
I did too.
I don't know if I remember this correctly, but I thought that Jessica went to live there because her mother was not going to allow her to do substances in her under her roof, and that's why she left and went there because
I,
she had been sober for like a little bit.
yeah. And I remember that she had been at her mama's for a certain amount of time. And
Hmm.
then she was staying with her kids and going to their basketball practices. And then all of a sudden she's at Michelle's. I don't know if it was ever stated that's why, but that
I think
probably
it
is why.
was. I think it was stated because she was doing sub controlled substances and her mom was not having it. So she had to get out of the house.
I believe it. I don't remember off the top of my head, but where I could find it right now, but I believe that probably happened. Yeah.
I think it was in her trial when when one of the trials she was testifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where I heard it. When she testified, I think against her cousin or something.
Yeah. In Fabian's trial. Yeah, probably. Hmm. I remember that. Avella said, I'd like to know if the other chomos were caught because of the 35,000 that were on the USB drive. Yeah, I would like to know if they did research into that and found those people, probably off of Telegram or something.
I really think so because that happened right after they found all of Stephen Stern's stuff. Like they were busted quickly.
You're talking about all the other busts that happened in Kissimmee?
Yeah, I think that's what Abella's talking about, right?
She's talking about Stephen starts having that USB drive with all the 35,000 images on it.
Mm-hmm.
And she wants to know if the other chomos that were in those videos were caught because Stephen got charged with all the photos and videos he had of Maddie because he was the perpetrator. But on the USB drive, more than likely, of course, I haven't seen it, but more than likely, he was not the perpetrator. Therefore, he didn't get charged with that because he wasn't the perpetrator. He just had possession of it.
Possession of it,
So
yeah.
who are the ones that are abusing those children and have those children been found safe? And Abellis is saying that she hopes that they were found and located and the people responsible were put in jail. But shortly after that, there was busts left and right in Kissimmee. So maybe.
Yeah, like a big ring of them was busted right after all that came to life from Stephen Stern's well, when they found all the stuff in his drive, like a week or so later, a big group of them was busted. I hope it came from that.
Yeah. I hope it did too. Mrs. North said, I personally don't think she knew about the pictures. I'm sorry. I would know if someone was violating my child for years. Jen's ignorance is no excuse. I want to be clear. Jen's ignorance is not an excuse for what happened at all. I think about, and I would think I would know too, right? I think every parent in the world thinks that, but then you find cases where, I mean, Lord, that one overseas, the damn dad had the daughter in the basement for like 20 freaking years and nobody knew. And there's stories all the time, unfortunately, very real unfortunately, about their children being abused by a father or a member of the family or a friend or something. And, there's been a little bit off here and there, but they would have always thought their child would have told them too, and their child didn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This
Somebody
whole
said that
time period, that 45 minutes from an hour, you don't see Jessica, is that correct?
Until
Sorry about that. Oh, I scared Abraham.
No, what happened?
What were you saying?
I said that somebody said that Jen had more money than and disability. I mean, she could live what she made from disability, and then the rent she was collecting from the other roommates. It's not that expensive to live in Orlando.
Yeah, and they were paying quite a bit. Well, they
Yeah,
were paying like 600 a month for like a room or
I
something.
think she was living there for free because her dad owned the house. The roommates were the ones paying for each room.
Yep. And she said they were giving the money to her dad, but I don't think so. Mrs. North said, yeah, Maddie's music teacher was arrested. Several at Disney were arrested, and I'm sure the Telegram pervs are answering a lot of questions. Yep. How did they get their money? And that's a good, I mean, yeah, the roommates paying the rent. Stefan was stealing shit from his parents, and that Rolex to this day has never been found.
And maybe they were collecting unemployment.
Maybe. I think Stefan was probably selling those videos and images of Maddie, but I don't think Jen knew about it because
I think so
you don't
too.
have, you don't have that many photos and videos for personal use. I'm sorry.
I agree.
Miss North is disgusting to know that Maddie was surrounded by pedos. It is. And Jen didn't know, allegedly.
She's definitely guilty of, neglecting her child. She failed to protect that child.
Yep.
As to all the other details, I don't think she really knew.
Yeah. I could see that. All right, I'm going to continue playing the interview. If you want to talk about it, let me know and I'll pause, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Time we were about to leave.
Okay, what happens when you're about to leave to go back to Uncle David's the second time?
We asked her if she could watch Victoria while we go over there because I don't want to take her over there to go get weed and it's a bad neighborhood and I just don't want to take that chance anymore. Because we went there about 3 times prior and the last time we went there was a gunshot there. So I was like, I don't want to take any chances of bringing her there. I was like, will you please watch her? And she was like, okay. Like she sounded frustrated.
Okay.
But she said, okay. And I was like, we need to make this quick. I was like, if you want to go, and since you don't want to go by yourself or with her, I'll go with you, but we need to make it quick.
Okay.
And from then on, that's when we went to his uncle's house. He took his time driving there. We stayed there about, I would say, I don't recall the exact time.
Okay. How far was Uncle David's house away?
30 to 45 minutes,
okay,
depending on the traffic.
So that's a ways away. Whereabouts is it?
It's on Golf and 5 Points.
Okay, so it's way in the south.
So I don't think that Jessica's not wanting weed when she's on meth. I think that Fabian and Jessica were probably using together, and Uncle David's house is where they got the meth from, and Jessica knew that they were going to go get more meth, and they were telling Michelle that it was weed because she was okay with weed, knowing damn well they were going to get meth. Jessica was totally offended. This one left Victoria alone outside riding her scooter. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. And the second time when you go to Uncle David's, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think I remember the street name. I just don't know the address. It's Larazola.
Okay, something like that?
Yes, something like that.
So the second time you go to Uncle David's that day, after Victoria finally gets home, she's doing her homework, the second time you go, do you go up to Uncle David's house?
No, I was in the car.
You stayed in the car?
Yes.
Okay. How long do you think you stay in the car?
About 5 minutes.
5 minutes. What does Fabian do?
He got out and he started talking to David, and then that's when he came back out, and then we got in the car and we drove down to that house on the corner.
The house on the corner?
Yeah, where he gets the weed from.
Okay, so he didn't get weed from Uncle David?
No.
Oh, okay.
Uncle David walked over there afterwards, but he don't get the weed from him.
Oh, okay. So he's not getting the weed from Uncle David, he's getting it from somebody there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see how much weed that Fabian gets on this occasion?
Yeah, I doubt she ever saw the weed. I think it was meth.
So you think he got that he got the math from Uncle whoever and then went to the other place for the weed?
Well, I was thinking that he got it from Uncle David, but then she said that he didn't get weed from Uncle David. He got it from the house up the street, but Uncle David went over there after him. Fabian's brother, I think, lived in that area because Fabian's brother is later convicted because he shot somebody in his neighborhood. I think that's the area that Fabian was from. And so for whatever reason, or he hangs out with Uncle David, and lives with Uncle David at some point, or, he's familiar with the area. So he knows that he can go get substances from over there. Basically, I think that they're telling her that it's weed. In reality, it's meth.
I think so too.
And I think the house on the corner is where they get the meth from. And then Uncle David walks over there right afterwards. Because everybody at Uncle David's house always seems to be drunk and things like that. So it seems like a party house to an extent.
Or the other way around, because she said that they don't get the weed from the uncle. They get it from down the street. So it could be the opposite. The meth from the uncle and the weed from down the street.
Maybe. If there was any weed at all. Which she did say he smelled like weed. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. Yep. Oh, you're good, Lorianne. I'm going to try to finish it, but I don't know if I'll be able to today. Just like poor Celeste passing at 14, poor little Victoria was 9 when all of this was going on. It's sad, isn't it, to think about the things that these children go through. Jessica's sister is there too. Probably the whole family is there and into selling or whatever. I didn't know Jessica's sister was hanging out at Uncle David's house, but yeah, that would make sense to me.
That's the trap house.
Yep.
Allegedly.
More than likely. With the nodo in the basement that Abraham likes to eat. I don't know how to say it. That Spanish milk.
I don't know what it's called.
That's funny.
Okay, she never saw anything. No. Okay. What happens next?
After that, since we were sitting there for a while, I text Jessica. And I told her, I was like, how's Victoria doing? And I got no response. I tried calling her, no response. And I was like, Fabian, we need to go. Jessica's not answering her phone, and I want to know how my daughter's doing. I was like, we need to go now. And he was like, okay, hold on. I was like, no, we need to go now. I was like, I need to find out if my daughter is okay. And he was like, okay. So he got in the car and he drove. And he was going as slow as molasses. Okay. Like, he was doing the speed limit, but we drove back, and by the time we got back to the apartment, that's when I saw Jessica with my daughter in a blanket coming down the steps.
Okay. Take a second before we get to that. I want to back up just a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Take a drink of water for me, okay?
These things off.
I know, I'm sorry. They have all kind of rules that we have no control over. I apologize. This second trip to Uncle David's, is that before or after Fabian and Victoria go to the giant station where she gets the soda?
After.
That's after?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I just want to get the timeline correct. We kind of skipped that part. We have the text messaging. You're at Uncle David's. We have the text messaging. You guys go home. Victoria's doing homework on the porch. Mm-hmm. That's pretty good.
I love that little girl. She is so...
You did a heck of a job, because I can't get my kids to do their homework now. And so she's on the porch doing her homework, even though she's couldn't even get into her own apartment.
Yeah.
So you did a heck of a job.
Thank you.
So after that, you're there for 45 minutes an hour. And then, if I'm correct, don't let me put words in your mouth, please.
Aww.
Then that's when there's the whole deal with the argument about the cigarettes, the money that we've talked about, and then Fabian and Victoria go to the giant.
Yes.
And then you guys go back to Uncle David's.
Yes.
Okay. And you're sure you go back to Uncle David's?
Yes.
Okay.
So Jessica brings Victoria down wrapped in a blanket while Fabian and Michelle are sitting in the car listening to music, and that was verified by other people in the apartment complex. And then she walks back up, like, she don't bring Victoria all the way down. She walks like halfway down the steps, and then she goes back up, and then that's when she puts Victoria in the bathtub, because when Michelle comes in, they tell her Victoria is sleeping and like try to keep her out of that room. Jessica does. I don't know if Fabian knew or not. That's never been 100% verified. He says he didn't, and I believe him, but some people think he did know. And So Victoria's in the bathtub and Jessica's working on decapitating her while Michelle is completely oblivious and just thinks Jessica's being weird and keeping her out of her daughter's bedroom, which any normal parent would be like, bitch, get the fuck out the way and let me see my child. But she wasn't. And then they make tacos and go to bed. Jessica comes in and asks Michelle, do you believe in God? Smacks her in the face with the iron. Her and Fabian take off running down the road and call 911, down the apartment complex to their friend's apartment and call 911. The neighbors say that they heard Fabian and Jessica saying, what are we going to do? Fabian says basically the same story Michelle does. Jessica says that they knew and helped. And the reason that she hit Michelle in the face was because Michelle didn't protect her own daughter. How the hell would she protect Jessica? Like, basically from committing this crime and not being found out. Why would she protect Jessica? So Jessica was going to kill Fabian and Michelle as well. I think she was. Because the
Okay, so
unknown male. Sorry, go ahead.
so this is what I don't understand. This is where I get lost in the timeline. So, because see, I was under the impression that when Jessica came in the room and attacked them, they were sleeping. It was the morning after, like that morning. Because she
Yes.
said it was like they ate dinner, went to sleep, right? And then in the morning, that's when she attacked them.
Well, it wasn't the morning. Well, okay. They get the call at like sometime between 2 and 4 o'clock in the morning. So
Oh,
they
I thought
eat
they got it in the
dinner.
daytime.
No, I don't. No, it's not the daytime. Because remember Jessica on the body cam and it's dark outside.
Oh,
You remember
that's
seeing Jessica in the
right.
body cam
That's
and
right.
it's dark?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they take them to the hospital. And then, by the time they get the scene roped off, everybody, the crime scene techs and all that, it's daylight outside because it was the early morning hours when it happened.
Oh, you're right. I remember that now. I was under the impression it was like that same afternoon after they got back from the uncle's house for some reason. I think it's because the aerial footage that I see of the complex is daytime. I think that's maybe why I thought it was in the daytime.
Yeah, the aerial footage is from the news. That's like when the news found out, and it was several hours later, probably when they all got booked. And remember, Jessica and Michelle go to the hospital first, so they probably didn't get actually booked in until later, like the paperwork where the news stations could see it, because they would have been detained at the hospital, but they might not have been on the like police website, HIPAA, they can't share people's hospital records. So it might have been on the hospital records there that they were not to leave and they were detained, but it might not have been in the computer system yet at the police station for the media to be aware. And the media, when you see the aerial footage, that's the media helicopter flying over. And that's when the
That's
crime
right.
scene tech is there and all that. Yep.
All right.
We've received some information that at that point you went to his brother Steve's house.
That was after.
Okay.
That was after.
So, okay, walk me through this. You're correcting me. I appreciate that. So we go.
No, because it's all coming like
Good.
to me, so it's like.
And that's what we're going to work through. And what I want is your memory. I wasn't there. I can tell you what I've heard and what I've seen, but it's your memory that's important, not mine, okay? So like I've said, and I keep telling you, this is why we're working in this. I want you to remember, and don't let me tell you what to remember. Does that make sense?
Now, I haven't heard about them going to another brother's house. This is new for me. I wanted to tell you, I'm so glad that Rocco's got a little play date. I'm so happy for him, and I hope he enjoys that. He does.
They're both here lying next to me. They know what I'm talking about them. Look, now they come here to like by my side.
That's so sweet.
The moment the phone rings, Rocco comes running as if the phone's for him.
Oh my goodness.
It's so funny.
That's adorable. He says, is it treats for me?
That's all he wants. Treats.
Okay.
Treats.
I know he gets them too. So sweet.
So now we're the part, we've gone to Uncle David's the second time. After you go to Uncle David's the second time, where do you go after that?
we went to his brother's house, I guess he called it.
Okay.
I didn't even know if it was actually his brother, but he didn't live too far from me.
Okay.
And he went there, and he went inside. I stayed in the car.
Okay.
And he came out, and again, he smelled like weed. So I asked him, I was like, "What'd you get?" And he got so offended, and he got like so mad that he started driving my car erratically past the red light and took a turn like really sharp and almost like crashed us. And we went back to my house.
Okay.
Now, maybe if I'm just speculating, and I keep speculating as I hear things, maybe that's when he got the meth and he smelled like weed because he smoked weed with them before they left. But then she asked, what did he get? And he gets so upset because he's done, he might be high on the meth, and he's, they get mad. Oh, why are you asking me that? Why is that any of your business? What do you think I got? What do you know how people get overly like aggressive and angry when you ask them questions like that and they've done something they don't want you to know about. That makes sense to me. Abraham said later I'll post a pic of them in their Halloween costumes. Oh my God, I will have to share it tomorrow. Basil will want treats too. Yes, he's got his crackers. Mrs. North said, I think she was passed after the alleged unknown male was there. The timeline is 3 out of 4. 3 or 4. She was homicided, 7 or 8 when they started doing stuff to her body, and law enforcement showed up at 4 or 4:30. I'm pretty sure that's what we know so far. We might get a different timeline, like more accurate timing, but I think I would feel safe in saying that's probably what happened. We might get a little bit different version from Michelle, but I still think that's pretty much what happened.
But did she not have dinner with them?
She did. I think she had a taco that she put in the refrigerator. But okay, if Jessica's keeping Michelle from the bathroom and out of Victoria's room and saying Victoria is asleep, then Michelle might have thought, that Jessica's just in her room and she didn't want Victoria to wake up. And so they eat dinner together and they go to bed. And it's after that Jessica, Fabian and Michelle had relations that night. And then they lay down to go to sleep. And then she says it's after that Jessica comes in with the iron, says, do you believe in God? Fabian might have been up the whole time. I don't know. But anyway, smacks her with the iron. And that's when they find out everything. Michelle genuinely thought that Victoria was asleep and was sleeping through the night because she went to bed at about 8 o'clock. So they could have made dinner, ate dinner. Jessica would probably say, oh, Victoria's asleep. Don't wake her up. I'll make her a taco when she gets up or something, or we'll put one up for her. Jessica didn't eat, but there was a taco in the refrigerator for her. I think Fabian ate one and Michelle ate one, and they had some left in the refrigerator, if I remember correctly. Lori Ann, I will not be live tomorrow. Sometimes I go live on Sunday when Mr. Speculating's out of town, but he's here and I do need to get some other things done, so I will not be, unfortunately. Did you, what are you thinking, Abraham?
See, okay, so based on what Fabian was saying, I think that he witnessed some of the dismemberment. Because like in his questioning, like he kind of says that but I felt like he was holding back from saying that Jessica was like blackmailing them into doing this, because that's what I think happened. I think that she kind of said after everything happened, I think the mother Michelle probably wanted to call the police, and she said, and Jessica prevented her and said, if you do, I'm going to blame you for all this. I'm going to say this about you, and that's what she held over her head. And then when the dismembering came to be, that's where she couldn't take it and rebelled, and that's when she got beat up, I think.
I could see that happening, but I don't know if it was ever stated. And I could be wrong. Maybe Fabian did say it at the end of the other interview, but I'm not sure. You might have a better memory on that than I do right now. I need to refresh myself on that. But I don't remember that being stated out loud. Do I think it's a possibility? Absolutely.
And in the questionings, Michelle said that she saw the dismemberment, that she witnessed it.
Right. She said that she saw Jessica hold. Okay, so what I remember is that she said she saw Fabian and Jessica holding her arms out, and then Jessica stabbed Victoria in the stomach, and they're cutting her arm off and her leg off. But she said it happened in Victoria's bedroom. And the cops are like, do you mean in the bathroom? And she's like, oh, yeah, in the bathroom. And they're like, because there was no blood on Victoria's bed where she said that the dismembering happened. Now, why would you, out of the blue, talk about her being dismembered unless you genuinely saw that happening? But she got the place wrong. So did the cops ask her about dismembering beforehand? And she's like, oh, yeah, I saw that. Just like when she's saying the men came in specifically to abuse Victoria and she watched and enjoyed it. I think it could have some truth to it, but I think she got it wrong. And that's why, again, they're trying to be so easy with her here.
Yeah, because in that other interview, they were just like feeding her all the answers, and they were just getting her to admit that Fabian had something to do with it. And she kept saying that no, he didn't. But they kept circling back. And then, it was, I think that's why she wasn't given a lot of time either, because I mean, that interview was horrible. They would ask her the question and then they would answer it for her. That was just like
Yeah.
horrible. you
Yeah.
know so that's
Yep.
why her attorneys were said no. The DA didn't charge her with any of that because it would have been easily disproven, or to the jury it would have been it wouldn't be proven you know beyond and to the exclusion of any reasonable doubt.
Right. Exactly. I can agree. I can see that. Yeah. And I agree with you on that. I don't know what all Michelle saw that night. And we might find out more. She's at the part where she's talking about that night, but I don't know. She would say that she saw her being dismembered, because if Michelle has figured out that she doesn't have to admit to that, then I don't know that she will,
Yeah.
in this interview. I see what you're saying, though, and I agree that it's very possible. Tampering with a body is 18 months, aggravated up to 9 years, so they both received 30-year plus sentences. That's beyond those charges. I think even dismembering doesn't get you that type of sentence.
For him, for sure. I think that sentence was like beyond anything that you would think. For her, remember, she had prior charges, and that is taken into account. And maybe that's why his were high too, because I think he had prior charges.
He had the not having the child in a seatbelt
Oh,
or
okay. So
something.
that's not.
No.
I guess that's not that bad.
I'm sorry. It was abuse or something to that effect of a child, but it was because he says the child saw him. Him and his baby mama were arguing in the car, and she slapped him or he slapped her, and the baby saw it, so he got charged with that. That's what it was.
Okay, but for Jessica, she had been in prison for like doing stuff with kids, right? Like allowing
Sexual
them to.
contact. Yeah, sexual contact with a minor. And then if the jury sees that he's got a prior child abuse charge, they're going to hold him to higher account too, because it was child abuse at the end of the day, plus
Yeah.
SA, plus all the things.
Well, he knew her charges, and he brought her there regardless. So he put those kids in the direct line of danger.
Yep. And he got charged with that reckless endangerment.
Yep.
Yep. I don't think she was an RSO for children. I couldn't find that. So she talks about it in the one interview where she lawyers up immediately in the hospital if you can deal with the beeping. That interview, it goes beep, beep, like in a hospital constantly. But she talks about that it was expunged or excused from her record, so therefore it's not supposed to be held against her. And she's reading out, because like when the officer fills out the warrant, they say, your affiant has been trained in, child porn recognition, burglary, robbery, all of the things. And she's reading that, and she says, no, you listed my charges here. You listed my sexual contact with a minor or something here, and that's not supposed to be held against me. And they look at it and they read it, and they're like, no, that's talking about the classes and training that I have, so that I have to put that when I apply for a search warrant. It's in the interview where she's in the hospital and she requests a lawyer immediately.
The affidavit is presented to the judge, if I'm not mistaken. So all of that has to be presented to the judge. The judge needs to take all that into account when allowing them to go forward with the arrest warrant.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I would think so, but the officer's response to what she said was that no, it says you're affiant, which is me, and it talks about the training I have. So that's what made me think, oh, well, I guess it didn't list her previous charge. Like, she basically told on herself for that, and I don't think it shows up. Yeah, she's so stupid. Like, you just told on yourself for some shit that was evidently removed from your record for whatever fucked up reason. I don't know. Like, she got her certificate. That's what something about a certificate that she was finished with that charge, and so therefore it was removed or something. I don't know. Maybe she was a minor when she was charged, but I know she got a couple of kids. I would hope she didn't have that many kids as a minor. But then again, we're talking about Jessica Kelly, so who the hell knows?
I think she was doing this to other kids. What I think she was doing with this child,
Victoria.
with Victoria. Yeah.
Yep, I could unfortunately see that as a possibility.
Why is he so mad?
Because I said, did you just buy weed? So I guess he got offended from it.
Okay.
I was like, you just bought it from your uncle's house. I was like, so what's the big difference if I say, well, that's my brother and da 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 da.
Oh, so he's upset about you asking about his brother?
Yeah, assuming that his brother is a drug dealer.
So correct me if I'm wrong, there's the first time he gets weed at Uncle's house.
Mm-hmm.
There's a second time he gets weed at Uncle's house. And now there's a third time at his brother's house he's getting weed.
No, the second time he didn't get in because I forced him to leave.
Okay,
Because of Victoria.
Okay, thank you for correcting me.
No problem.
And each time you've kind of gone where he gets weed, you're smelling the aroma on him.
Yes.
So he's smoking.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like he's smoking. I don't know if he's...
But you can smell the aroma.
Yeah, and it
Okay.
was strong. It was like filling up my whole car. I had to open the windows.
Okay, okay.
See, the DA's having the same thought process that we were. Like, was he really getting weed or was he getting meth? And if the aroma filled up the whole car and he wasn't actively smoking, he might have had some on him that he was taking back to the apartment complex and selling. Possibly.
And notice how she
speculating.
said. And notice how she said, "Well, he made me believe that he was," or something like that. So she was already catching on that it maybe wasn't weed.
Yep. Absolutely.
So as you leave who we think is the brother's house, and you said that this brother lives close to you? What does that mean?
I lived off of Irving and Unser.
Okay.
And he lived off of Paradise and Unser by that park over there across from James Madison Middle School, I believe it is.
Okay. Was it a house or apartment?
It was a house.
Okay.
With like a truck there, and there was a car in the driveway, and we pulled into the driveway in front of the big busts.
Okay. Okay. And you said you stayed in the car?
Yeah.
Do you know why you stayed in the car?
He didn't want me to meet his brother.
Who's he?
Fabian.
Fabian didn't want you to meet his brother?
Yes.
Had you
I didn't meet any of his family.
never met any of his family? Just Jessica and this Uncle David?
Yes.
That's the only two, huh?
Yes.
Did he say why he didn't want you to meet his family?
He wasn't ready yet. We weren't going out long enough.
Okay. Okay. So after you leave who we think's the brother's house, and he's kind of driving crazy like you explained, tell me what happens next.
So we finally made it to my house, and that's when we were sitting in the car listening to music, and we seen Jessica coming down the stairs.
Okay.
With my daughter.
Let me slow you down just a little bit. Do you have the picture of the front of the apartment?
Yeah.
Who arrives to their house and sits in the car to listen to music?
And I apologize for this part.
I don't know. Maybe they were trying to stay away from Jessica by sitting out in the car and listening to music like she was crazy, and they were just trying to stay out of there. But
And-
why would you leave your daughter in there?
And leave your child there? That is just even more crazier.
Yep. Makes absolutely no sense. Like a lot of things she said. Jessica is the worst of the worst to me. She disgusts me to no end. I agree, Lorianne.
Part of it, okay? But this is important.
It's okay. I cry all the time anyway.
Okay. Let me make this number. Let's go back to number 7. There's 7 down here. Do you recognize what's in the apartment in number 7?
What's in the apartment?
No, do you recognize that apartment?
Yeah.
Okay. What is that apartment?
That's my apartment.
Okay.
And my neighbors.
Okay, so we're gonna start talking about, but I'm gonna walk you through kind of slow, okay? And when you want to stop, we're gonna stop. Okay? Okay? Can you tell me, so I want you to go back in your mind, Fabian's kind of driving crazy and stuff, and you pull back up in the parking lot, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So Fabian's acting weird. We're pulling up in the parking lot. Miss North said probably the baby mama who whipped his ass. And we talked about it. I remembered from the interview with the baby mama on the channel that it was her that blacked his eye at the barbecue.
I thought it
Michelle
was a
working.
cousin of his.
If I remember correctly, and I might be mistaken, but he talks about him or Jessica Kelly. It might be Jessica Kelly. That anyway, they talk about that fucking barbecue they went to, and his baby mama was there, who is also Jessica's cousin or something to that effect. And they got in an altercation or an argument over something, the kids or something, and then she popped him in the eye, and that's why he had that black eye. I think it's in the Jessica Kelly interview.
Yeah, I remember it was in a barbecue, but I thought it was another cousin of his who was pregnant gave him the black eye during an
It
argument.
could be. I might be wrong about that. But why would, okay, yeah, maybe I would have thought, why would they be fighting? And maybe it's something that I thought about. Am I buffering? Try to go out and come back in.
I think it was a cousin of his who was pregnant who he hadn't have seen in a long time or something like that.
Okay, I'll try to search the transcripts and see what I see real quick, and we'll find out. I can search the transcripts on that.
But it was in his interview too with the cops.
Was it?
Yeah, I remember him mentioning it there too.
Okay. I'm going to pull it up by barbecue on Jessica Kelly's and see what she said, because I could be wrong. I'm not going to say I'm not. It won't be the first time I was wrong.
Show me, I'll give you a red pen, I want you to show me, and I want you to understand this photo was taken way after. This is not a scene photograph, this is just a photograph I took, so don't worry about other cars you see there. This was just to help me when I began my investigation to see what things look like, okay? Can you put, best you remember, can you put a red X where you, and you just told me Fabian's driving?
Yeah.
Okay. Where were you seated?
In the passenger seat.
Was there anybody else in the vehicle?
No.
Okay. What else was in your car at that time? Do you have, I don't know, some people keep crazy stuff. I keep jumper cables and ice scrapers and things like that.
In the trunk.
You had something in the trunk. Was there anything in the back seat that you remember?
The car seats, maybe the car seats.
The car seats,
As far as I remember.
Okay. You said car seats, is there one or two?
I think at the time there was one.
Okay, okay. So if you can, put a red X where you remember you guys parked when you returned to the apartment after going to who we think is the brother's house.
That's my car right there.
That's your car right there? Okay, so I'll put an X on a gold car right there. Okay. So when you return from the brother's house, is it light or dark out?
It's light, I could still see.
Okay.
But it was.
So I did find out that her name was Amanda, and I think that's why I thought it was the baby mama. I'm still looking. I know it was definitely Amanda.
It was about to get dark.
So what a lot of us call dusk?
Yeah.
Okay, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's all right. Okay. So what else? We'll get to when you see your daughter. Okay, but let's talk about some stuff before that. What else do you see as you pull up? Tell me what else you see.
The neighbors, they were outside.
Okay. How many neighbors do you think you see?
My neighbors downstairs, there was two. And they must have had friends over because there was more than two, because only the two lived downstairs from me.
Okay.
And then I don't remember seeing any like on the other side.
To the right as you're indicating?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see adults or do you see children?
There were adults, and then the one kid was my neighbor downstairs.
Okay, so there's both adults and children out, or at least one child that you remember seeing?
Yes.
Okay, so as you pull up in park, you and Fabian pull up in park, what do you do?
We were in the car listening to the music.
What kind of music?
Just like old music.
Okay,
like,
now, well, there's old for Mr. Mitchell and I. There's old for Ms. Rose, there's old for you.
80s.
80s.
Yes.
Okay, that's not, that's not old.
I'm an 80s.
Okay, that's.
How do we go from crying hysterically to just laughing right now when we're talking about old music? What's the old music? Oh my God. So
Listen,
far in this,
Giggle.
sorry,
Simmer
what'd
down.
you say? Yeah, I need to.
I said, listen, Giggles. Simmer down.
Right. She's a bit much. I did find that they were talking about, okay, Amanda's house to do the barbecue, but she saw her friend Cherie. Cherie's little cousin showed up named Valerie, that she's a twin. She's a twin. There's a twin. Her twin's dyslexic, but I don't know if it's Valerie. Okay, but she shows up. She got dropped off, okay. And we're all eating and the kids are swimming and jumping, but the kids did not want to leave my side. She's talking about her kids. Angelo shows up in the Hummer. All right, I'm going to keep looking. I grew up with me and Cherie. Okay, let me keep looking. She's just so freaking giggly. It's just disgusting.
That's not old. That's new music for Mr. Mitchell and I. Okay, so you listen to 80s. Do you remember what type of, how you were listening to music?
We were just in there, and like if a song came on that we knew, we were just all like singing, like just playing around and joking around and like singing to each other, and we were just sitting there.
When is it on the radio or is it on? Like my kids don't listen to radio anymore. They have different devices. Do you remember where the music was coming from?
The radio.
The radio. Okay. Do you remember the songs at all, or just 80s?
Ooh. I think one was Sweet Dreams.
Okay.
I can't remember the other ones.
Okay.
But they were good songs.
They were good songs.
Yes.
So you and Fabi are gonna sit in the car. Are the windows up or down?
Up.
Is what time of year? This is August. Tell me about the weather.
It was pretty nice out.
Nice
And the wind maybe like that much open, but for the most part they were up.
They were up. Okay.
Yes.
Are you guys being real quiet? Or are you having a good time?
No, the music was loud.
The music's loud?
I put it loud and I was singing loud, tried to over-sing the radio, but that didn't work.
What was Fabian doing at this time?
Singing with me.
He's singing with you?
Yeah.
So you two are singing along with the oldies that you call from the 80s, which I call new music. So, is that right? Is that what's going on? Okay, okay. So how long, and it might be easier if you think, how many songs do you think you listen to before you see Jesse?
I would say maybe two and a half.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact number.
Okay. So now we're going to get to the part, and I apologize, we have to go through this. I don't want to make you do it, but we have to go through this, okay? I want you to tell me the first thing you saw, what brought your attention. So you're sitting there, take yourself back. You're sitting there and you're listening to music and you're singing. Things are going, you're having a good time, it sounds like. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Say yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's okay. When I go, you tell me to say yes, okay? So tell me, walk me through what's the first thing that you see.
Jessica coming down the stairs with my daughter.
Okay, I'm going to take this red pen and indicate on this photograph we've marked number 7, the first location, and I want you to put, let's put JK and then 1. That'll be indicating Jessica Kelly and the first position you saw her when you, as you're looking, and I want you to take yourself back, as you're looking out, that's the first place I want you to put, so JK1. Can you reach that? Okay, so we've indicated she's about halfway down the first flight of steps, the highest level steps. So she's above, excuse me, the little landing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you see Jessica Kelly here, what is she doing?
Okay, real quick, I did locate it. So Fabian shows up. Dang it. Fabian shows up and she's like, hey, what's up, cuz? Go fix you a plate. What's up, cuz? Does nothing. I'm like, make you a plate. I didn't know that they really were fighting that bad. Okay, so little Ben comes out, which is Amanda's son. Amanda owns the house, or it lives in the house where the barbecue is. So little Ben comes out and he goes, hey, mom said you're not supposed to be here for you to leave, talking to Fabian. He goes, tell your mom to shut up, Scandal. So Ben, this little Ben come out, Ben Sanchez, I believe is his name. He comes out and he tells Fabian that he has to leave, that Amanda said his mom told him to tell him to leave, and then Fabian refused. So Ben went and told his mom. She comes out. Where are you when all this is going on? I'm right there outside with the food and the kids. Me and Cherie, all the kids, all of us eating. Okay, so Fabian's there too. Amanda comes out holding the baby. She goes, quote, "Here, hold the baby." And right when she handed me the baby, I knew what she was going to do. You know what I mean? So she handed the baby to me and said, "Tiffany," and I said, "Tiffany, here." You know what I mean? Manda hits Fabian. I tried to get Fabian out. I'm like, no, this shit ain't happening. Nope, nope, nope. Not in front of the kids. You know what I mean? So I stare him to the street. Towards his car. Amanda comes, you know what I mean? Pissed, because I guess he stole some phones or something and he turned them into a machine and took something out of her purse, money or something. And how'd you learn that from Amanda? Yeah. She goes, "Yeah, little bitch, stealing from my kids and shit. You know what I mean? I don't want him around. He ain't no good. I fucking try to help him out. This is what he does." I'm like, I understand. You mean I'd probably suck him too if he did that to my kids, but I'm like, I got to keep the peace. You know what I mean? Over here staying with Fabian and this can't be happening. Anyway, so it's Amanda that punches him in the face, and Amanda lives in the house where the barbecue is. Cherie and Valerie are allegedly cousins. I did think that Amanda was the baby mama. I have the interview with the baby mama, and I'm going to check that real quick and see if that's her name. I think it is. And that's why I was like, Fabian's supposed to be talking to Michelle, using Michelle's car, this, that, and the third. Michelle's at work. Fabian's using the car to go see his baby mama, to go to a fucking barbecue over there. Like, he's just using Michelle, in my opinion.
Like every loser.
Yep. Taking her
Using the
fucking
girls in
car to
style.
go see, to go see the baby mama. Stop it. I don't mean to keep interrupting you, Abraham. I apologize about that.
No, it's okay.
Carrying my daughter
Okay.
in a blanket.
Okay. Describe what you see for me, please.
She was coming down there with her in the blanket, and when she saw us there, me and Fabian, she immediately went back upstairs into the apartment.
Okay. Describe how Jessica is carrying your daughter, please.
She's carrying her like this, and her head was like over her arm, and like everything else was covered from here down.
Okay.
So I only saw her.
So real quick, right here, never before released audio from Fabian's baby mama, Amanda. So it could be two different Amandas, but I do think it's the same one, and that was why I thought that. I remember now. True definition of a scrub. Yes. Yep.
See, I remember that when Jessica was testifying, she kind of went more in depth about the story. And I could be wrong, but I thought she said that they were in their cousin's house, Amanda. That's where that's where the barbecue was, and that's where he got the black eye. Because Jessica was there in that barbecue.
Yeah, she was. She yeah, in the audio she says that he showed up. She's like, "What's up, cuz?" And then tells him to make a plate.
So it would make sense that they were in their family's house, not in his baby's mama's family's house.
Right. So you could be right. I don't know. That's just the way that's just the way it's described in that interview, but where she's on the stand and talks takes place after the interview with the DA. So you could be absolutely right. All right, we'll go back over here.
I saw her head.
So slow down a little bit. You've got your hands out in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And let me put words in your mouth.
Hey, lovely bones.
We've had different people describe that as like cradling somebody. Is that correct?
No.
Yes.
Okay. And Victoria is being cradled by Jessica.
Yes.
Okay. Describe.
Quickly, Tilly said, "Do you think for just a moment Jessica takes Victoria out to try to save her, but then changes her mind and goes back in?" I don't know. It's a possibility. I don't think Victoria was alive at that time, but maybe she said, maybe she was thinking we need to call the cops. We need to take her to the hospital, but then changed her mind because she knew she'd go to prison. That's a good question though, Tilly. And I'm sorry I missed somebody else's comments. I was going through that transcript on the other page. She could be. Sorry about that. It's good to see you, lovely bones. Lorianne said, Tilly, you have a good heart. Wanting to believe the best in someone is a great way of looking at things. And you do, and it is. Lorianne had said, Tilly, I don't believe that girl has a loving bone in her body. Yeah, I agree.
Describe what you see your daughter's head at that point. Can you tell me, can you see your daughter's head?
I saw a glimpse of it, and it looked normal, like she was sleeping.
She was sleeping, okay. Was it, just describe, is it up, down,
Like back.
Okay, it's leaning back, okay. Can you see your daughter's eyes?
No.
Can you see her head?
Mustang, Jessica Kelly got 50 years. I think it's serving 44. Fabian got 37 and a half, and the mother got 12 years, and she just got out Tuesday.
Hair?
Hair, yes.
Okay, what does her hair look like?
It was dirty blonde and it was out.
It was out?
It's like, if I put it up in the morning, she like took it out during the day.
Okay, so it was not in the same manner as you remember seeing her?
Not that I remember.
How about when you came back, she's doing her homework?
It was out.
Was out then?
Yes.
Okay, so before this.
She never leaves her hair up a full day.
Okay, okay. Tell me about, could you see your daughter's legs and feet?
No.
Okay, why not?
It was wrapped up in her blanket.
Okay, describe the blanket for me.
Oh, it had footballs and basketballs on it, and I don't remember the other one.
Had you seen this football and basketball blanket before?
Yes, it was made for my son for Christmas from my mom's neighbor.
Okay. Where had you last seen that blanket?
In Matthew's room.
Okay.
Because I made his bed with it.
Okay. When did you make Matthew's bed with it? Okay, but that's the blanket you normally put over. Okay. And you said she was wrapped in something else besides just that blanket? Am I mistaken?
I just saw a blanket.
Okay. Okay. What did you see? And I apologize.
Of course.
You said that Victoria looked to be asleep?
She looked like she was asleep because she was normal color.
Okay. What color could you see?
It's like white.
Okay.
But
Okay.
Abraham said, I still don't see how one arrives to their house and just sits in a car to listen to music, loud music at that, where I'm sure it's hard to have a conversation. Yeah, do you think that you can talk, like you can tell me to pause so you don't have to type it in chat if you want.
No, it's okay.
Do you think that he was tweaking and so like they were listening to music, but it still doesn't make sense, like why would he keep her out in the car?
I think he
Well,
was
just
trying to
tell
stall
him.
for time.
Okay.
Like he must have known something was going on upstairs and just stalling for time, because why couldn't you do that upstairs? Put the
Right.
music in the house and, dance like a fool upstairs.
Right. You got a good point.
That just doesn't, I'm trying to like wrap my head in what situation would I justify this? What would have to be happening that I would think this was okay? And I can't come with anything. I can't come up with anything.
Yeah. And you got a good point. Because it doesn't make sense. Like, I mean, you own the apartment. So why?
And,
Yeah.
and you have controlled substances with you. So wouldn't you want to get out of the car and get into the house quickly?
Yeah. All great points. Yeah. That's interesting. Because, yeah, it doesn't make sense. Why would, unless, like, I don't know, Jessica's, she was talking about the TV and telling them to turn it down and not have it so loud. But still, I mean, you're on controlled substances. You would want to be in the house anyway. Yeah, you got a great
And then I'm
point.
going to see you walking down with my child wrapped in a blanket, and then you turn back, and then I'm going to go upstairs, not check on my child, cook dinner, not make sure that my child has eaten, and then still be okay. I don't know. Something there is like where they begin to lose me.
Yeah. And she claims that Jessica was keeping her out of the room from checking on Victoria and saying Victoria was sleeping, and that Jessica had put her to sleep because sometimes Jessica would lay in the bed with her to put her to sleep. Fabian was giving Jessica time, said Brenda, sorry. It's possible. Yeah, great point. Loud music on the math, my head would explode and pop right out. Right. Oh. Right. It makes a lot of sense, and I didn't even think about that.
She was tan, so because she tanned easily, so she was a little bit darker than I was.
Okay, so you're indicating your hands. You can see her hands?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I'm talking about her face.
Her face,
Yes.
you can see her face?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it looked normal to you?
Like this side of her, yes.
Okay. Why, just tell me a little more why you thought she was sleeping. What did you see?
I just saw her sleeping, like her just carrying her down and her sleeping with her head like this, because when she sleeps, she sleeps.
Okay.
So I didn't think anything of it.
Okay. So Victoria's a sound sleeper?
Yes.
Okay. So you thought it was possible at that point that she was asleep?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So we're at that point, and you said that she only comes down, and we've marked JK number 1 here on photograph number 7. She only comes partially down, about halfway down. Is that correct?
When I first noticed her, yes.
Okay. What happens next?
I get out of the car after I realized when she went back up into the apartment, and she was like way before me, so I opened the door.
I'm sorry, she did what?
She went back up into the apartment,
Okay.
and she put my daughter somewhere, I don't know where, and I thought she was sleeping, and I thought she put her in a bedroom because she closed the bedroom door, and
And you're saying she, who is she?
Jessica Kelly.
Okay.
In which bedroom?
In her bedroom, Victoria's bedroom.
Okay, so she goes back upstairs. Do you remember, is the door to your apartment open? Is it closed? Does she have to hesitate? You know what I'm asking? Or is it just...
It was open because she walked right in.
Walk right in, okay. How long after you see Jessica turn around and walk back upstairs and go inside the apartment, how long do you and Fabian remain in the car?
I said about 5 minutes.
Okay, and what was going on during that 5 minutes?
We were finishing the last of the song that was playing.
Okay, okay. Did Jessica say anything to you when she came down the stairs that you could hear?
No.
Would you, if Jessica had said anything, could you have heard it with the music?
No.
Okay.
It was a bit loud.
It's loud?
Yeah, I had it almost full blast.
What color was that blanket with the footballs?
It was black, brown, yellow, and orange.
Okay.
It was like black with the footballs and basketballs on one side, and the other side was orange.
Okay. Did you see any of the clothing that Victoria had on, or was it?
No, I just saw her head.
Let me show you a photograph. I'm gonna mark this one. We're at number 8 now.
Did you guys say anything to Jessica when she came down the stairs?
No, I didn't know.
Okay.
Did you hear Fabian?
I'm gonna have to go shortly, in probably about 5 minutes because we've got some stuff to do and I need to cook dinner. And we still got about an hour, but we will finish this on Monday and we'll still listen to it for a little bit longer. I'm sorry about what happened to you, Kim. And Abraham was like, that must have been a good song. Right.
Well, I'll go too, Jess.
Anything?
Okay.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for coming up. I didn't mean to scream in your ear. And if you ever want to come up, just let me. If you or anybody else ever want to come up, if y'all just let me know, I'll drop the link or I'll try to have it pinned in chat more often. Thank you so much, Abraham. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Appreciate Abraham's insight as always. He's so smart. Thank you so much. I know you left, but all right. Since it zoomed out, I probably am going to go ahead and go for the day. But we've got it. We're on 2 hours and 42 seconds out of 3 hours and 26 minutes. So I'm going to leave it there and we will pick back up with it Monday, I suppose, because we're right here where the crime actually happened. And I will get the other video out of the afternoon session so we can continue with that. Yes, Abraham is so awesome. I greatly appreciate him coming up. And anybody else, if you ever want to come up, just let me know. I hope you all have a good night and I hope you all have a good Sunday. Kim, I am so sorry that that happened to you. I wonder, and you can let me know as I play the outro, was it because you were scared of your mom, like to tell her, or you just didn't feel comfortable? Abraham said, see you guys Monday. It's so much fun to listen to everyone's perspective. It is, isn't it? And I appreciate you coming up so much. Thank you so much for that, because you point out things that I don't catch all the time. And I love hearing everybody's perspective on all of these things. it's interesting to think about, and I like it when you point out the things you do because it makes a lot of sense. I greatly appreciate all of you so very much, and I have so much love for y'all, and I hope y'all have a good weekend, like Southern Cat said, and a great Saturday night and a good Sunday. Y'all stay safe out there. It is like we are detectives, isn't it? It is. Brenda said, thank you, Abraham. Good night, everybody. Kim said, maybe Maddie didn't have the courage to tell her mom like I did. Maybe not. And with the grooming and things, like maybe she felt like she wouldn't even care. I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that. I will see you all Monday. Yes, Southern Cats, y'all enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you so much for being here. We got another long one at 5 hours and 10 minutes. I appreciate y'all so much. I love our speculating family. Thank you so much for the support and for being here and for sharing your thoughts, opinions, and speculations daily. You guys are amazing. I love you all. I love our speculating family so much. And I cannot wait until we meet again on Monday to continue listening to her side of the story. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much for the compliment, Mustang. I appreciate it. Yes. I know, poor child. Such a sad, all these children being hurt like this is so sad to think about. All right, y'all. I love you all so much. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you, mods. You guys are amazing. Thank you, Abraham. And y'all stay safe out there this Saturday night, and have a safe Sunday. Know you are important. You are enough. You are special, and you are loved. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Monday. Sorry. Keep messing it up. Monday. Bye.
Listen up, I gotta tell you, there is something you should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better. Don't even know where to begin. If I allow myself to dream, will it be as good as it seems? Pull me out of this place in the middle, in the middle. Nothing more to embrace in the middle, in the middle. If I try to climb up the wall, everyone.
I don't know why it stopped playing. I'm going to try it again. Sorry, y'all. It's probably because I took my headphone out.
Listen up, I gotta tell you.